A Whisker of Trouble. A cozy paranormal romantic comedy of cats, cakes, and chaotic spells. The Mistletoe Mix-Up, Book 2, by Wynne Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Wynne Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or localities is entirely coincidental. Wynne Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. Category. The temperature gauge on the first display case read 38.1 degrees. Kat's finger hovered over the adjustment dial, her amber eyes fixed on the digital readout. 0.1 degree too warm. She tapped the control with practiced precision, watching the numbers shift back to the perfect 38. The eclairs resting on their individual pedestals inside gleamed under the soft lighting, their chocolate glaze mirror smooth. Moving to the next case required exactly 7 steps across her workspace. She'd measured it once, 3 years ago, and her body remembered the count. The sourdough starters bubbled contentedly at 75 degrees, their earthy scent mingling with the vanilla warmth that filled the kneaded cat's interior. 48 hours of careful feeding and temperature maintenance had brought them to peak readiness for this morning's bread service. The macaron case demanded her full attention. 65 degrees, 45% humidity. The delicate shells couldn't tolerate even minor variations. Too dry and they'd crack, too moist and they'd weep sticky tears. The gauge showed 65.0 degrees and 45% exactly. She allowed herself a small nod of satisfaction before continuing her inspection route. Her cat shifter senses detected the hum of magic running through her equipment, the way normal people might feel sunshine on their skin. Each enchantment sang its own distinct note. The display cases a steady bass, the ovens a warm tenor, the self-measuring dispensers a precise soprano harmony. Together, they created a symphony of control that wrapped around her like a favorite cardigan. Kat returned to her primary workstation, where ingredients waited in their designated positions. She didn't need to speak her intentions aloud. 5 years of working in this space had attuned her magical systems to her rhythms. When she reached for a mixing bowl, flour began flowing from the overhead dispenser in a thin white stream, measuring itself to the exact gram. Sugar followed, then salt, each ingredient understanding its role in the morning's dance. Her hands moved through the familiar choreography of brioche preparation, while her enchanted ovens warmed themselves to the precise temperature she'd need in 90 minutes. The largest oven climbed toward 375 degrees for the morning's bread service. The smaller convection unit settled at 325 for the delicate butter cookies she'd promised Mrs. Henderson by noon. Everything synchronized without her conscious direction, leaving her free to focus on the tactile pleasure of kneading enriched dough. The croissants had emerged from their overnight proof 30 minutes ago, their laminated layers testament to 3 days of careful preparation. Folding butter into dough required patience and precision, qualities Kat possessed in abundance. She'd arranged them in the temperature-controlled case at 42 degrees, where they'd stay until the morning rush began at 7. A soft purr vibrated in her chest as she surveyed her domain. Morning light filtered through the large front windows, painting her cream walls with golden warmth. Every copper fixture gleamed. Every surface reflected meticulous care. This was her refuge, her kingdom, her proof that chaos could be held at bay through dedication and... The croissant case's temperature gauge spiked to 61 degrees. Kat's purr cut off mid-vibration. Her amber eyes snapped to the digital readout, watching it climb with increasing speed. 65, 70, 78. She moved fast, her body flowing across the workspace with liquid grace. Her fingers stabbed at the control panel, manually overriding the automatic systems. The temperature continued its upward surge. 83, 85. Inside the case, her croissants began their death throes. The butter she'd so carefully encased between layers of dough started melting, pooling around the pastries instead of creating the steam that produced their signature flaky texture. The perfect crescents she'd shaped with her own hands deflated like punctured balloons, their geometric precision collapsing into sad, flat approximations of what they should be. No, 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 no! Kat's voice remained controlled, despite the tightness in her throat. She pulled the case's emergency release, killing all magical power to the unit. The temperature reading froze at 87 degrees before beginning its slow descent. Too late. The croissants were ruined. 3 days of work reduced to expensive garbage in less than 90 seconds. Her movements turned sharp, efficient. Each gesture containing the irritation she refused to voice at full volume. She adjusted settings, tested connections, ran diagnostics that should have caught a malfunction like this before it destroyed her inventory. The system responded normally now, all readings stable, which somehow made it worse. 5 years. 5 years she'd built the Kneaded Cat's reputation on consistency, on quality, on the promise that what customers received today would be exactly what they'd loved yesterday. That reliability was worth more than gold in a small town like Tinselcroft, where word of mouth could make or break a business. She returned to her brioche preparation with jaw clenched. The dough required gentle handling despite her mood, so she channeled her frustration into precise movements instead. Overhead, her flour dispenser waited for its cue. Kat reached for the bowl. The dispenser vomited flour in a white avalanche. 3 times the required amount dumped into her carefully prepared mixture, the excess cascading over the bowl's rim and across her pristine marble countertop in a spreading cloud. Flour coated her hands, her sleeves, the front of her blouse. It hung in the air like fog, settling on every gleaming surface within a 2-meter radius. A sound emerged from deep in her chest, half purr, half growl, entirely involuntary. The frustrated rumble of a cat shifter whose environment had betrayed her. This is not happening. She said it quietly, precisely, as if perfect diction could restore order to a universe that had clearly lost its mind. From next door came a crash that rattled the shared wall. Kat's sensitive nose caught the acrid bite of burnt metal and magical ozone. The smell slithered through the gap beneath her door, making her wrinkle her nose in distaste. She'd noticed the new business going in next to her bakery 3 weeks ago. Finch's Fixes, according to the crooked, hand-painted sign, but hadn't paid much attention beyond noting the irregular hours and frequent sounds of minor destruction. Another crash. The scent of ozone intensified. Her eclair case temperature jumped to 45 degrees. Kat's amber eyes narrowed as she stared at the digital readout. 45 degrees, when it should read 38. The same pattern as before. A sudden, inexplicable spike coinciding with sounds of chaos from the repair shop. She moved to the front windows, flour still dusting her hands and blouse. Through the pristine glass, she watched brilliant blue-white light flash from Finch's Fixes. The magical discharge looked like lightning contained in a bottle, bright enough to make her squint. Each flash sent a ripple of interference through her own equipment, She could feel her carefully calibrated enchantments wobbling like disturbed water. The sourdough case dropped 3 degrees. The macaron case jumped to 70 with 60% humidity. Her hands moved of their own accord, weaving the protective charms she'd learned from her grandmother. The gestures came smoothly despite her growing anger, decades of practice making them second nature. She reinforced the temperature spells on each display case, adding layers of stabilization magic that should insulate her delicate systems from outside interference. Another massive surge of magical energy erupted from next door. The blue-white light flared so brightly it cast hard shadows through her windows. The wave of chaotic magic hit her protective charms like a tsunami hitting a sandcastle. Her carefully woven stabilization spells unraveled, overwhelmed by the sheer, uncontrolled power of whatever was happening in that workshop. Every display case reading went haywire. Temperatures fluctuated wildly across her screens, numbers dancing up and down with no pattern or sense. Her oven's carefully programmed heating sequences stuttered and jumped. Even her self-measuring dispenser seemed confused, their magical sensors unable to maintain accurate counts. The sound of shattering glass came from Finch's fixes, followed by an explosion that made the shared wall between their buildings shake. Kat's antique mixing bowls, 3 generations old, passed down from her grandmother who'd founded this bakery, vibrated against each other with high, ringing notes. Her perfectly organized spice rack shifted several inches to the left, jars tilting at angles that made her eye twitch. A container of vanilla beans tipped over entirely, spilling its precious contents across the shelf. She stood motionless in the center of her workspace, surrounded by chaos. Deflated croissants cooling in their ruined case. Overmixed brioche dough that would never achieve the proper texture now. Flour coating surfaces she'd cleaned to gleaming perfection just hours ago. Temperature readings that made no sense, equipment that refused to maintain its settings. The acrid smell of burnt metal and ozone contaminating her bakery's carefully cultivated atmosphere of vanilla and cinnamon. 5 years of meticulous care. 5 years of building reliability. 5 years of proving that precision and dedication could create something consistently beautiful. Crumbling. All of it crumbling because someone next door couldn't control their own magical practice. Kat's professional composure, the calm, controlled exterior she maintained as both protection and identity, cracked like one of her eclairs under too much heat. Her amber eyes flashed with controlled anger as she surveyed the mounting disaster. This was more than inconvenience. This was an assault on everything she'd built, everything she represented to Tinselcroft's residents who depended on her. She removed her signature white apron with deliberate care, her fingers finding the ties without looking. The hand-embroidered cats playing among wheat stalks gleamed in the morning light. Her grandmother had stitched them during the bakery's first year in business, each tiny figure a masterpiece of needle and thread. Kat hung the apron on its designated hook, third from the left, always third from the left, and smoothed her chocolate-brown hair back into its neat bun. Stray wisps had escaped during her frantic repair attempts. She captured each one, tucking them into place with the decorative pins she'd chosen specifically to match her eyes. Her reflection in the polished copper kettle showed flour still dusting her blouse, but her face had settled into an expression of determined calm. The temperature gauges continued their chaotic dance behind her. Another flash of blue-white light painted the bakery's interior with harsh shadows. Kat strode toward her front door with fluid, economical movements. Her low heels clicked against the hardwood floor in a steady rhythm that matched her heartbeat. 7 steps to the door. The same 7 steps she took dozens of times each day. But this time, they carried her toward confrontation instead of customer service. Her hand closed around the brass doorknob she polished every evening, her jaw set with determination. Her amber eyes flashed with the kind of controlled anger that came from 5 years of perfect reputation being threatened by factors beyond her control. Maintaining professional standards sometimes required addressing problems directly, regardless of comfort or preference. Kat had spent her entire adult life mastering control over her magic, her business, her cat shifter instincts that wanted to hiss and growl when threatened. She wouldn't abandon that control now, but she would use it. She opened the door and stepped into the cool morning air, her gaze fixed on the crooked sign of Finch's Fixes. Chapter 2. Alistair. A brass coffee grinder sat on his workbench, looking rather sorry for itself. Coffee grounds leaked from every seam in its mechanism, spreading across the scarred wood in dark rivulets that reminded Alistair, uncomfortably, of blood from a wounded creature. The enchantment that should have maintained the grinding motion had ceased completely, leaving the whole device frozen at an odd angle. Alistair adjusted his wire-grinned glasses, pushing them back up the bridge of his nose where they'd slipped during his examination. The magical residue coating the grinder's internal components glowed faintly green under his diagnostic spells. Definitely a contamination issue rather than simple mechanical failure. Fascinating, he murmured, tilting his head to examine the device from another angle. Someone tried to boost the grinding efficiency with a speed enhancement charm, but they layered it wrong. The original enchantment's fighting for dominance, which explains the seizure. The grinder offered no response, but Alistair hadn't expected one. He talked to objects constantly while working, finding that explaining problems aloud helped him think through solutions. His landlord back in the city had mentioned, several times with increasing concern, that she could hear him having long conversations with apparently no one present. He reached for his emergency spell component satchel, the leather warm under his fingers from whatever magical reaction was currently percolating inside. The bag recognized his touch and opened smoothly, revealing the organized chaos within. To anyone else, it would appear utterly random. Crystalline conductors nestled beside dried herbs, metal shavings mixed with small gemstones, spell formulae scribbled on scraps of parchment and tucked between components. But Alistair knew exactly where everything was. His long fingers danced through the collection, selecting items with the kind of instinctive certainty that came from years of practice. A strand of copper wire for conducting magical energy. 3 drops of morning dew preserved in a tiny crystal vial for cleansing enchantments. A pinch of iron filings to ground unstable magical fields. A smooth river stone that resonated at precisely the right frequency to stabilize grinding enchantments. He spread the components across his workbench in a loose circle around the wounded grinder, his movements growing more animated as the solution took shape in his mind. Right, so what we need to do is realign the grinding enchantment matrix with a harmonic resonance spell. His hands gestured enthusiastically, tracing invisible patterns in the air while he explained his approach to the silent workshop. The original enchantment is trying to maintain a steady rotation at about 47 revolutions per minute. Very traditional, very reliable. But this speed enhancement is pushing for 90 revolutions, which is completely incompatible with the structural integrity of a device this age. The grinder remained unimpressed by his technical analysis. Alistair's sandy brown hair fell across his forehead as he leaned closer, examining the magical residue with narrowed eyes. He shoved the hair back impatiently, leaving it sticking up at odd angles. So, we'll use the copper wire to create a harmonic bridge between the 2 enchantments. Let them communicate their parameters. Then, the morning dew cleanses the contamination, while the iron filings ground any excess magical energy. The river stone provides the resonance anchor, and... He gestured wildly, nearly knocking over a jar labeled, "Definitely crystal, probably not explosive." The whole system should stabilize at a comfortable 65 revolutions per minute. Perfect compromise. Scorch marks decorated the walls around his primary workstation, black streaks radiating outward from the central work area like dark fireworks frozen in time. The largest mark, roughly the size and shape of a dinner plate, commemorated his attempt to repair an enchanted tea kettle last week. The tea kettle had survived. His eyebrows had required 3 days to grow back. Protective barriers shimmered faintly around the workbench, hastily erected spells that would contain most magical explosions. Most. Probably, Alistair had learned through painful experience that most was the best he could manage with his current level of magical control. The ceiling bore emergency fire suppression spells built directly into the wooden beams, their trigger runes carved deep and reinforced with copper inlay. Mrs. Henderson at the building council had insisted on those before approving his business license. Looking at the scorch marks, Alistair couldn't blame her. Shelves lined every wall, crammed with salvaged components in mismatched jars and containers. Each bore a label in Alistair's enthusiastic handwriting. Probably stable. Use sparingly. Unknown origin, but smells nice. 70% sure this isn't cursed. His organizational system made perfect sense to him, though he'd noticed customers tended to eye the shelves with increasing alarm the longer they examined them. The jar marked, "Definitely not haunted," anymore, sometimes rattled on quiet nights. But Alistair chose to believe that was just drafts. He positioned his hands on either side of the coffee grinder, his long fingers splayed against the workbench. The small scars and burn marks decorating his skin gleamed faintly in the morning light filtering through his workshop windows. Each mark told a story of magical ambition meeting imperfect execution. A history of enthusiasm overriding caution. "Here we go," he muttered, channeling magical energy into the grinder's mechanism. Power flowed through him like water through a broken dam. Powerful, wild, responding to his will but not precisely to his control. His sandy brown hair became even more unruly, lifted by the magical current crackling around him. Blue-white sparks danced between his fingers, growing brighter as he fed more energy into the repair spell. The air hummed with tension, vibrating at frequencies that made his teeth ache. The familiar scent of ozone spread through the workshop, sharp and electric, the smell that always accompanied his spell work whether he wanted it to or not. The copper wire glowed red, then white, conducting magical energy between the competing enchantments. The morning dew evaporated in a shimmer of silver light. Iron filings swirled in patterns that would have been beautiful if they weren't also slightly terrifying. Alistair focused intensely on coaxing the enchantments toward alignment, his hazel eyes narrowed behind his wire-rimmed glasses. He could feel the two magical patterns beginning to synchronize, their conflicting rhythms slowly merging into something more harmonious. A few more seconds, just a few more careful adjustments. The coffee grinder exploded. It went spectacularly wrong in the way that only his repairs ever managed. Not a simple failure, but a catastrophic overload that suggested the universe had taken his magical input as a personal challenge. Blue-white light flared so brightly it painted harsh shadows across his workshop. The delicate mechanisms, overwhelmed by his powerful but untrained magic, simply gave up their structural integrity entirely. Metal fragments peppered his protective barriers with sounds like hail on a tin roof. Coffee grounds erupted from the destroyed device in a fountain of aromatic debris, coating everything within a 3-meter radius. Brass gears scattered across the workbench, spinning and bouncing with merry abandon. One particularly ambitious piece ricocheted off 2 walls before landing in a jar labeled "mostly harmless crystals," which immediately began smoking ominously. Alistair stood frozen in the aftermath, his hands still extended in casting position, his crooked smile appearing despite the complete disaster surrounding him. Coffee grounds settled like dark snow across every surface of his workshop. They covered his workbench in a thick layer of fragrant powder. They dusted his shelves and jars, turning, probably stable, into an illegible brown smear. They coated the protective barriers in patterns that looked almost artistic in their chaos. They covered his already stained khakis in aromatic debris that would probably never fully wash out. Well, Alistair said to the empty workshop, his voice carrying a tone of rueful acknowledgement. That's definitely not supposed to happen. He surveyed the wreckage with the practiced eye of someone who'd created a substantial amount of magical destruction over the years. The coffee grinder, what remained of it, was definitely beyond repair now. The brass casing had split completely, its enchantments dispersed into the ether beyond any hope of recovery. The Painted Paw's owner, a kind, elderly gentleman who'd trusted Alistair with his cafe's essential equipment, was going to be disappointed. That was the diplomatic word. The accurate word might be furious. But Alistair's mind was already cataloging what had gone wrong, his natural optimism reasserting itself despite the obvious failure. Too much power in the initial harmonic bridge. The morning dew had evaporated too quickly, leaving the cleansing incomplete when the main spell activated. The iron filings hadn't grounded the excess energy fast enough, and he'd definitely, channeled about 3 times more magical force than the delicate mechanism could handle. Notes for next time. Gentler touch. Slower buildup. Maybe add a power regulation component to the initial spell work. A dampening field might help, something to catch overflow before it became catastrophic. Or perhaps a staged approach, addressing each enchantment separately before attempting integration. Next time. There was always a next time with Alistair. Always another chance to try a different approach. His resilience in the face of failure was perhaps his greatest strength, and his most frustrating characteristic, depending on who you asked. Movement caught his eye through his workshop window. He glanced up toward the pristine bakery next door, his gaze drawn to the woman he'd noticed several times over the past weeks. She stood, framed in her own window, and even from this distance he could see her striking amber eyes, fixed on his workshop with an expression that made his stomach sink. Disapproval. Clear, unmistakable disapproval. She was elegant in a way that made Alistair acutely aware of his own disheveled state. Her chocolate brown hair was pulled back in a neat bun without a single strand out of place. Her posture was perfect, her movements precise and controlled. Even her expression of obvious displeasure managed to look graceful rather than petty. Alistair's cheeks flushed fair-skinned red, heat spreading up his neck and across his face with the kind of mortified awareness that only beautiful neighbors witnessing your complete professional incompetence could inspire. His magical mishaps were probably affecting her business. The realization hit him like cold water. The explosion had rattled the shared wall between their buildings. He'd felt it shake under his feet. The surge of uncontrolled magical energy had definitely disrupted any precision enchantments in the area. If she used temperature-controlled equipment for her baking, if she relied on the kind of delicate magical work that required stable ambient conditions, he'd just destroyed that stability with all the subtlety of a magical sledgehammer. His hands automatically reached for emergency cleanup supplies while he watched her precise, graceful movements through the window. She turned away from her view of his disaster, disappearing from sight with the kind of fluid motion that suggested complete control over her own body and environment. Alistair wished desperately that he could demonstrate even a fraction of her obvious competence. Just once, he'd like to complete a repair without creating collateral damage. Just once. He'd like his powerful magical abilities to manifest as precise, controlled results instead of spectacular explosions. Just once, he'd like his beautiful neighbor to look at him with something other than disapproval. He grabbed a broom enchanted with cleaning efficiency, one of the few spells he could maintain reliably, and began sweeping coffee grounds with movements that were quick and apologetic, even though she couldn't see him anymore. It was just a harmonic resonance issue, he muttered, rehearsing explanations to his workshop's dusty air. Completely standard repair procedure. But the power regulation was, well, obviously the power regulation needs work. He swept coffee grounds into a pile, then another pile, then realized he'd need about 17 piles to clean this mess. I was trying to help, The grinder was completely seized, and Mr. Pemberton from the Painted Paw really needs it for his morning rush. So I thought. The emergency spell component satchel emitted a small puff of glittering smoke, the enchanted bag's contents responding to his anxious, emotional state. Gold and silver sparkles drifted through the air, settling onto coffee grounds and creating a festive appearance that was completely at odds with his mounting mortification. Not helping, he told the satchel sternly. Another puff of sparkles emerged in response. Alistair continued cleaning, stealing worried glances toward the bakery where his elegant neighbor had disappeared from view. He couldn't see her anymore, but he imagined her inside her pristine shop, surrounded by perfect pastries and precisely controlled equipment, dealing with whatever magical interference his explosion had caused. He should probably apologize. No, he should definitely apologize. That was the responsible, neighborly thing to do. He could explain that his intentions were good, that he was genuinely trying to help the community, that his magical control was a work in progress, but his dedication to improvement was unwavering. She would probably find that explanation about as convincing as his jar labeled, 70% sure this isn't cursed. The destroyed coffee grinder lay in pieces across his workbench, brass fragments scattered like accusations of his incompetence. Alistair surveyed it with genuine regret, knowing that the Painted Paw's owner had counted on him for help. Mr. Pemberton had been kind when Alistair first opened his repair shop, mentioning the broken grinder in a casual way that suggested he was willing to give the new magical practitioner a chance, despite his obvious inexperience. "Thank you for that confidence," Alistair murmured to the destroyed device. "Sorry I repaid it by obliterating your equipment in a shower of sparks and coffee grounds." His enthusiasm for solving magical problems warred with his growing awareness that his good intentions might be causing more harm than good. Every repair he attempted seemed to end in some variation of explosive failure. Every spell he cast left scorch marks and rattled walls. Every day he operated his workshop, he probably drove his precise, elegant neighbor closer to filing a formal complaint with the building council. Maybe he should have stayed in the city. Maybe trying to prove himself in a magical community was ambitious beyond his actual capabilities. Maybe... The satchel emitted another puff of sparkles, this one tinged with pale blue as if responding to his melancholy thoughts. "You're right," Alistair said, straightening his wire-rimmed glasses with determination. "Feeling sorry for myself won't repair Mr. Pemberton's grinder or improve my magical control." He reached for another set of repair tools, his long fingers closing around familiar implements with renewed purpose. The morning light streaming through his windows illuminated the coffee-ground-covered disaster of his workshop, but it also highlighted the shelves full of components, the workbench scarred but still sturdy, the protective barriers that had, mostly, contained his magical mishap. "Right then," he muttered, pulling a fresh notebook toward him and beginning to sketch modification plans. "Let's try a different approach." His resilience overrode his embarrassment, his natural optimism asserting itself despite the mounting evidence that his magical control needed serious improvement. There had to be a way to repair enchanted devices without destroying them. There had to be a method that could channel his powerful abilities into precise results rather than explosive failures. He just needed to find it. Outside his window, the perfect bakery next door stood as silent testimony to what magical confidence looked like when combined with dedication and control. Alistair returned his attention to his notebook, already sketching a new approach that would definitely, absolutely, probably work better than the last one. Chapter 3. Alistair. The crystals felt cool and smooth between Alistair's fingers as he arranged them in careful geometric patterns around his workshop's perimeter. 6 points forming a hexagon, each precisely measured from the others according to the diagrams spread across his workbench. The correspondence course materials, printed on slightly yellowed paper that smelled faintly of old libraries, showed the arrangement with meticulous detail. though the instructor's handwriting in the margins was nearly illegible. "Containment through structured resonance," he muttered, adjusting the northwestern crystal a fraction of an inch to match the diagram specifications. Barriers form at the edges, where opposing energies meet in harmonic balance. His wire-rimmed glasses slid down his nose as he leaned forward to check the measurements again. The crystals needed to align perfectly for the protective incantation to work properly. After the coffee grinder incident and his promise to Katerina, he'd spent the entire afternoon researching shielding solutions rather than attempting any repair work. The morning's conversation replayed in his mind as he positioned another crystal. The way her amber eyes had flashed when she'd entered his chaotic workshop, all elegant precision and barely controlled irritation. The surprise in her expression when he'd offered to relocate rather than continue disrupting her business. That small moments of connection, when she'd agreed to try the communication system first. And then the flutter of completely inappropriate attraction he'd felt watching her return to her immaculate bakery, her movements fluid and graceful even in professional irritation. He shook his head sharply, nearly dislodging his glasses entirely. Focus on the shields. Protect her equipment. Prove he could be a responsible neighbor rather than a magical disaster. The final crystal clicked into place, completing the hexagonal pattern. Alistair consulted his notes again, squinting at the instructor's cramped handwriting about activation sequences and energy channeling. The incantation itself seemed straightforward enough, just a matter of directing his magical energy into the crystal matrix in a controlled, steady flow rather than his usual enthusiastic surge. Controlled and steady. He could manage that. Probably. He stood in the center of the hexagon, rolling his shoulders to release the tension that had accumulated during the careful setup work. The crystals glinted in the afternoon light streaming through his workshop windows, their facets catching and refracting the illumination in rainbow patterns across the scarred wooden floor. "Right then," he said to the empty workshop. "Gentle and controlled. No rushing, no surges, just nice, steady channeling of protective energy into the containment matrix." He raised his hands, long fingers spread wide, and began the incantation. The words felt awkward in his mouth, formal Latin phrases rather than the improvised English he usually used for his repair work. But he pronounced each syllable carefully, focusing on the flow of magic from his core, through his arms and into his extended fingertips. The crystals responded immediately, beginning to glow with soft, blue-white light. Translucent barriers shimmered into existence between each point of the hexagon, rising from floor to ceiling in sheets of barely visible magical energy. The air itself seemed to thicken inside the protected space, taking on the quality of being underwater without the actual presence of liquid. Satisfaction bloomed warm in Alistair's chest. The shields were working exactly as the correspondence course had promised. The barriers contained his magical signature, creating a protected workspace that would prevent his energy from leaking into the surrounding buildings. No more disruptions to Katerina's temperature-controlled display cases. No more deflating croissants or erratic self-measuring ingredients. He might actually have solved the problem properly for once. The barriers pulsed gently, in rhythm with his heartbeat. Beautiful. Elegant. Precisely the sort of controlled magical working that proved he could master proper technique when he applied himself systematically, rather than rushing headlong into improvisation. Then the rhythm changed. The barrier's pulse accelerated, moving faster than his heartbeat, taking on a cadence of their own. The blue-white light intensified, growing brighter with each pulse until Alistair had to squint against the glare. The air inside the hexagon grew thick with ozone, the sharp scent making his eyes water behind his askew glasses. "That's not supposed to happen," he said aloud, fumbling for his correspondence course notes with hands that had begun to tremble slightly. "The shield should stabilize after initial activation, not—" The barriers pulsed again, harder this time, and Alistair felt the resonance in his bones. His own magical energy, but amplified somehow, multiplied. The crystals weren't just containing his power, they were feeding it back to itself, creating a reinforcing loop that grew stronger with each cycle. He flipped frantically through the yellowed pages, searching for troubleshooting instructions or warnings about resonance amplification. The diagrams showed peaceful containment barriers. The incantations described gentle, protective energy. Nowhere did the materials mention anything about magical feedback loops or exponential power amplification. The ozone scent grew so thick he could taste it, metallic and sharp on his tongue. The barriers shimmered with barely contained energy, their surfaces rippling like heat waves over summer pavement. Small sparks began dancing across the crystal points, blue-white electricity that crackled and snapped with increasing frequency. Okay, this is definitely not supposed to happen. Alistair backed toward the edge of the hexagon, keeping his movements slow and careful despite the rising panic in his chest. Just need to power down the shields, dismantle the matrix, return the energy to dormant state. The crystals pulsed in unison, so bright he had to shield his eyes. The barriers expanded outward, pressing against the physical walls of his workshop. And then, the amplified magical energy, his own chaotic signature multiplied through the resonating crystal matrix, erupted from the contained workspace in a massive surge. The explosion wasn't physical. No heat, no fire, no actual destruction of matter. But the magical shockwave that blasted outward from his workshop carried enough force to rattle every window in the surrounding buildings. Alistair felt it pass through him like thunder, his entire nervous system lighting up with the familiar sensation of his own magic gone catastrophically wrong. The wave of amplified chaos resonated through the neighborhood with the precision of a magical tuning fork. Every enchantment in range suddenly found itself subjected to his particular brand of enthusiastic disorder, only magnified to unprecedented levels. From Katerina's bakery next door, he heard the unmistakable sound of shattering glass and equipment shorting out en masse. Her carefully controlled precision magic overwhelmed by his amplified chaos in ways that made the morning's interference seem gentle by comparison. No! 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 Alistair lunged for the nearest crystal, desperate to dismantle the amplifying shields before they could pulse again. His long fingers closed around the smooth, faceted surface. Pain exploded through his hands. The crystal had become superheated with magical energy, too charged to touch safely, burning his flesh on contact. He jerked back with a yelp, blisters already forming across his palm and fingers where he'd gripped the stone. The barriers pulsed again. Another shockwave of amplified chaos blasted outward, even stronger than the first. More crashing sounds from the bakery. Shouting from other nearby buildings as magical household items went haywire under the assault of concentrated disorder. Alistair grabbed a dishcloth from his workbench, wrapping it around his blistered hand to try again. He had to shut down the shields before they caused even more damage, had to stop the amplification cycle before the resonance tore apart every precision enchantment in Tinselcroft. The cloth provided minimal protection. He managed to grip the northeastern crystal long enough to yank it from position, breaking the geometric pattern, but the magical feedback burned through the fabric, adding new blisters to his already injured hands. The crystal tumbled from his grasp, rolling across the floor while still glowing with dangerous intensity. The hexagon wobbled but didn't collapse. 5 points still maintained the barrier, the magic finding new pathways through the incomplete matrix. Sparks cascaded from the remaining crystals like magical fireworks, showering his workshop in blue-white electricity. His emergency spell component satchel, hanging from its hook near the workbench, emitted alarmed puffs of smoke as the components inside reacted to the chaotic energy saturating the air. Alistair reached for another crystal, his burned hands screaming protest, his vision blurring with tears from both pain and ozone exposure. The barriers were going to pulse again any second, broadcasting another devastating wave of amplified chaos through the neighborhood. Through Katerina's bakery, destroying the precision systems she'd spent years perfecting. He'd promised to be a better neighbor, promised to protect her equipment rather than disrupt it. And instead, he'd created the worst magical disaster since arriving in Tinselcroft. His fingers closed around the southern crystal just as the barriers pulsed for a third time. The shockwave threw him backward into his workbench. Tools clattered to the floor around him. The crystal remained in his blistered grip, finally disconnected from the matrix, but the damage was done. Through his workshop windows, he could see lights flickering in the surrounding buildings, could hear shouting and the distinctive sounds of magical equipment failing catastrophically. The remaining 4 crystals continued glowing, the incomplete hexagon still trying to maintain the barriers through sheer momentum. Sparks danced across every surface of the workshop. The air tasted like burnt copper and regret. Alistair struggled to his feet, cradling his burned hands against his chest, preparing to dismantle another crystal despite the pain. The workshop door burst open. Dr. Willowmere swept inside like a force of nature dressed in flowing linen, their silver-streaked auburn hair braided with healing charms that glowed softly in response to the magical chaos saturating the room. Sharp green eyes took in the scene with clinical precision. The incomplete hexagon, the smoking satchel, the cascading sparks, and Alistair, standing in the middle of it all, with blistered hands and defeat written across his features. "Don't touch anything else," they said in their soothing voice, moving forward with fluid grace to examine the remaining crystals. Their warm olive hands passed over each one without making contact, sensing the dangerous levels of magical charge. "These need to discharge gradually, or they'll cause more feedback when removed." Alistair started. "You can sit down and let me handle this." It wasn't a request. Dr. Willowmere guided him to his desk chair with gentle but firm pressure on his shoulder, then returned to the crystals with deliberate efficiency. They spoke soft words in a language Alistair didn't recognize, something old and musical that seemed to calm the frantic sparking. The crystal's glow began to dim, the dangerous charge dissipating into harmless light rather than explosive feedback. One by one, Dr. Willowmere disconnected the remaining points, carefully grounding the energy before setting each crystal aside. The barriers flickered and vanished. The oppressive thickness in the air evaporated. The ozone scent began to clear, replaced by the gentler fragrance of Dr. Willowmere's healing magic. Something like sage and summer rain. Only when the last crystal was safely discharged did they turn their full attention to Alistair. "Let me see your hands." He extended them reluctantly, knowing how bad the damage was. The burns covered most of his palms and several fingers, angry red blisters already forming where he'd gripped the superheated crystals. His long fingers trembled slightly, both from pain and from the adrenaline crash following the magical disaster. Dr. Willowmere's expression remained calm as they examined the injuries, but their green eyes held concern beneath the professional assessment. Their touch was warm as they turned his hands gently, noting the full extent of the burns. "These aren't superficial," they said, reaching for the leather satchel they carried everywhere. "You've done real damage to the dermal layers. Hold still." They produced a small jar of healing salve that smelled like mint and something floral. The moment it touched his blistered skin, cool relief flooded through his hands, dulling the sharp pain to a manageable ache. Dr. Willowmere worked with practiced efficiency, applying the salve to every burned area while muttering soft healing incantations. "Alistair," they said quietly while treating his right hand, "these aren't the injuries of someone who lacks magical ability." He started to protest. Clearly, he lacked something fundamental if he kept creating disasters. But Dr. Willowmere continued without pause. "They're the marks of someone with considerable power, who needs proper training to channel it safely." Their sharp green eyes met his hazel ones directly. "Raw talent without foundation is dangerous, but it's still talent. What you lack isn't ability, it's education." The words hit harder than expected. Shame flushed across Alistair's fair cheeks. heat rising despite the cooling salve on his hands. His wire-rimmed glasses had somehow remained perched on his nose throughout the entire disaster, and now he pushed them up with his wrist to avoid looking directly at Dr. Willowmere's too perceptive gaze. "I'm completely self-taught," he admitted, the confession emerging in a rush of vulnerability. "My parents in the city aren't magical. They never understood my abilities. Every time something exploded or went wrong, they just saw destructive behavior, carelessness, a child who couldn't control himself properly." Dr. Willowmere's hands paused briefly on his left palm before resuming their gentle application of salve. "They tried, I think," Alistair continued, the words spilling out now that he'd started. "But they didn't have the framework to understand magical development. So when the library books started flying around my room, or the kitchen appliances started rearranging themselves, all they saw was chaos, disorder, proof that something was wrong with their son, rather than evidence of emerging talent that needed nurturing." "So you hid it," Dr. Willowmere said softly. Not a question. "So I hid it," Alistair confirmed. "Suppressed what I could, taught myself control through trial and error when suppression failed. Correspondence courses and library books instead of proper instruction. I learned enough to get by, enough to seem competent, but never enough to actually master anything." The admission stung almost as much as the burns had. Years of making do, of teaching himself through mistakes and mishaps, of never quite achieving the control that came naturally to properly trained magical practitioners. "I thought coming to Tinselcroft would help," he said, his crooked smile wavering as he gestured at the disaster surrounding them with his bandaged hand. "I hoped a magical community would understand, that being around other practitioners would somehow fill in the gaps in my education through osmosis or observation, or just the ambient magical environment." Dr. Willowmere wrapped his left hand in gauze that glowed faintly with continuing healing magic, their movements steady and sure. "But all I've done is prove I don't belong here either." The words came out quieter, thick with frustration and disappointment. "I can't even fix a coffee grinder without destroying half the neighborhood. And now I've probably ruined my neighbor's entire bakery trying to implement shields I clearly wasn't qualified to attempt. She's going to lose business because of me. Maybe have to close for repairs. All because I was too stubborn and too proud to admit I don't know what I'm doing." The shame intensified, burning in his chest with heat that rivaled the crystal burns. Katerina had given him a chance, had agreed to try the communication system despite her obvious reservations, had shown him trust that he absolutely hadn't deserved. And he'd repaid that trust by creating a magical disaster that made the morning's accidental interference look gentle by comparison. Dr. Willowmere finished bandaging his right hand before speaking. "Alistair, look at me." He raised his eyes reluctantly, expecting to see disappointment or pity or the same bewildered frustration his parents had shown when faced with his magical mishaps. Instead, Dr. Willowmere's sharp green eyes held something that looked almost like approval. "What you're describing," they said in their soothing voice, "is powerful magic without proper foundation. It's like trying to build a cathedral without understanding structural engineering. Ambitious, certainly. Dangerous, absolutely. But the ambition and the danger both stem from the same source. Considerable natural ability that needs guidance to reach its potential." Alistair blinked. That wasn't the interpretation he'd expected. "Your parents saw chaos because they didn't understand magical development," Dr. Willowmere continued, their healing touch growing warmer against his bandaged hands. "But chaos isn't the absence of pattern. It's pattern operating at a level of complexity that exceeds our current framework for understanding. What you call disasters are actually demonstrations of significant raw power seeking proper channels. I destroyed a coffee grinder this morning," Alistair pointed out weakly. "You overwhelmed a small household enchantment with magical energy it wasn't designed to handle," Dr. Willowmere corrected. which suggests your natural magical output exceeds the capacity of standard containment structures. That's not a character flaw, Alistair. That's a training issue. The distinction felt important, though Alistair wasn't entirely sure he grasped the full implications yet. His brain still felt foggy from the ozone exposure and the adrenaline crash. Dr. Willowmere began packing up their healing supplies with efficient movements. The community isn't judging your failures the way you think we are. Yes, people notice the explosions and the disruptions. But what I hear from residents isn't criticism of your abilities. It's appreciation for your determination to help others despite your struggles. Even when I make everything worse? The question emerged smaller than intended, especially then. Dr. Willowmere's expression softened with something that might have been understanding or compassion or simply recognition of shared experience. Do you know what takes more courage than performing magic perfectly? Continuing to try after repeated failures. Continuing to offer help when you know your assistance might cause problems. Continuing to show up for your community even when you're afraid you don't belong. They finished packing the healing supplies and turned to face him directly, their silver-streaked auburn hair glinting in the afternoon light streaming through his windows. That character, the determination to help others, the willingness to admit mistakes, the courage to keep trying despite setbacks, that can't be taught, Alistair. It can only be nurtured and appreciated. What can be taught is magical theory, proper channeling techniques, containment structures appropriate for your power level. The foundation you never received because your parents couldn't provide what they didn't understand. Hope flickered tentatively in Alistair's chest, small and fragile but persistent. Are you saying there's a way to fix this? To learn what I should have learned years ago? I'm saying that Tinselcroft has resources for magical practitioners at all levels of training, Dr. Willowmere said gently. And I'm saying that asking for help isn't admission of failure. It's recognition of what you need to grow. The offer hung in the air between them, shimmering with possibility and terrifying with its implications. Admitting he needed help meant admitting the full extent of his inadequacies, meant revealing to the entire community just how far behind he was compared to properly trained practitioners, meant risking rejection from the only place where he'd ever felt like he might truly belong. But the alternative was continuing as he had been, causing disasters, disrupting his neighbors, proving through repeated failures that he didn't deserve a place in Tinselcroft's magical community. Alistair looked at his bandaged hands, at the magical gauze that continued healing even after application, at the physical evidence of his latest catastrophic attempt to solve problems through self-taught improvisation. Then he raised his eyes to meet Dr. Willowmere's steady green gaze. "I need help," he said, the words emerging rough but clear. "I don't know how to properly channel my magic. I don't know the foundational theory I should have learned as a child. I don't know the difference between amplification and containment, or how to ground feedback loops before they explode. I've been pretending I can figure it out on my own, but all I'm doing is making everything worse." His voice cracked slightly on the last words. Vulnerability and fear and desperate hope all tangled together in his chest. "Please, I don't want to hurt anyone else with my incompetence. I don't want to drive my neighbors out of business because I'm too proud to admit I don't know what I'm doing. Whatever resources Tinselcroft has, whatever training or instruction or basic magical education exists, I need it. All of it. From the very beginning." Dr. Willowmere's expression warmed with something that looked remarkably like pride. "That's the first step toward true magical mastery, Alistair. Recognizing what you don't know and having the courage to ask for guidance." They rested one warm hand on his shoulder, the touch steadying and grounding despite the chaos still evident in his workshop around them. "We'll help you build the foundation you should have had years ago," they said with quiet certainty. and will help you learn to channel that considerable power safely. But first, their expression shifted to something more practical. You need to go apologize to your neighbor for the damage your shields caused, face to face, with genuine accountability and without making excuses. Alistair's stomach dropped. Face Katerina after this disaster? After destroying her bakery's equipment more thoroughly than any previous incident? After proving beyond doubt that his presence next door was an ongoing threat to her business? She's probably never going to speak to me again, he said weakly. Probably not if you don't apologize properly, Dr. Willowmere agreed with merciless practicality. But possibly she will if you show her the same courage you just showed me. The willingness to admit your limitations and ask for help rather than continuing to cause damage through prideful self-reliance. The healer moved toward the door, then paused to look back at Alistair, sitting amid the evidence of his latest magical disaster. His bandaged hands resting carefully in his lap, and his wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew on his fair, flushed face. For what it's worth, Dr. Willowmere said gently, I think you have exactly the kind of spirit Tinselcroft values most. You just need to learn to channel it properly, and that education starts with taking responsibility for the consequences of your actions, even when it's terrifying to face the people you've hurt. Then they were gone, leaving Alistair alone in his workshop with burned hands, scattered crystals, and the daunting prospect of apologizing to the elegant, precise, beautiful neighbor whose business he'd just devastated through his catastrophically misguided attempt to be helpful. Chapter 4. Category. The disaster unfolded in horrible slow motion. Kat stood frozen behind her counter, one hand still reaching for a customer's morning scone, as the 3-tier wedding cake, Mayor Elderberry's niece's reception centerpiece, due at the Tinselcroft Community Hall in precisely 4 hours, began its inevitable descent from perfect confection to catastrophic failure. The temperature-controlled display cases had been fluctuating all morning, their magical systems hiccuping and stuttering like a heartbeat gone arrhythmic. She'd been monitoring them carefully, adjusting the settings manually when the automated responses failed, coaxing the temperamental magic into something resembling stability through sheer force of will and precision spellwork. But the cake had reached its breaking point. The top tier tilted first, its foundation softened by temperature spikes that had compromised the structural buttercream. Delicate sugar flowers, each petal individually shaped and colored to match the bride's chosen palette, trembled as their support gave way. The middle tier followed, its vanilla sponge layers sagging as heat destroyed the carefully calibrated balance between moisture and structure. Then the entire creation collapsed into an elegant pile of ruined artistry. 3 tiers of flawless work reduced to scattered sponge cake and buttercream ruins. Sugar roses fell like petals from a dying garden, rolling across the pristine display case surface, while vanilla frosting oozed between layers that no longer held their perfect alignment. Her customer gasped. Kat didn't move. Her amber eyes flashed golden green, the color shift that happened when strong emotion overrode her careful control. Her cat shifter senses registered every detail of the disaster with painful clarity. The lingering ozone scent that had drifted through the walls from Finch's Fixes next door. The sharp, metallic tang that always accompanied Alistair's magical experiments. The sour note of feedback from disrupted enchantments. Another one of his catastrophic attempts to be helpful. The buttercream roses scattered across her display case looked like fallen petals from some impossibly perfect flower that had bloomed and died in the space of heartbeats. Each one represented 15 minutes of careful piping work, her magic flowing through her fingertips to shape sugar into art. Hours of labor, days of planning, 5 years of building a reputation for absolute reliability and consistent perfection. All destroyed by magical interference from the chaotic disaster operating a repair shop in the space next door. Professional training overrode her shock before the horror could fully settle. "I apologize," Kat said to her customer, her voice emerging steady despite the screaming frustration threatening to crack her composed exterior. "Your scone will be ready in just a moment. Please excuse me." She moved with precise, economical gestures to clear the collapsed cake debris, her chocolate brown hair escaping its neat bun as stress began working loose the pins she'd secured that morning. Each movement was deliberate, scraping ruined buttercream into the compost bin, collecting intact sugar flowers that might be salvageable, wiping down the display case with methodical attention to every smear of frosting. Her mind worked through calculations even as her hands managed the cleanup. Wedding cake for 80 guests, 3 tiers, 8-inch, 10-inch, and 14-inch rounds. Vanilla sponge with lavender-infused buttercream and fresh raspberry filling. Sugar flowers in shades of cream, pale pink, and soft lavender to match the bridesmaid dresses. 8 hours of work compressed into 4. The customer left with her scone and a sympathetic expression Kat barely registered. She locked the shop door, flipped the sign to "Closed for special order, open at 1 p.m., and returned to her workspace with grim determination settling into her shoulders. She could do this. She had to do this. The ingredients assembled themselves under her direction, her precision magic calling forth exact measurements from her meticulously organized pantry. Flour that measured itself to the gram, eggs that cracked perfectly without a single shell fragment, butter that softened to precisely the right consistency for proper creaming. Kat worked with fierce concentration that pushed her abilities to their limits, her magical precision becoming a lifeline as she attempted the impossible. The first batch of sponge went into the oven with cake layers that rose with mathematical perfection, their tops level and their crumb structure flawless despite the rushed timeline. While they baked, she prepared the buttercream, vanilla beans scraped and steeped, butter whipped to pale perfection, sugar added in careful increments that her magic measured with exacting precision. The lavender infusion required delicate balance, the floral notes needing to complement rather than overwhelm the vanilla base. Her hands trembled slightly as she added the extract, the first crack in her usually steady technique. The pressure of working under impossible time constraints while maintaining her exacting standards was beginning to show in ways her professional training couldn't quite suppress. The sponge layers emerged from the oven exactly on schedule, their tops golden and their sides straight. She inverted them onto cooling racks with practiced efficiency, already reaching for the raspberry filling she'd prepared 3 days ago specifically for this commission. Flour dusted her immaculate cream blazer, white powder clinging to the tailored fabric despite her normally precise handling. Her signature apron, crisp white with hand-embroidered cats playing among wheat stalks, became wrinkled from constant movement, the fabric creasing as she bent and reached and assembled with increasing urgency. The cakes cooled faster than they should have, thanks to her magical intervention. Temperature manipulation that normally required patient, gradual work, compressed into desperate, rapid deployment. She couldn't risk cracking or crumbling, couldn't afford a single structural flaw that would compromise the final assembly. Frustrated purrs escaped her throat as she worked, the soft, rumbling sound that emerged when her cat-shifter nature pushed past her careful control. She tried to suppress them, tried to maintain the composed, professional facade she'd cultivated over 5 years of establishing her reputation. But stress made her defenses crack. The buttercream piping required absolute steadiness, delicate sugar flowers with individual petals shaped through precise pressure and angle control. Her hands shook faintly as she filled the piping bag, the tremor barely visible, but completely unacceptable by her usual standards. She forced herself to breathe deeply, to center her magic and steady her grip before beginning the painstaking decoration work. Each rose required 15 perfect petals, Each spray needed 3 graduating flower sizes. Each tier demanded symmetrical placement that looked effortless despite the mathematical precision required to achieve it. The shop door rattled as someone tried the handle, then knocked sharply when they found it locked. Kat ignored it, her concentration narrowed to the single buttercream rose taking shape beneath her piping tip. Petal by petal, curve by curve, building artistry from sugar and will and desperate determination. More knocking. More persistent this time. She gritted her teeth and continued working, the rose blooming beneath her hands despite the interruption. The next one flowed more smoothly, her muscle memory overriding her exhaustion as professional skill took over from conscious control. "Kat, I know you're in there. I can see your work lights on." Cleo's voice penetrated through the door, muffled but clearly concerned. Kat finished the current flower before setting down her piping bag and crossing to unlock the entrance, her movements sharp with barely controlled frustration. Cleo Bright Whisker swept inside on a wave of sympathetic energy, her spiky black hair currently streaked with concerned purple that shifted toward anxious blue at the tips. Her large green eyes literally glowed as she took in the scene. Kat standing amid scattered baking supplies with flour dusting her clothing, a partially assembled replacement wedding cake occupying her main workspace, and the lingering evidence of disaster in her 2 bright eyes and trembling hands. "Another magical mishap from next door?" Cleo asked, already moving to help clear workspace without being asked. Her quick feline movements reflected their shared shifter nature as she gathered used piping bags and wiped down counters, her attention dividing between cleaning and observing Kat's mounting stress with growing concern. "The temperature controls failed during the mayor's niece's cake display," Kat said through gritted teeth, returning to her decoration work with aggressive precision. Each word emerged clipped and controlled while she piped another perfect rose, her jaw tight with the effort of maintaining composure. 3 tiers collapsed. 8 hours of work destroyed. 4 hours to recreate it from scratch while maintaining my reputation for flawless, reliable service. She punctuated the last phrase with a particularly aggressive swirl of buttercream, the sugar flower blooming with violent perfection beneath her piping tip. "The ozone smell suggests Alistair tried another experimental containment spell," Kat continued, moving to the next flower placement with barely controlled fury, which apparently amplified his magical resonance rather than dampening it, causing feedback that disrupted every piece of precision equipment in my shop. My display cases, my temperature controls, my self-measuring ingredients, everything I've built this business on. 5 years of establishing myself as Tinselcroft's most reliable baker, threatened because he cannot control his chaotic magic. Another rose. Another perfect, symmetrical placement, despite the anger making her movements sharp. "He means well," Cleo offered carefully, sorting through salvageable sugar flowers and arranging them on a clean tray. "He's genuinely trying to help the community. Good intentions don't rebuild collapsed wedding cakes," Kat snapped, then immediately felt guilty for directing her frustration at her friend. She took a breath, steadied her hands, and continued more calmly. "I understand he wants to contribute. I understand he's new to Tinselcroft and trying to find his place. But his lack of training and control is actively damaging other businesses. My business specifically, since I operate next door to his workshop of magical disasters." The middle tier came together beneath her expert assembly, buttercream layers smoothed to mirror perfection, and raspberry filling distributed with mathematical precision. She transferred it to the base tier with steady hands that only trembled slightly when Cleo wasn't looking directly at them. "You know," Cleo said thoughtfully, handing Kat replacement piping bags as she needed them, "maybe instead of just complaining about Alistair's magical chaos, you could help train him. Your precision magic might be exactly what he needs to stabilize his power, and his innovations might actually enhance your techniques. I mean, some of his ideas are brilliant, even if the execution is catastrophic." The suggestion made Kat pause mid-decoration, her amber eyes widening as the possibility registered fully for the first time. Help train Alistair? Work directly with the source of all her recent disasters? Voluntarily expose her carefully developed methods to someone whose magical approach seemed fundamentally incompatible with everything she valued? The idea was ridiculous. The idea was potentially practical. I don't have time to teach magical fundamentals to someone who should have learned them as a child, Kat said, but her voice lacked conviction. Her hands resumed their decoration work automatically, muscle memory carrying her forward while her mind wrestled with Cleo's suggestion. I run a business. I have customers who depend on me. I can't afford to take on a magical apprentice who might blow up my ovens while learning basic containment theory. You also can't afford to keep having your equipment destroyed by magical feedback from next door, Cleo pointed out with characteristic bluntness. And teaching someone precision techniques doesn't require full apprenticeship. Just enough guidance to help him understand how to channel his power without creating chaos for his neighbors. The top tier assembled smoothly despite Kat's divided attention, her professional skill operating on autopilot while she considered possibilities that her perfectionist instincts wanted to reject immediately. Working with Alistair meant accepting his presence in her carefully ordered world, meant acknowledging that her preferred solution, having him either develop perfect control independently or leave Tinselcroft entirely, wasn't realistic. Meant potentially collaborating with someone whose magical disasters had nearly destroyed her reputation. But it also meant taking active control of the situation, rather than remaining a passive victim of his ongoing catastrophes. Meant using her expertise to solve a problem, rather than simply complaining about it. Meant possibly discovering whether Cleo was right about his innovations having value beneath their chaotic execution. The final sugar flowers bloomed beneath her piping tip with renewed steadiness, her hands regaining their precision as decision began crystallizing from possibility. She completed the top tier's decoration with the same flawless technique she'd maintained throughout the reconstruction, each rose symmetrically placed, and each spray perfectly graduated despite the impossible timeline. Kat stepped back to survey her work, professional satisfaction settling over exhaustion as she confirmed that the replacement cake met her exacting standards. 3 tiers of vanilla sponge with lavender buttercream and raspberry filling, decorated with sugar flowers in the bride's chosen palette. Structurally sound and visually perfect despite being recreated in 4 hours rather than 8. Her reputation intact, her standards maintained, her business saved through pure determination and precision magical skill. But Cleo's suggestion echoed in her mind, even as she admired the crisis management success, the words refusing to settle into comfortable dismissal the way she wanted them to. Perhaps teaching Alistair was the practical solution. Perhaps collaboration rather than confrontation would solve both their problems, his need for proper magical training and her need to operate without constant threat of equipment failure. Perhaps her perfectionist instincts were preventing her from seeing the most efficient path forward. She glanced at her reflection in the polished display case surface. Flour-dusted blazer, wrinkled apron, chocolate brown hair escaping its neat bun, amber eyes still showing traces of golden green stress. The disaster had cracked her composed exterior more thoroughly than she wanted to admit. She couldn't continue operating under these conditions, couldn't sustain this level of crisis management every time Alistair attempted another experimental spell. Something had to change. I'll think about it, Kat said finally, the words emerging reluctant but genuine. She met Cleo's glowing green eyes with weary honesty. I'll consider whether teaching him precision techniques might be more practical than simply waiting for the next disaster. But I'm not promising anything beyond consideration. Cleo's smile bloomed bright and knowing, her hair streaking toward pleased yellow at the tips. That's all I'm asking. Just think about it. Maybe talk to him when he inevitably comes to apologize for this latest catastrophe. The wedding cake stood perfect on its display platform, ready for delivery with minutes to spare before the reception began. Kat's professional pride remained intact, despite everything she'd endured that morning. But private recognition settled into her shoulders alongside the exhaustion. She could not continue this way indefinitely, and perhaps the elegant, precise, logical solution involved teaching the chaotic disaster next door how to channel his considerable power without destroying her temperature-controlled equipment in the process. Perhaps collaboration was the answer her perfectionist nature had been too proud to consider. Chapter 5. Alistair. Coffee grounds crunched beneath Alistair's boots as he swept another pile of crystalline debris toward the growing collection near his workshop's emergency cleanup station. The latest magical mishap, he'd lost count somewhere around number 17 for the week, had scattered components across every horizontal surface, leaving glittering trails that caught the afternoon light filtering through his windows. His arms ached from nearly an hour of cleanup, and the faint smell of ozone still hung in the air alongside burnt coffee and singed metal. The shadow falling across his workshop floor made him look up from his meticulous sweeping, his wire-rimmed glasses sliding down his nose as he registered the portly figure standing in his doorway. Mayor Cornelius Elderberry surveyed the chaos with the kind of diplomatic composure that suggested he'd seen far worse during his decades of Tinselcroft leadership. His silver beard was immaculately groomed, despite the magical disaster surrounding him. His three-piece suit a rich burgundy that somehow remained pristine, even as he stepped carefully around scattered spell components. The mayoral chain of office glinted across his chest, the ancient magical artifact humming with barely perceptible energy that made Alistair's own power flutter nervously in response. "Alistair, my boy," the mayor said in his naturally booming voice, the kind that filled council chambers and commanded attention at community gatherings. He gestured toward the shared wall with the needed cat, with one broad hand, his kind blue eyes taking in the fresh scorch marks and protective barriers with practiced assessment. "I believe we need to discuss the recent energetic nature of your magical experiments." Shame flooded Alistair's face, his fair skin flushing the telltale pink that always betrayed his emotional state. He set down his broom with hands that trembled slightly, straightening his glasses in a nervous gesture that did nothing to improve their perpetually askew position. His sandy brown hair stood in even more chaotic directions than usual, testament to the number of times he'd run frustrated fingers through it while contemplating his latest disaster. This was it, then. The official reprimand he'd been dreading since the coffee grinder explosion that morning. Mayor Elderberry was going to politely but firmly suggest he either develop better magical control or consider relocating his business somewhere less populated, somewhere his chaotic experiments wouldn't threaten neighboring establishments and their owners. His heart sank as he prepared for the inevitable conversation about responsibility and community standards, about how Tinselcroft valued harmony among its magical residents. He'd moved here hoping to find acceptance in a community of practitioners who understood what it meant to live with power humming beneath your skin. But instead, he'd proven himself a liability. "Mayor Elderberry, I'm so sorry." The words tumbled out in his characteristic rush of genuine contrition. "I've been trying to contain the magical feedback, but the shields I attempted actually amplified the resonance instead of dampening it. And I know my experiments have been affecting the needed cat's equipment, and I've caused problems for Miss Clausen's business." The mayor raised one hand in a gentle but authoritative gesture that stopped Alistair's apologetic rambling mid-sentence. His eyes held something that looked distinctly unlike disapproval, something that sparkled with what might have been amusement or, perhaps, carefully concealed mischief. "Actually, Alistair, I'm here about an opportunity." The mayor's pocket watch emerged from his waistcoat with practiced elegance, the antique gold catching light as he checked the time with the precision of someone managing multiple civic duties. "The Gingerbread Jubilee competition begins in 3 weeks, and this year we're implementing a new collaborative format." Alistair blinked, his brain scrambling to follow this unexpected conversational direction. The Gingerbread Jubilee was Tinselcroft's premier winter celebration, a competition he'd heard mentioned in reverent tones by longtime residents, but hadn't paid much attention to given his focus on establishing his repair business and avoiding further magical catastrophes. Teams of 2 will create collaborative, magical baking displays, Mayor Elderberry continued, his booming voice taking on the measured cadence of official pronouncements. The competition is designed to showcase how different magical approaches can work together to produce results greater than individual effort alone. Understanding began dawning, accompanied by a flutter of nervous anticipation that made the components in his emergency spell component satchel, hanging on its hook near his workbench, emit sympathetic sparkles of response to his emotional state. "I'm partnering you with Katarina Clausen from the Needed Cat," the mayor declared with diplomatic authority that brooked no argument, though his eyes held definite warmth alongside their administrative firmness. "The competition's collaborative requirements should provide excellent motivation for resolving your current magical incompatibilities." Alistair's jaw dropped, genuine shock rendering him momentarily speechless. A rare occurrence for someone who typically filled silence with enthusiastic explanations and wild gestures. His hazel eyes widened behind his askew glasses as his mind processed this development. Working directly with Kat, his elegant, precision-oriented neighbor, whose obvious competence both intimidated and fascinated him in equal measure. The woman whose temperature control he'd secretly admired from his workshop window, watching the way her magic flowed through her equipment with the kind of graceful precision he'd never managed to achieve. His satchel sparkled more brightly, responding to the surge of excitement that built in his chest despite the anxiety churning in his stomach. Components inside shifted with small metallic sounds, the bag's enchantments reacting to emotional energy the way they always did when he felt particularly strongly about something. "She's incredibly talented." The words burst out before his nervous brain could edit them into something more professionally appropriate. His hands began their characteristic wild gesturing, excitement overriding his anxiety as his natural optimism took control. "Her precision work is absolutely brilliant. I've watched her temperature control from my window, and the way she manages those display cases is like watching magical poetry in motion. The way she can maintain 6 different climate zones simultaneously while monitoring ingredient harmony across multiple recipes is extraordinary magical architecture." He caught himself mid-gesture, suddenly aware he'd revealed rather more than intended about how much attention he'd paid to Kat's work. His face flushed deeper pink as Mayor Elderberry's diplomatic smile suggested the older man was well aware of both the admiration and the challenges this partnership would present. "Ms. Clausen is indeed one of our finest magical bakers," the mayor agreed with benign authority. "And while I'm certain the collaboration will present adjustments for both of you, I have confidence that the Jubilee's framework will provide excellent structure for developing complementary working methods." Translation: the competition would force them to figure out how to work together, despite their obviously incompatible magical approaches. Alistair's mind raced through possibilities and problems in rapid succession. Working closely with Kat meant learning from someone whose magical abilities he genuinely admired, someone whose control and precision represented everything he wanted to achieve. The opportunity to observe her techniques firsthand, to understand how she maintained such flawless consistency, felt like the kind of learning experience he'd craved since discovering his own chaotic power as a teenager. But it also meant risking his chaotic tendencies, sabotaging any delicate collaborative work they attempted together. Meant potentially disappointing someone whose standards appeared impossibly high compared to his experimental approach. Meant exposing his magical inadequacies to the one person in Tinselcroft whose respect he desperately wanted to earn. The memory of Kat's expression when she'd visited his workshop that morning surfaced. Controlled irritation overlaying genuine concern. Professional courtesy masking deeper frustration. She'd maintained perfect politeness while making it abundantly clear that his magical disasters were threatening her business and her reputation. And now the mayor was partnering them for Tinselcroft's most important baking competition. "Has Miss Clausen agreed to this partnership?" Alistair asked carefully, suspecting he already knew the answer. His hands fidgeted with a crystalline conductor from the morning's explosion, the component's facets catching light as he turned it nervously between his fingers. Mayor Elderberry's diplomatic expression suggested volumes about how this particular team assignment had been decided. "I'll be informing Miss Clausen of the partnership arrangements shortly. The competition's collaborative framework is designed to help magical practitioners develop complementary working methods, and I believe you and Katerina represent an excellent opportunity for demonstrating how different approaches can achieve harmonious results." Translation: the mayor had decided to partner Tinselcroft's most chaotic disaster with its most precise perfectionist, and hoped the competition structure would somehow prevent complete catastrophe. Nervous energy coursed through Alistair as implications multiplied in his mind. 3 weeks to learn enough control to avoid destroying Kat's carefully crafted gingerbread displays. 3 weeks to prove his innovative ideas could complement rather than disrupt her methodical excellence. 3 weeks working closely with someone whose magical precision intimidated him, while her professional competence and elegant presence made his pulse race in entirely unprofessional ways. 3 weeks to either earn her respect or confirm every negative assumption she'd already formed about his chaotic abilities. The Jubilee's theme this year is Magical Harmony Through Collaboration, Mayor Elderberry continued, his pocket watch disappearing back into his waistcoat with practiced efficiency. Teams will be judged on technical execution, creative innovation, and demonstrated magical synchronization between partners. The competition includes both individual skill challenges and collaborative construction phases. Alistair's mind immediately began cataloging possibilities despite his anxiety. Collaborative magical work meant finding ways their different approaches could work together rather than against each other. Kat's precision could provide the structural foundation, while his experimental techniques added innovative elements. Her temperature control could stabilize his more volatile spells, while his creative problem-solving might inspire variations on her traditional methods. Or his chaotic magic could destroy her perfectly crafted work and ruin both their reputations in front of the entire town. "I won't let her down." The promise emerged with determined sincerity, his crooked smile appearing despite his anxiety as he committed to this impossible challenge. His hand stilled on the crystalline component, genuine resolve replacing nervous fidgeting. "I know my magic causes problems, but the mishaps stem from lack of training rather than lack of dedication. I'll work as hard as necessary to develop the control needed for successful collaboration." The mayor's expression shifted toward something warmer, his kind blue eyes holding approval that made Alistair's chest tighten with unexpected emotion. "I believe you will, my boy, and I believe this partnership will prove beneficial for both of you. Miss Clausen could benefit from exposure to more experimental approaches, while you clearly need guidance in precision and control." Alistair nodded, hope and terror warring in his chest as he processed this development. The mayor's confidence felt both reassuring and terrifying. What if he couldn't live up to that faith? What if his chaotic abilities proved too disruptive for even competition structure to contain? The first team meeting is scheduled for tomorrow morning at the Municipal Hall's Festival Planning Wing, Mayor Elderberry said, moving toward the door with the measured grace of someone accustomed to managing civic affairs with diplomatic efficiency. "I suggest you prepare some initial ideas for your collaborative display. The competition guidelines will be distributed at the meeting." The mayor paused in the doorway, his mayoral chain catching afternoon light as he turned back with a smile that held definite warmth alongside its administrative authority. "And Alistair, do try to avoid any explosive mishaps between now and tomorrow. First impressions matter, and I suspect Miss Clausen will be evaluating your potential as a partner with considerable scrutiny." Then he was gone, leaving Alistair alone in his workshop, surrounded by evidence of his magical inadequacies. Scorch marks decorating the walls, protective barriers showing stress fractures, emergency cleanup supplies testifying to frequent disasters, and the lingering smell of burnt coffee and ozone that defined his chaotic approach to magical repair work. His heart raced with thrilled anticipation that competed with genuine terror, working with Kat, learning from her precision, while sharing his innovative ideas. 3 weeks of close collaboration with someone whose magical competence inspired both admiration and intimidation in equal measure. 3 weeks to prove he could be worthy of partnership with Tinselcroft's premier magical baker. 3 weeks to either earn the respect he desperately wanted or confirm that his chaotic abilities made him fundamentally unsuitable for the kind of delicate, collaborative work the competition required. His emergency spell component satchel sparkled with enthusiastic energy that mirrored his own emotional state. Excitement and anxiety, swirling together in ways that made magical components react with sympathetic resonance. The bag's contents shifted and hummed, responding to the determination building beneath his nervousness. Alistair looked around his workshop with new perspective, seeing not just the evidence of his failures, but the potential for transformation. Every explosion represented learning. Every mishap provided data about how his magic interacted with different materials and techniques. His experimental approach had value, even if it lacked the precision Kat demonstrated so effortlessly. Maybe the mayor was right. Maybe collaboration could help both of them develop strengths that individual work couldn't achieve. Maybe working closely with Kat would provide the guidance he'd been seeking since arriving in Tinselcroft. Not formal apprenticeship with its rigid hierarchies, but practical partnership that respected both precision and innovation. Maybe his chaotic energy could complement, rather than threaten, her methodical excellence, if he learned to channel his power through collaborative structure instead of fighting for individual control. His crooked smile widened despite the nervous flutter in his chest, as determination solidified into genuine resolve. He wouldn't let Kat down. He'd work harder than he'd ever worked to develop the control necessary for successful partnership. He'd prove that his magical mishaps stemmed from lack of training rather than lack of dedication. He'd show her, and himself, that his chaotic abilities deserved respect alongside her precision-based magic. The afternoon light shifted through his workshop windows, illuminating crystalline debris that sparkled like tiny promises scattered across his workbench. Tomorrow morning, he'd face Kat at the municipal hall, would see her reaction to this unexpected partnership, would begin the terrifying and thrilling process of learning to work together. Tonight, he'd prepare. Chapter 6. Category. The pristine kitchen table gleamed under soft overhead lighting, its surface transformed into a command center that would have satisfied any military strategist. Kat arranged her color-coded notebooks in precise rows: forest green for scheduling, cream for technique protocols, chocolate brown for quality standards, each one open to pages filled with her careful handwriting. Charts spread across the available space showed multiple timeline options, each possibility calculated to the minute and marked with annotations about optimal workflow sequences. Her amber eyes tracked across the materials with focused intensity, that sharp, cat-shifter precision driving her to analyze every variable, every potential complication, every point where Alistair's chaotic approach might derail their collaborative efforts. The Gingerbread Jubilee competition started in 3 weeks. 3 weeks to somehow combine her methodical excellence with his explosive unpredictability and create something worthy of the town's premier baking competition. The overhead clock ticked with measured rhythm, while Kat considered the challenge Mayor Elderberry had dropped into her lap without consultation or warning. Partnership with someone whose magical mishaps rattled her building and disrupted her temperature-controlled equipment. collaboration with a neighbor whose workshop bore scorch marks and whose experiment sent coffee grounds exploding across entire workspaces. She tapped her pen against the chocolate brown notebook, mentally reviewing the mayor's announcement. The Gingerbread Jubilee required teams this year. Changes to competition structure meant to foster community cooperation and collaborative magical development. Each pair would create elaborate gingerbread displays, incorporating both traditional techniques and innovative magical approaches, with judging criteria that emphasized how well partners integrated their different styles into cohesive presentations. Integration. That was the word that made her ears flatten slightly against her skull before she caught the involuntary gesture and forced herself to relax. How could she integrate with someone whose entire approach contradicted everything she valued about magical baking? Precision mattered. Temperature control made the difference between perfectly risen soufflés and collapsed disasters. Ingredient timing determined whether delicate flavors harmonized or competed. Quality standards separated exceptional results from merely adequate ones. These weren't arbitrary preferences. They were fundamental principles that separated craft excellence from chaotic experimentation. And yet the mayor had paired her with Alistair, clearly expecting their opposing approaches to somehow produce collaborative magic rather than mutual catastrophe. Kat pulled the forest green scheduling notebook closer and began creating detailed preparation timelines. If she couldn't change the partnership arrangement, she could at least impose structure that might contain Alistair's unpredictable energy within manageable parameters. Her perfectly manicured fingers moved across the page with practiced efficiency, blocking out practice sessions, ingredient preparation windows, and construction timelines that accounted for magical settling periods and structural reinforcement requirements. The first week would focus on foundational work, preparing components, testing magical resonance patterns, establishing workflow rhythms that Alistair would need to follow. The second week would involve assembly and integration, with carefully scheduled checkpoints to ensure quality standards remained consistent. The third week provided buffer time for adjustments, refinements, and emergency corrections if his chaotic magic created disruptions requiring her precision-based damage control. She filled 3 pages with scheduling options, each one color-coded by priority level and annotated with contingency plans. Green markers indicated non-negotiable deadlines. Yellow highlighted flexible timeframes. Red flagged critical quality checkpoints where compromise would not be acceptable. With scheduling frameworks established, Kat moved to the cream notebook and began developing comprehensive technique protocols. Each aspect of magical baking required documentation. Temperature control procedures broken into measurable steps with specific degree ranges and timing sequences. Ingredient preparation matrices showing exact measurement tolerances and mixing methods. Quality assessment criteria with objective benchmarks for texture, structure, and flavor integration. Her cat shifter nature drove this documentation with particular intensity. Cats understood territory and boundaries, needed clear parameters to feel secure, valued precision and control over chaos and disruption. Creating detailed frameworks helped her maintain equilibrium in situations where external factors threatened her ordered environment. And Alistair definitely qualified as a threat to order. The temperature control protocol filled 2 full pages. Specific degree ranges for each stage of preparation, magical monitoring techniques to maintain consistency, environmental controls to prevent fluctuation, and emergency correction procedures if readings drifted outside acceptable parameters. She included diagrams showing optimal magical flow patterns and notes about how her cat shifter temperature sense enhanced precision beyond what standard magical thermometers could achieve. The ingredient timing matrix grew even more elaborate, with columns for each component and rows tracking preparation sequences, magical activation windows, integration opportunities, and quality checkpoints. She documented exact measurements down to individual grains of salt, noting how magical resonance affected ingredient behavior and what timing adjustments compensated for ambient magical interference. The protocols represented her expertise distilled into teachable steps. Everything she knew about precision-based magical baking translated into frameworks that someone with Alistair's chaotic approach might theoretically follow if he possessed sufficient discipline and dedication. Though his track record suggested that discipline remained a significant question mark. Kat's fingers found her pearl earrings, tapping against the smooth surface while she reviewed the competition requirements Mayor Elderberry had outlined. Teams needed to create architectural gingerbread displays, incorporating both traditional construction techniques and innovative magical enhancements. Judging would evaluate structural integrity, magical creativity, aesthetic presentation, and, most importantly, evidence of genuine collaborative integration between partners. Collaborative integration. There was that word again, mocking her preference for individual control. How did one integrate precision with chaos, structure with spontaneity, reliability with experimentation? The challenge felt less like partnership opportunity and more like professional compromise disguised as community celebration. She flipped to the chocolate brown notebook and began documenting quality standards that would guide their collaborative work. Structural integrity requirements, load-bearing specifications, foundation stability criteria, joinery strength benchmarks, aesthetic presentation expectations, color harmony principles, decorative consistency standards, thematic coherence guidelines, magical enhancement parameters, acceptable resonance ranges, safety protocols, backup systems for failed enchantments. Each standard included objective measurements and clear pass-fail criteria. Nothing subjective, nothing left to interpretation, nothing that Alistair could argue about or challenge based on his enthusiastic but unreliable instincts. The documentation process calmed her initial anxiety, replacing emotional resistance with professional framework. She couldn't control the partnership itself, but she could control how they approached their collaboration. Structure would protect her standards, while providing Alistair with guidelines that might channel his innovative impulses toward productive, rather than destructive outcomes. Her amber eyes scanned the completed materials, schedules, protocols, and standards representing hours of careful planning. Tomorrow morning's team meeting would provide opportunity to present these frameworks, establish clear expectations, and hopefully convince Alistair that following her systematic approach offered their best chance at competition success. Though his workshop explosions suggested he might find systematic approaches as challenging as he found magical control. Kat gathered her color-coded notebooks and stood from the kitchen table, her movements precise and economical as she prepared materials for tomorrow's discussion. The partnership still felt like professional obligation rather than genuine collaboration, a civic duty imposed by mayoral decree rather than authentic cooperative desire. But she was Katerina Clausen, third-generation baker whose family had established Tinselcroft's premier destination for exceptional baked goods. She maintained standards. She delivered excellence. She adapted to challenges without compromising quality, even when those challenges came in the form of well-intentioned chaos working in the repair shop next door. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the cobblestone street as Kat approached Finch's Fixes with her leather portfolio containing all her carefully documented planning materials. Her cream blazer and tailored trousers stood in stark contrast to the workshop's crooked, hand-painted sign and mismatched shutters, her professional appearance radiating controlled determination, despite private reservations about this entire partnership arrangement. She'd decided to visit before tomorrow's official team meeting. Establishing preliminary frameworks in private conversation felt more efficient than navigating group dynamics with Mayor Elderberry watching for evidence of successful collaboration. Besides, discussing expectations directly with Alistair would reveal whether he possessed any capacity for following structured approaches, or whether his chaotic nature extended beyond magical experiments into basic planning competence. The workshop door stood slightly ajar. afternoon light spilling across threshold boards that bore scorch marks testifying to frequent experimental mishaps. Kat paused in the doorway, preparing to encounter the organized chaos she'd glimpsed during her previous complaint visit. Instead, her amber eyes widened slightly at unexpected evidence of methodical preparation. Alistair's workbench, usually overflowing with mysterious components and tools hanging from every available surface, had been cleared and reorganized. Magical components sat in carefully labeled jars arranged by type and resonance pattern. Repair diagrams covered one section of workspace, showing circuit layouts and magical flow patterns documented with precise technical drawings. Reference books stood stacked by subject matter, their spines showing titles about collaborative magical techniques and precision-based enchantment theory. His leather notebook lay open beside the diagrams, its pages filled with detailed technical drawings that demonstrated theoretical knowledge far more sophisticated than his explosive practical results would suggest. Circuit schematics showed proper magical grounding configurations. Component compatibility charts documented resonance harmonies and interference patterns. Troubleshooting frameworks outlined systematic diagnostic approaches that bore surprising resemblance to her own methodical problem-solving methods. The contrast between the workshop's usual chaos and this evidence of structured preparation caught her off guard, disrupting her assumptions about Alistair's fundamental approach to magical work. Alistair looked up from studying a particularly complex magical circuit diagram, his wire-rimmed glasses reflecting workshop lights as recognition brightened his hazel eyes. Sandy brown hair showed evidence of recent experimental mishaps, singed ends suggesting close encounters with unstable magical reactions. But his expression radiated enthusiastic welcome, rather than defensive wariness at her unexpected visit. "Cat!" His crooked smile held genuine pleasure that made her chest tighten with unexpected warmth. "I was hoping you'd stop by before tomorrow's meeting. I wanted to show you something." He gestured toward the diagram spread across his workbench, moving with that characteristic energy that seemed barely contained by his lanky frame. "I've been analyzing why the coffee grinder failed, mapping the magical circuit pathways to understand where my repair spell created resonance interference instead of stabilizing the existing enchantment structure." Kat moved closer, despite her initial intention to maintain professional distance, drawn by curiosity about technical explanations that sounded remarkably competent. The diagram showed intricate magical flow patterns, documented with precision that matched her own analytical standards. Color-coded annotations identified specific failure points, with detailed notes explaining how his enthusiastic spellcasting had amplified existing instabilities rather than correcting them. "See here?" Alistair pointed to a section where two magical pathways intersected. The original enchantment relied on balanced resonance between grinding mechanism and containment ward. My repair spell added power without considering how that additional energy would interact with the existing balance, like turning up amplifier volume without adjusting for frequency harmonics. His explanation demonstrated deep understanding of magical theory, even if his practical application remained chaotic. The technical language revealed genuine knowledge about resonance patterns, energy distribution, and circuit stability, all principles fundamental to precision-based magical work. "I know the execution was disastrous," he continued, his crooked smile turning rueful as he adjusted his askew glasses. "But understanding why helps me recognize what I need to learn. Power without precision creates chaos. I've got the power part figured out. It's the precision I'm missing." The vulnerability in that admission made Kat's instinctive defensiveness waver slightly. He wasn't making excuses or dismissing the disruption his mishaps caused. He recognized his limitations while working to understand and correct them. That self-awareness suggested potential for collaborative partnership, even if actual execution remained uncertain. "I've been researching collaborative magical techniques," Alistair said eagerly, pulling several books from his organized stack. Library stamps marked their spines, borrowed materials rather than personal collection. Margin notes filled available spaces with careful observations and questions that demonstrated genuine effort to understand precision-based approaches. One book fell open to a chapter about temperature control in magical baking, its margins covered with Alistair's handwriting. He documented questions about how cat shifter thermal sense enhanced temperature monitoring, noted specific techniques for maintaining consistent heat distribution, and sketched diagrams showing magical flow patterns that might stabilize ambient temperature fields. I realized I don't actually understand how your precision magic works, he explained, running fingers through his sandy brown hair and leaving it even more disheveled than before. I mean, I can see the results. Your pastries are absolutely exceptional. But I couldn't articulate the underlying principles. So I've been reading about temperature control techniques, ingredient timing methods, and structural integrity frameworks, trying to understand the foundations of your approach so I can work with them instead of against them. The research effort surprised Kat more than she wanted to admit. Most people assumed baking required basic competence without appreciating the sophisticated magical theory underlying consistent excellence. Alistair had identified knowledge gaps and worked to fill them, demonstrating respect for her expertise through genuine study rather than empty compliments. She pulled her own color-coded notebooks from her leather portfolio, setting them on the cleared workspace with careful precision. I've been creating preparation schedules and technique protocols for our collaboration, frameworks that might help channel your innovative approaches while maintaining the quality standards the competition requires. Alistair's hazel eyes widened behind his askew glasses as he took in her comprehensive planning materials. 3 notebooks filled with detailed schedules, matrices, diagrams, and quality benchmarks. His expression shifted from surprise to something approaching awe as he carefully opened the forest green scheduling notebook and began reading her timeline options. "This is incredibly thorough," he breathed, his voice carrying genuine appreciation rather than polite courtesy. "You've accounted for magical settling periods, structural reinforcement windows, quality checkpoint timing, everything I wouldn't have thought to consider until problems emerged." His finger traced one of her annotated timelines, following color-coded markers that indicated priority levels and contingency planning. "The way you've built flexibility into the schedule while maintaining critical deadlines shows remarkable strategic thinking. You're not just planning tasks, you're architecting an entire workflow ecosystem." The technical observation surprised Kat. Most people saw her organizational systems as excessive perfectionism rather than strategic framework design. Alistair recognized the sophisticated thinking underlying her detailed planning, appreciating complexity instead of dismissing it as unnecessary control. She opened the cream notebook to her temperature control protocols, watching his expression grow more focused as he studied her documented procedures. Each stage requires specific temperature ranges with minimal fluctuation tolerance. Magical monitoring techniques maintain consistency while environmental controls prevent ambient interference. If readings drift outside acceptable parameters, these correction procedures restore proper conditions. Alistair nodded, his eyes tracking across her detailed specifications with a kind of intense concentration that suggested genuine comprehension rather than polite attention. "The precision makes sense now that I understand the underlying principles. Gingerbread structure depends on precise sugar crystallization patterns, which require exact temperature control throughout preparation. Too much heat variation and the crystals form inconsistently, compromising structural integrity." His technical understanding impressed her, despite lingering skepticism about whether he could translate theoretical knowledge into practical execution. He'd clearly absorbed information from his research, connecting temperature control principles to structural outcomes in ways that demonstrated sophisticated magical thinking. "The ingredient timing matrix is particularly elegant," he continued, examining the cream notebook's second section. "You've mapped magical activation windows for each component, showing how resonance patterns interact during preparation. This explains why mixing sequence matters so much. It's not arbitrary tradition. It's optimized for magical harmony. Kat found herself relaxing slightly as Alistair engaged with her documentation as technical framework rather than excessive restriction. His questions revealed genuine curiosity about her methods, while his observations showed he understood the sophisticated reasoning underlying her systematic approach. "I know my execution is unreliable," Alistair admitted, looking up from her protocols with vulnerable honesty that made her amber eyes soften despite professional reserve. "But I promise to follow your lead and try not to disrupt the precision work that makes your results so exceptional. I genuinely want to learn from your approach." His crooked smile held self-deprecating warmth as he gestured around his workshop, indicating scorch marks and protective barriers that testified to frequent magical mishaps. "I've spent years developing power without proper training and control. Working with someone who's mastered precision offers opportunity to finally learn what I've been missing. I won't waste that by insisting my chaotic methods deserve equal weight. Your expertise should guide our collaboration." The admission caught Kat off guard, disrupting her assumptions about how this conversation would unfold. She'd expected defensiveness about his experimental approach, arguments about the value of innovation, resistance to her structured frameworks. Instead, Alistair acknowledged his limitations while expressing genuine enthusiasm about learning from her systematic methods. That humility suggested partnership potential she hadn't anticipated finding. Their discussion continued as afternoon light shifted through workshop windows, illuminating technical diagrams and color-coded notebooks while they navigated the fundamental challenge of their collaboration. Her need for controlled precision conflicted with his intuitive experimental methods. Yet Kat noticed how respectfully Alistair listened to her concerns, and how eagerly he asked questions about her magical techniques without challenging her expertise or diminishing her standards. He wanted to understand her approach rather than defend his own chaotic methods. He recognized the value in her precision-based magic, while acknowledging that his powerful but untrained abilities needed channeling through systematic frameworks. "What if we structured our workflow so you handle all precision-critical stages?" Alistair suggested, his hazel eyes bright with problem-solving enthusiasm, "while I focus on innovative enhancement elements that complement rather than disrupt your foundational work. Your temperature control and ingredient preparation establish reliable structure. Then my experimental additions provide creative flourishes that build on your solid base." The suggestion showed surprising strategic thinking, recognizing where his contributions added value while respecting where her expertise required primary control. Division of labor based on complementary strengths rather than contentious compromise. Kat considered the proposal, her cat shifter precision analyzing potential workflow sequences. If Alistair handled enhancement elements after she established structural foundations, his chaotic energy might create interesting innovations without threatening core quality standards. Her reliable excellence would provide safety net for his experimental approaches, allowing creative risk-taking within protected parameters. "That could work," she admitted slowly, amber eyes tracking across her technique protocols while mentally mapping how his suggestion might integrate with her documented frameworks. "If you can commit to following temperature and timing specifications I establish, then your magical enhancements could add elements I wouldn't attempt because my precision-focused approach makes me risk-averse about experimentation." His crooked smile widened with genuine delight that lit his entire expression. "I can absolutely commit to specifications. Having clear parameters actually helps channel my magic more effectively. When I know exactly what I'm trying to achieve, my spells work better than when I'm improvising without framework." The admission suggested his chaotic mishaps stemmed partly from lack of structure rather than fundamental incompetence. Giving clear objectives and detailed specifications, his powerful magic might produce innovative results instead of explosive disasters. Kat gathered her color-coded notebooks, processing everything this conversation had revealed about Alistair and their collaborative potential. She'd arrived expecting to impose rigid frameworks on reluctant chaos, prepared to fight for standards against someone who valued experimentation over excellence. Instead, she discovered genuine technical knowledge underlying his explosive practical results, found evidence of dedicated research demonstrating respect for her expertise, and encountered humble willingness to learn from her systematic approaches rather than defensive insistence about experimental value. The partnership still carried significant risk. His magical control issues remained real concerns, and 3 weeks provided limited time to develop reliable collaborative rhythms. But cautious optimism replaced her initial reluctance as understanding of Alistair expanded beyond simple assumptions about chaotic incompetence. "Tomorrow's team meeting will establish official competition requirements," she said, her voice carrying professional efficiency that no longer felt defensive. "But I think this preliminary discussion helps us approach our partnership with clearer expectations about our complementary roles." Alistair nodded enthusiastically, his sandy brown hair catching late afternoon light streaming through workshop windows. "Thank you for taking time to share your frameworks with me. Your systematic approach gives me structure I desperately need, while hopefully my innovative instincts might contribute creative elements that enhance rather than disrupt your excellence." The genuine gratitude in his expression made Kat's chest warm with unexpected pleasure. She'd spent 5 years building her bakery's reputation through solitary dedication to perfectionist standards, maintaining professional distance from community members while focusing entirely on craft mastery. Collaboration felt foreign and threatening to her controlled existence. But perhaps opposing approaches might somehow complement each other if she could find ways to channel Alistair's innovation without sacrificing her standards. Perhaps his chaotic energy could add dimension to her precise excellence instead of merely disrupting it. Perhaps partnership carried potential she'd been too controlled to recognize until Mayor Elderberry forced her beyond comfortable individual territory. Kat left the workshop as evening shadows stretched across cobblestone streets, her leather portfolio containing color-coded notebooks that would guide their collaborative preparation. Her cream blazer remained pristine, despite time spent in Alistair's workspace, her tailored trousers showing no evidence of workshop chaos. External order maintained even while internal assumptions shifted slightly. The Gingerbread Jubilee partnership still represented professional challenge rather than easy collaboration. But evidence of Alistair's dedication and theoretical knowledge created foundation for cautious optimism about their chances. 3 weeks to combine precision with innovation, structure with spontaneity, reliability with experimentation. 3 weeks to discover whether opposing approaches could create collaborative magic rather than mutual catastrophe. 3 weeks to explore partnership potential with someone whose earnest enthusiasm and vulnerable honesty threatened her careful emotional control as much as his chaotic magic disrupted her temperature-regulated equipment. Kat climbed the stairs to her immaculate apartment above the needed cat, amber eyes thoughtful as she processed the afternoon's unexpected revelations. Tomorrow's team meeting would make their collaboration official, would establish competition requirements and judging criteria that would define success parameters. Tonight, she'd review her frameworks one more time, refining specifications to account for Alistair's strengths while protecting against his weaknesses. Tonight, she'd prepare for partnership with someone who'd surprised her by demonstrating respect for her expertise and genuine willingness to learn from her systematic approaches. Tonight, she'd allow herself cautious hope that maybe, just maybe, their opposing styles might create something neither could achieve alone. Chapter 7. Alistair's workshop was cluttered but familiar. A comfortable chaos where he understood the location and purpose of every scorched tool, every half-finished repair, every emergency spell component scattered across workbenches marked with magical mishaps. His emergency spell component satchel belonged there, its well-worn leather and eclectic contents matching the experimental energy that permeated every corner of his domain. The needed cat was something else entirely. He stood just inside Kat's workspace, his leather satchel hanging awkwardly from his shoulder like a stain on pristine fabric, feeling absurdly out of place amid gleaming copper fixtures and marble countertops arranged with geometric precision. Everything possessed its designated location: measuring cups nested by perfect-size gradations, ingredient jars labeled with elegant calligraphy, mixing bowls organized by both diameter and depth, with spacing that suggested mathematical calculation rather than casual arrangement. The temperature-controlled display cases hummed with sophisticated magical resonance that responded to the slightest environmental change, their brass fittings polished to mirror brightness, their glass panels showing faint runic patterns that spoke of complex enchantment work far beyond his self-taught abilities. The air carried layered scents of vanilla, cinnamon, and that indefinable quality of magic working in absolute harmony. Nothing overpowering, everything balanced with the precision that defined Kat's entire approach to her craft. His cardigan bore coffee grounds from this morning's explosive repair attempt, the stains joining burn marks and mysterious discolorations accumulated over weeks of magical experimentation. His khakis showed evidence of workshop life: metal filings clinging to the fabric, a streak of crystalline residue from enchantment work, wrinkles suggesting he'd grabbed them off the floor rather than from any organized closet. His wire-rimmed glasses sat slightly askew on his nose, and his sandy brown hair defied the smoothing attempts he'd made before walking over for their first official practice session. Everything about him screamed chaos compared to Kat's elegant perfection. She'd spread her color-coded notebooks across the marble countertop, their pages showing detailed preparation schedules that intimidated him with comprehensive precision. Blue tabs marked ingredient preparation phases, green indicated mixing sequences, yellow highlighted temperature transition points, pink designated quality checkpoints. Purple outlined magical enhancement timing. Orange specified collaborative integration moments. The sheer organizational complexity made his chest tight with anxiety about meeting standards that seemed designed for someone with fundamentally different capabilities. He'd enthusiastically embraced their partnership yesterday, encouraged by her willingness to provide structure for his experimental instincts. But standing here, surrounded by evidence of her systematic mastery, while acutely aware of his chaotic limitations, doubt crept through his initial optimism. "I've broken the competition requirements into 16 primary phases," Kat explained, her amber eyes focused on the schedules rather than his disheveled appearance, her voice carrying professional efficiency. Each phase has specific objectives, quality metrics, and timing parameters to ensure we maintain standards throughout the process. 16 phases, specific objectives, quality metrics, timing parameters. Alistair nodded, studying her color-coded technique protocols with genuine appreciation, despite the intimidation factor. His hazel eyes widened behind wire-rimmed glasses as he examined her systematic approach to magical baking. Every variable accounted for, every potential issue addressed with contingency procedures, every technique broken into manageable steps with clear success criteria. The level of detail was extraordinary. She'd created ingredient timing matrices showing exactly when to introduce each component for optimal magical interaction. Temperature specification charts tracked required heat levels with precision down to individual degrees. Technique sequence diagrams illustrated proper hand movements for combining ingredients while channeling enhancement magic. Quality checkpoint descriptions provided specific sensory markers indicating correct progression through each phase. "Your organizational system is incredible," he said earnestly, his long fingers tracing the careful measurements and temperature specifications in her blue-tabbed notebook. "I've never seen magical work broken down into such precise, manageable steps. It's like having a roadmap for excellence." Kat glanced up from arranging their practice ingredients, something that might have been pleased surprise flickering across her elegant features before professional composure reasserted itself. "Systematic frameworks eliminate variables that introduce error. When every step follows proven procedures, results become reliably reproducible rather than dependent on chance or instinct. The implicit criticism of his experimental approach stung slightly. Though he understood her perspective after witnessing his workshop's evidence of chaotic unreliability, his instincts had produced explosive coffee grinder catastrophes and shield spells that amplified problems instead of containing them. Her systematic precision generated consistent excellence that built 5 years of impeccable reputation. Still, yesterday's conversation suggested she recognized potential value in innovation if he could channel it through her structural frameworks rather than wild improvisation. That recognition represented more respect than he'd expected from someone whose magical interference he'd been disrupting for weeks. "Where would you like me to begin?" Alistair asked, gesturing toward the ingredients she'd assembled with characteristic precision. Flour measured to exact specifications, spices organized by flavor intensity, butter portions calculated for optimal fat content distribution, crystallized ginger arranged by size for consistent texture contribution. "Ingredient preparation during Phase 2, Kat said, indicating the blue-tabbed section showing preliminary processing requirements. "We need to establish baseline magical resonance with each component before moving into enhancement work. Your role involves creating harmonic connections, while I maintain temperature stability and structural integrity." Right. Harmonic connections. He could do that. Probably. Nervous energy radiated through Alistair as they began the first practice session, his magical signature immediately causing subtle fluctuations in Kat's temperature-controlled display cases. The equipment responded to his anxiety with noticeable instability, temperature readings shifting by 2 degrees, humidity levels adjusting unnecessarily, magical resonance patterns showing interference waves that disrupted the case's normal, smooth operation. Kat's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly as her precisely calibrated systems reacted to his chaotic energy. But she maintained professional focus on the ingredient preparation procedures. "Start with the crystallized ginger. Touch each piece and establish basic harmonic resonance. Nothing elaborate yet. Just acknowledge its essential nature and encourage it toward collaborative willingness." Alistair reached into his emergency spell component satchel for the small quartz conductor he used for delicate harmonic work. His movement knocking over a measuring cup Kat had positioned at exact 90-degree angle to the countertop edge. The cup clattered across marble surface, sending precise measurement markings into chaotic disarray. Sorry! Heat flooded his fair skin with embarrassed flush as he scrambled to retrieve the cup, somehow managing to transfer coffee grounds from this morning's mishap directly from his cardigan sleeve onto Kat's immaculate work surface. The dark specks stood out starkly against pristine white marble, like accusatory evidence of his fundamental incompatibility with her organized perfection. Kat's amber eyes narrowed with controlled irritation that she suppressed beneath professional courtesy, though the slight purr emerging from her throat suggested feline instincts responding to disorder with territorial displeasure. She produced a spotless cloth and cleaned the coffee grounds with efficient movements that somehow conveyed disapproval more effectively than words. "Perhaps keep your satchel on the floor rather than your shoulder," she suggested with careful neutrality. Reducing physical interference might help minimize magical disruption as well. Right. Good idea. He should have thought of that himself. Alistair set his leather satchel beside the marble countertop, immediately feeling both more mobile and somehow more vulnerable without its familiar weight. The bag contained his tools, his emergency components, his magical identity assembled through years of self-taught experimentation. Without it, he felt exposed to Kat's systematic scrutiny, just chaotic Alistair with unreliable abilities, trying not to disappoint someone whose standards exceeded anything he'd encountered. He focused on the crystallized ginger, touching each piece carefully while channeling basic harmonic acknowledgement through his fingertips. The technique came naturally, despite his nervousness. Establishing magical connection felt intuitive, like introducing himself to new acquaintances and inviting collaborative relationship rather than imposing controlling authority. The ginger responded warmly to his approach, its essential nature opening toward his magical signature with willing cooperation. Sharp spice notes emerged alongside subtle sweetness, structural crystallization balanced with retained moisture, preserved fruit character enhanced by sugar transformation. Each piece possessed unique personality within shared characteristics, like siblings with individual quirks beneath family resemblance. Good, Kat murmured, watching his work with professional assessment. Your harmonic establishment shows natural sensitivity. Now, maintain that connection while I begin temperature calibration for optimal magical integration. She moved to her enchanted ovens, making minute adjustments to heating elements that responded to her touch with absolute precision. Her self-measuring ingredients began dispensing flour according to calculated specifications, the magical systems working in perfect synchronization with her intended protocols, until Alistair's chaotic energy interfered. The flour dispenser stuttered, releasing slightly incorrect amounts that threw off Kat's careful calculations. Her oven temperature fluctuated by 3 degrees despite locked settings, the magical controls struggling against interference patterns radiating from his nervous magical signature. The butter portions measured inconsistently, fat content distribution varying when it should have remained absolutely uniform. Kat's elegant features showed controlled frustration as the foundation of her precision-based approach threatened to crumble beneath his unintentional disruption. Her amber eyes shifted toward golden green with focused agitation, her movements becoming slightly sharper as she attempted to compensate for equipment instability that undermined her systematic excellence. Guilt twisted through Alistair's chest. He was supposed to contribute innovation within her structural frameworks, not destroy the very foundation that made her work exceptional. His presence in her pristine workspace created exactly the chaos he'd promised yesterday to channel constructively. Desperate to contribute something valuable rather than continued disruption, he reached for his emergency spell component satchel and retrieved materials for an experimental harmony spell he'd developed for flavor enhancement. The technique was unconventional, but had produced interesting results when he'd tested it on his own cooking attempts. Layering magical frequencies to create resonance patterns that amplified complexity, rather than simply intensifying existing characteristics. If he could enhance their gingerbread base with sophisticated flavors that Kat's precision work wouldn't naturally achieve, maybe that innovation would demonstrate collaborative value, despite his tendency toward chaotic interference. I'd like to try something, Alistair said carefully, hoping his tone conveyed respect for her leadership rather than presumptuous overstepping. An experimental harmony spell that might add unexpected flavor dimensions to the basic gingerbread mixture. It's unpredictable in specific results, but the general effect creates interesting complexity. Kat paused her temperature recalibration efforts, studying him with cautious consideration. What components does this experimental spell require? I need to ensure it won't catastrophically interact with my established magical framework. Fair question, given his track record. Alistair showed her the small vials he'd selected from his satchel. Essence of cardamom seeds suspended in neutral oil. Crystallized orange blossom preserved in honey. Warming spice blend incorporating cinnamon variants from 3 different magical growing regions. Each component carried specific magical frequencies that, when properly layered, created harmonic resonance encouraging ingredients toward collaborative flavor evolution. The spell weaves enhancement frequencies around your temperature work without directly interfering, he explained, his enthusiasm growing despite nervousness about potential failure. Instead of imposing flavor characteristics, it encourages the gingerbread mixture to explore its own complexity potential, discovering notes that exist within the ingredient relationships but need magical permission to emerge fully. Kat's amber eyes showed genuine interest beneath professional skepticism. Magical permission for ingredient self-expression rather than external flavor imposition. That's actually innovative theoretical foundation, even if the practical execution concerns me given your control issues. The qualified approval made his crooked smile appear despite anxiety about disappointing her expectations. She recognized theoretical merit in his approach, even while doubting his ability to execute it reliably. Reasonable assessment given extensive evidence of his chaotic, practical results. I'll channel the spell very carefully around your established framework, Alistair promised, meaning every word, despite knowing his magical control remained fundamentally unreliable. Your precision work provides the foundation. My innovation just adds unexpected possibilities within that stable structure. Kat nodded slowly, her posture suggesting she was taking calculated risk by allowing his experimental contribution. Proceed with your harmony spell, but if it threatens structural integrity of my temperature calibration, I'm shutting down your magical input immediately. Absolutely fair boundary. Alistair began his muttered incantations, weaving enhancement frequencies through Kat's precise temperature work with more care than he'd applied to any previous magical effort. The spell components from his satchel released their essences in carefully controlled measures, cardamom contributing warm complexity, orange blossom adding delicate floral brightness, cinnamon variants creating depth through regional characteristic variations. His hazel eyes focused intently behind wire-rimmed glasses as he channeled innovation around Kat's established magical framework rather than through it, respecting her foundation while introducing possibilities her systematic approach wouldn't naturally explore. The harmony spell, encouraged rather than commanded, invited rather than imposed, created space for ingredient self-expression within her structural stability. The magical frequencies layered with building intensity, creating resonance patterns that rippled through the gingerbread base with effects neither of them had anticipated. Alistair felt the spell beginning to slip sideways from his intended parameters, his imperfect control allowing the enhancement magic to evolve beyond planned specifications. But instead of catastrophic explosion or chaotic disaster, the sideways evolution produced unexpectedly positive results. Flavors emerged from the basic gingerbread mixture with sophisticated complexity that stunned him. Cardamom notes appearing as warm undertones rather than dominant characteristics. Orange blossom contributing subtle brightness that enhanced rather than overpowered the molasses foundation. Cinnamon variations creating depth that seemed to dance on the tongue rather than simply providing heat. The warming spices developed layers upon layers of nuanced interaction, each taste revealing new dimensions as the magical enhancement encouraged ingredient relationships toward their highest collaborative potential. Kat paused mid-technique adjustment, her elegant features showing genuine surprise as enchanted mixing bowls began incorporating the enhanced gingerbread base according to her precise specifications. She produced a small tasting spoon from her immaculate implements collection and sampled the mixture directly, her professional demeanor shifting dramatically as she experienced flavors more sophisticated than anything she'd achieved through pure precision work. Her amber eyes brightened with what Alistair desperately hoped might be grudging admiration for his accidental innovation. Her expression cycling through surprise, analytical assessment, and reluctant appreciation, while her precise palate analyzed the complex flavor interactions his harmony spell had encouraged. That's actually remarkable, Kat admitted after several moments of silent tasting, her controlled voice carrying genuine respect that made Alistair's chest warm with hopeful pleasure. The harmony spell created resonance patterns I've never achieved with traditional enhancement techniques. The flavor progression shows incredible sophistication, opening with familiar gingerbread comfort before revealing cardamom complexity, then orange blossom brightness, finally settling into layered cinnamon depth that continues evolving with each taste. She looked at him with new consideration, her amber eyes studying his rumpled appearance and chaotic satchel, as though reassessing fundamental assumptions about the relationship between his disheveled exterior and actual magical capabilities. How did you know to layer the magical frequencies that way? Kat asked, her professional curiosity apparently overcoming her preference for systematic explanation. The resonance patterns suggest deliberate harmonic calculation, but your execution looked entirely intuitive rather than following established enhancement theory. Alistair's crooked smile widened with genuine delight that she appreciated his innovation despite disapproving of his unpredictable methods. Her question gave him hope that his contributions might have real value, even though his chaotic execution would never match her systematic reliability. I didn't plan the specific result, he admitted honestly, gesturing at the enhanced gingerbread mixture with long fingers marked by magical mishap scars. I followed my intuitive sense of how magical flavors want to interact, what frequencies feel compatible, which essences desire collaborative relationship, how enhancement patterns might encourage ingredients toward the natural complexity rather than imposing external characteristics. He pulled his emergency spell component satchel closer, finding comfort in its familiar chaos while explaining his unconventional approach. Traditional enhancement theory treats ingredients as passive recipients of magical flavor imposition, but I've always felt like ingredients possess their own desires about flavor evolution, and magic works better when it creates space for that self-expression, rather than forcing predetermined results. Kat tasted the gingerbread mixture again, her elegant features thoughtful as she processed both the sophisticated flavors and his theoretical explanation. Ingredient agency and magical enhancement. That's genuinely innovative culinary magical theory, even if it contradicts established precision-based methodologies that treat consistent reproduction as the primary success metric. Her tone suggested professional respect, fighting against systematic training that valued reliability over innovation, control over creativity, planned excellence over accidental discovery. But the fact that she acknowledged theoretical merit in his approach represented more validation than Alistair had received from anyone regarding his self-taught magical work. Your intuitive method produced results I couldn't achieve through my precise calculations, Kat continued, her amber eyes meeting his hazel gaze with honest assessment. That suggests complementary value in our opposing approaches, assuming we can develop reliable, collaborative frameworks that channel your innovation without catastrophic chaos disrupting my foundational precision. The qualified acknowledgement made Alistair's enthusiasm grow, despite awareness of how much improvement he needed to become truly reliable partner worthy of her extraordinary standards. She saw potential in their collaboration beyond simple tolerance of his necessary participation in mayor-mandated partnership. She recognized that his chaotic creativity might actually enhance her systematic excellence if they could find ways to work together effectively. I can commit to channeling innovation more carefully, he promised earnestly, meaning every word despite his track record suggesting otherwise. Having your structural frameworks helps direct my experimental instincts toward productive contribution, rather than wild improvisation that creates disasters. Kat nodded slowly, returning her attention to the enhanced gingerbread mixture, while making minute adjustments to her temperature calibration. We'll continue the practice session using your harmony-enhanced base. I want to see how the sophisticated flavors interact with my precision structural work during the remaining preparation phases. They worked through the next hour with mixed results that left Alistair feeling both encouraged and acutely aware of his limitations. His magical signature continued causing subtle interference with Kat's temperature-controlled display cases, making her precisely calibrated system struggle against chaotic energy that disrupted normal smooth operation. He knocked over 2 more measuring implements despite conscious efforts toward physical coordination, leaving coffee grounds and crystalline residue on surfaces Kat had to clean with controlled irritation. The self-measuring ingredients dispensed inconsistently whenever his nervousness spiked, throwing off Kat's careful calculations and forcing her to compensate manually for magical automation that should have worked flawlessly. Her enchanted ovens fluctuated between temperature specifications despite locked settings, the heating elements responding to interference patterns that undermined her systematic approach to consistent excellence. But balanced against those minor disasters were genuine moments of unexpected collaboration. His intuitive sense of magical timing helped Kat refine her enhancement sequences, his ability to feel when ingredients desired interaction, providing insight her systematic frameworks hadn't captured. The harmony spell's sophisticated flavors elevated her precise structural work beyond anything she'd achieved through pure technique mastery, creating gingerbread complexity that made her amber eyes brighten with professional appreciation. When he suggested adjusting the butter incorporation timing based on how the fat molecules felt about integrating with enhanced flour particles, Kat initially dismissed the anthropomorphic description as unscientific nonsense, but she tested his recommendation and discovered improved texture distribution that her calculations had missed, leading to grudging admission that his intuitive ingredient sensitivity provided valid information despite unconventional theoretical foundation. His experimental approach to magical kneading, encouraging the dough toward collaborative gluten development rather than imposing mechanical structure, produced elasticity characteristics that complemented Kat's precise temperature control beautifully. The resulting gingerbread possessed both reliable structural integrity and unexpected textural complexity, combining her systematic excellence with his innovative sensitivity in ways neither could achieve independently. By the practice session's end, their workspace showed evidence of both chaos and creation. Coffee grounds still marked one corner of the marble countertop despite Kat's cleaning efforts. Measuring cups sat slightly askew from their perfect 90-degree positioning. Alistair's emergency spell component satchel had transferred mysterious stains onto pristine floor tiles, but cooling on Kat's perfectly calibrated racks sat gingerbread samples demonstrating genuine collaborative potential, sophisticated flavor complexity married to reliable structural precision, innovative creativity channeled through systematic excellence, chaotic experimentation balanced by organized methodology. Kat studied the cooling samples with professional assessment that gradually shifted toward cautious optimism, her amber eyes analytical as she evaluated their first attempt at true collaborative work. "We have significant improvement areas," she said carefully, her controlled voice acknowledging both problems and possibilities. "Your magical interference remains concerning, and physical coordination issues create ongoing disruption." Alistair nodded, accepting criticism he knew was entirely justified. His chaotic energy had caused measurable problems throughout their practice session, creating frustration for someone whose entire professional identity centered on precision and reliability. "However," Kat continued, surprising him with qualification that suggested positive assessment alongside criticism, "your innovative contributions produced results I couldn't achieve independently. The flavor sophistication and textural complexity demonstrate genuine collaborative value, assuming we can develop better frameworks for channeling your creativity constructively." She met his gaze directly, her elegant features serious but not dismissive. "I think this partnership might actually work if we both commit to learning from each other's strengths rather than simply tolerating opposing weaknesses." Hope bloomed bright in Alistair's chest, warm and encouraging despite awareness of how much work lay ahead. Kat saw potential beyond forced tolerance of mayor-mandated collaboration. She recognized that his chaotic innovation might genuinely enhance her systematic excellence rather than merely disrupting it. 3 weeks to develop reliable collaborative rhythms. 3 weeks to prove his contributions carried value worthy of her extraordinary standards. 3 weeks to discover whether opposing approaches might create magic neither could achieve alone. 3 weeks working closely with someone whose elegant precision and growing respect made his heart race as much as his chaotic magic disrupted her temperature-controlled equipment. Chapter 8. Category. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the kneaded Kat's pristine marble countertops when movement outside the front window caught Kat's attention. A sleek black car, something expensive and foreign that didn't belong to any Tinselcroft resident, pulled smoothly into a parking space across the street. The woman who emerged carried herself with the kind of confident bearing that came from years of professional authority. Tall and statuesque, with rich, dark skin that glowed in the winter sunlight, she wore her natural black hair in elegant locks adorned with small silver beads that caught the light with each precise movement. Her burgundy blazer looked custom-tailored, the kind of impeccable fit that suggested someone who valued excellence in all things. Kat's amber eyes narrowed slightly as she watched the stranger assess Tinselcroft's main street with sharp, analytical attention. Not the casual appreciation of a tourist, but the systematic evaluation of someone accustomed to judging rather than simply experiencing. The woman's gaze swept across storefronts with professional thoroughness, making notes in a leather portfolio that suggested serious business rather than holiday browsing. When those assessing eyes landed on the kneaded Kat's cream and green facade, the woman's expression shifted into something that might have been approval or possibly interest. She crossed the street with purposeful strides, her low heels clicking against cobblestones, with the rhythm of someone who knew exactly where she was going and why. The bell above the bakery door chimed its welcoming note as the stranger entered, bringing with her an air of sophisticated authority that made Kat's professional instincts snap to immediate attention. This wasn't a customer looking for afternoon pastries. This was someone whose presence demanded careful management. "Good afternoon," Kat said with her most polished customer service warmth, smoothing her apron with practiced precision. "Welcome to the Kneaded Cat. What can I help you with today?" The woman's dark eyes swept across the bakery's interior with the same methodical assessment she'd given the street, cataloging the temperature-controlled display cases with their gleaming brass fittings, the precisely arranged pastries organized by color and size, the spotless marble countertops reflecting afternoon light, the copper fixtures polished to perfection. Nothing escaped her notice, from the hand-embroidered cats on Kat's apron to the faint, magical shimmer around the self-measuring ingredient dispensers. "You must be Katerina Clausen," the woman said with authoritative warmth, extending a perfectly manicured hand. "I'm Beatrice Wyndham from Enchanted Eats magazine. I'm here to cover your gingerbread jubilee for our holiday issue." The words hit Kat like a cold wave, professional recognition warring instantly with sudden anxiety. Enchanted Eats, the paranormal community's premier culinary publication, read by thousands of discerning magical practitioners across the country. The magazine food critics consulted before choosing vacation destinations. The publication pastry chefs referenced when developing new techniques. The standard against which magical baking excellence was measured. And this woman was here to evaluate Tinselcroft's small-town competition. Kat's hand met Beatrice's in a firm professional shake, her cat shifter instincts cataloging everything from the woman's confident grip to the subtle magical energy that suggested enhancement spells for sensory perception. The kind of magic that would let a food critic detect nuances ordinary customers would never notice. "Miss Wyndham," Kat managed with carefully controlled composure, her mind racing through implications. "This is unexpected. We weren't aware the Jubilee had attracted that level of attention. Please, call me Beatrice." The critic's smile held genuine warmth beneath its professional polish. "And I make it my business to discover exceptional magical culinary events before they become widely known. The reports I've heard about Tinselcroft's innovative baking techniques and collaborative competition format intrigued me enough to make the trip personally rather than sending a junior writer." She settled onto one of the cafe chairs with elegant precision, setting her leather portfolio on the table with careful placement that suggested someone who appreciated proper organization. "I have a reputation for thorough, fair evaluation. I assess both technical execution and the cultural context that makes magical food meaningful. Your town's collaborative approach to competition seemed worth examining in depth. Professional pride swelled in Kat's chest, even as anxiety tightened around her ribs. This kind of coverage could establish Tinselcroft as a serious magical destination, bringing recognition to their community's innovative traditions. But it could also expose any flaws to thousands of critical readers who expected excellence. And Kat's partner was someone whose magical control remained fundamentally unpredictable. "Would you like to sample some of our signature offerings?" Kat asked, falling back on professional hospitality while her mind scrambled to process the implications. "I have fresh croissants that showcase our temperature control techniques." Beatrice's dark eyes brightened with genuine interest. "I'd be delighted. In my experience, the basics reveal as much about a baker's skill as their most elaborate creations." Kat moved behind the counter with practiced grace, selecting 3 of her best croissants from the temperature-controlled display cases, each one perfect golden brown with precisely even lamination, the kind of consistent excellence that had built her reputation. She arranged them on one of her best plates with careful aesthetic consideration, adding a small portion of her signature magical butter that maintained ideal spreading temperature regardless of ambient conditions. Beatrice accepted the plate with a nod of approval for the presentation, before turning her full analytical attention to the pastries themselves. She broke the first croissant open with careful precision, examining the interior structure with eyes that missed nothing, counting the lamination layers, assessing the air pocket distribution, evaluating the golden color consistency. The first bite received the kind of focused attention Kat usually reserved for her most demanding custom orders. Beatrice chewed slowly, her enhanced magical senses clearly cataloging every nuance of flavor, texture, and technique. The silence stretched long enough that Kat felt her shoulders tense, despite knowing her croissants were technically flawless. "Exceptional temperature control," Beatrice finally said, making notes in her portfolio with quick, precise handwriting. "The butter distribution is remarkably even. I'd estimate you're maintaining point accuracy throughout the lamination process. That level of precision requires both technical skill and considerable magical finesse." Relief and pride warmed Kat's chest in equal measure. This woman understood exactly what went into achieving consistent excellence, appreciated the years of practice and magical refinement required to make perfection look effortless. "I use a combination of traditional technique and enhancement magic," Kat explained, her professional confidence steadying as they discussed her area of expertise. "The temperature-controlled display cases maintain ideal conditions, but the real control happens during preparation, keeping the butter at exactly 16 degrees Celsius throughout the folding process, ensuring the dough temperature never varies more than half a degree." Beatrice's eyebrows rose with genuine appreciation. "Half a degree? That's extraordinary precision. Most magical bakers work within 2 or 3 degree tolerances." She made another note, her expression suggesting this level of technical excellence had exceeded her expectations. "Your cat shifter heritage must give you exceptional temperature sensitivity." "It helps," Kat admitted, pleased by the recognition of how her natural abilities enhanced her technical work. "I can feel subtle temperature fluctuations that might escape notice otherwise. It allows me to make micro-adjustments before problems develop." They spent the next 20 minutes discussing magical baking theory with the kind of technical depth that made Kat's heart sing. Beatrice's encyclopedic knowledge of culinary techniques became evident through precise questions about ingredient harmony, magical resonance patterns, and the theoretical frameworks underlying various enhancement approaches. This wasn't casual food appreciation. This was professional discourse between experts who understood the craft at its highest levels. Kat found herself relaxing into the conversation, her anxiety about unexpected scrutiny transforming into genuine enthusiasm for discussing her life's work with someone who truly understood its complexities. Then Beatrice shifted topics in a way that made Kat's stomach clench with renewed apprehension. "I'm particularly interested in collaborative magical techniques," the critic said, while making notes about Kat's ingredient harmony methods. "The Jubilee's team format suggests your community values cooperation over individual excellence, an approach that runs counter to most magical baking traditions, but could produce fascinating innovations if executed properly." The statement hit Kat like cold water, her professional composure barely maintaining control over the panic that fluttered through her chest. Beatrice wasn't just evaluating individual technical skill. She was specifically interested in how partners worked together, how opposing approaches might create something neither could achieve alone. She would be assessing Kat's collaboration with Alistair, with someone whose magical control caused consistent interference with precisely calibrated equipment, whose enthusiastic experimentation created minor disasters alongside accidental innovations, whose chaotic energy made Kat's cat-shifter instincts tense with the constant threat of disruption to her carefully ordered environment. Beatrice would detect every subtle flaw, every moment of imperfect coordination, every instance where Alistair's unpredictable magic undermined their collaborative work. Her enhanced senses would catalog magical resonance issues that ordinary judges might overlook. Her encyclopedic knowledge would identify technical inconsistencies that casual observers would never notice, and she would document everything in a publication read by thousands of discerning practitioners throughout the paranormal community. "Could you tell me about your partner?" Beatrice asked with genuine curiosity. "I understand teams were assigned rather than self-selected. An interesting approach that must create some challenging dynamics." Kat's mind raced through possible responses, searching for words that wouldn't constitute outright deception, while avoiding admission of how fundamentally unpredictable their partnership remained. Her cat-shifter nature urged her toward careful truth that protected her professional reputation. "My partner is Alistair Finch," she said with controlled neutrality. "He owns the magical repair shop next door. He brings an innovative approach to magical techniques that differs considerably from my systematic methodology." Beatrice's dark eyes sharpened with professional interest. "Innovation balanced with precision. That sounds like an ideal collaborative pairing if you can develop effective integration frameworks." She made more notes, her portfolio filling with observations that would eventually become published evaluation. "I look forward to seeing how your opposing strengths complement each other." The words should have felt encouraging, but Kat heard only increased pressure. Beatrice expected their collaboration to demonstrate sophisticated integration of complementary abilities. She would be evaluating whether chaos and order could create harmonious results worthy of national recognition. And Kat's partner was someone whose anxiety made his magical control worse, whose experimental spells caused equipment malfunctions, whose physical coordination issues created ongoing disruption to pristine workspaces. After Beatrice departed, with promises to observe their practice sessions and conduct formal interviews closer to the competition, Kat stood in her immaculate bakery, feeling the weight of external expectations pressing against her usual confidence. The afternoon sun slanted through spotless windows, illuminating copper fixtures polished to impossible shine, and marble countertops arranged in perfect symmetry, evidence of the control and precision that had built her reputation. But now that reputation would be judged not just on her individual excellence, but on her ability to collaborate successfully with someone whose approach challenged everything she valued. Her first instinct was to approach Mayor Elderberry privately, to explain that the increased stakes required partner reassignment for the sake of representing Tinselcroft properly. Her cat-shifter nature urged her toward the safety of working with someone predictable, someone whose abilities she could anticipate and control, someone who wouldn't risk public failure under professional scrutiny. Cleo would understand her systematic methods. They'd worked together on community events before, developing easy collaborative rhythms built on shared appreciation for organization and planning. Or Marigold, whose healing magic demonstrated the kind of precise control that complemented Kat's temperature management beautifully. Anyone but Alistair, whose chaotic energy made every practice session feel like navigating a magical minefield while trying to maintain professional composure. The thought of requesting reassignment brought immediate relief. The comfortable certainty of working within known parameters rather than constantly adapting to unpredictable disruption. Mayor Elderberry would probably understand. Beatrice's unexpected arrival had changed the situation significantly, raising stakes beyond what anyone had anticipated when forming teams. But the moment Kat seriously considered abandoning their partnership, her stomach clenched with unexpected guilt that made her amber eyes flash golden green with emotional conflict. She remembered Alistair's genuine enthusiasm when Mayor Elderberry announced their pairing. The hope that had brightened his hazel eyes despite obvious anxiety about working with someone of her caliber. His respectful attention during their practice session when she explained temperature control theory. His careful questions demonstrating real desire to learn from her expertise, rather than dismissing systematic approaches as boring or limiting. The way his innovative flavor enhancement had produced sophistication her precise techniques alone couldn't achieve, creating complexity that made her professional instincts appreciate his contributions, despite the chaos accompanying them. His vulnerability when admitting his non-magical parents had never understood his abilities. The loneliness evident in his voice when explaining he'd come to Tinselcroft hoping to find community that valued what he could offer, rather than just tolerating his differences. Requesting a new partner wouldn't just damage Alistair's confidence, it would confirm every fear he probably harbored about not being good enough, not belonging, not having value beyond the problems his chaotic magic created for more controlled practitioners. It would destroy the growing trust they'd begun building through their collaborative work, the tentative connection forming as they learned to appreciate each other's strengths rather than just tolerating opposing weaknesses. And it would make Kat exactly the kind of person she'd always prided herself on not being. Someone who abandoned partnerships when they became difficult, rather than working to make collaboration succeed. Her grandmother had taught her that true excellence came not from avoiding challenges, but from finding creative solutions to problems that seemed insurmountable. That the sweetest victories emerged from circumstances that initially appeared impossible. That sometimes the most important growth happened when you committed to making things work, rather than retreating to comfortable certainty. Kat moved to her temperature-controlled display cases, studying the pastries cooling on their precisely calibrated racks, with professional assessment that gradually shifted into something more personal. These perfect croissants represented years of dedicated practice, systematic refinement, controlled execution that produced reliable excellence. But the gingerbread samples from her practice session with Alistair, still sitting in careful storage for comparative evaluation, demonstrated something her individual work had never achieved. Innovative complexity married to structural reliability. Creative experimentation channeled through systematic frameworks. The potential for magic neither of them could create alone. And that potential was worth protecting, even if pursuing it meant accepting professional risk under the most demanding circumstances possible. When Beatrice returned for observation sessions and formal interviews, she would find Kat committed fully to making her partnership with Alistair succeed. Not grudgingly tolerating collaboration, but actively working to develop the sophisticated integration of complementary abilities that would demonstrate Tinselcroft's innovative approach to magical community, even if that meant accepting chaos into her precisely ordered world. Even if it required trusting someone whose execution remained fundamentally unpredictable. Even if succeeding meant learning to value collaboration over individual control. Kat pulled out her planning notebook and began drafting revised practice schedules that incorporated time for helping Alistair develop better magical control alongside their collaborative technique work. If external scrutiny was raising the stakes, then they needed to use their remaining preparation time with maximum efficiency. But this time, her systematic frameworks would account for his needs as well as her standards. This time, precision would serve their partnership rather than just protecting her reputation. Her amber eyes reflected determination in the polished copper fixtures as afternoon shadows lengthened across immaculate floors. 3 weeks to develop collaborative magic worthy of national recognition. 3 weeks to prove that order and chaos could create harmonious excellence when both partners committed to making integration succeed. 3 weeks to honor the trust Alistair had placed in her expertise, while discovering whether his innovative chaos might teach her precision something valuable about the magic found in embracing imperfection. The challenge terrified her cat-shifter instincts that craved control and predictability. But somewhere beneath that fear lived excitement about possibilities she'd never considered before. Alistair's chaotic energy disrupted her carefully ordered world. Chapter 9. Alistair. The small copper gear slipped from Alistair's fingers and clattered across the workshop floor when Cleo burst through the door, her spiky black hair now streaked with vivid orange that pulsed with excited energy. "You'll never believe who just arrived at the Painted Paw for artisan coffee and small-town observations," she announced, her green eyes literally glowing as she bounced on her toes. Beatrice Wyndham. The Beatrice Wyndham from Enchanted Eats magazine. Alistair straightened from where he'd been attempting to calibrate magical resonance frequencies on a temperamental enchanted tea kettle, his hazel eyes widening behind wire-rimmed glasses that had gone slightly askew. The food critic? I thought she was just covering the competition itself. Oh, she's doing way more than that. Cleo hopped onto his workbench, narrowly avoiding a pile of crystalline conductors that vibrated with stored magical potential. Major holiday feature story about Tinselcroft's culinary culture, individual interviews with all competition participants, observational sessions to document preparation techniques and magical approaches, plus photographic evidence of our innovative small-town integration of traditional methods with contemporary magical practices. She made air quotes around the phrase with obvious relish. She actually said those words. I took notes. The implications crashed over Alistair like a bucket of ice water, draining the color from his fair skin. His chaotic magical mishaps would be documented by a professional critic, photographed, analyzed in print, shared with thousands of discerning readers throughout the paranormal community who expected sophistication and control from practitioners worth their attention. His emergency spell component satchel, hanging from its usual hook near the door, emitted an anxious puff of greenish smoke that smelled faintly of nervous metal polish. Individual interviews, he repeated slowly, his long fingers already gesturing without conscious intention, a nervous habit that tended to trigger accidental magical effects. Observational sessions. She's going to watch us practice. Exciting, right? Cleo's grin suggested she hadn't quite processed his growing horror. Felix said her reviews reach over 50,000 subscribers across 17 paranormal communities. This could put Tinselcroft on the map as a major culinary destination. Or it could humiliate them on a spectacular scale if Alistair's unpredictable abilities ruined Kat's precision work, while critics documented every failure for permanent publication. She's probably regretting the partnership already, he muttered, moving toward his satchel with jerky movements that scattered metal shavings across already cluttered floorboards. More smoke puffed from the leather bag as it responded to his emotional state, the enchanted expansion spells flickering with unstable resonance. I mean, imagine being stuck with me when a professional critic is evaluating your techniques for a national magazine feature. His wire-rimmed glasses fogged as anxiety spiraled through his chest, vivid disaster scenarios playing out with horrifying clarity. Magical explosions captured in professional photographs with detailed captions explaining exactly what went wrong. His chaotic energy disrupting Kat's temperature control during critical baking phases, while Beatrice took meticulous notes about their incompatible magical approaches. The entire community's reputation tarnished because Mayor Elderberry had trusted the wrong person with such an important partnership. Kat's beautiful amber eyes filled with disappointment as her professional reputation crumbled under the weight of his inadequacy. Her precise magic overwhelmed by his uncontrolled enthusiasm. Her grandmother's legacy diminished by association with his spectacular failures. "Hey, you're sparking." Cleo pointed at his hands where small electrical arcs danced between his fingers, responding to the racing anxiety that made his magical control deteriorate under pressure. Sorry. Alistair shoved his hands into his pockets, but the components on his workbench had already started vibrating with sympathetic instability. The tea kettle he'd been calibrating began whistling despite being completely cold. Crystalline conductors hummed with chaotic frequencies that made his protective barriers flicker and pulse. His emotional state was undermining his ability to channel power safely, creating exactly the kind of destructive cycle that would inevitably sabotage everything he wanted to achieve. "I should probably tell Mayor Elderberry to assign Kat a different partner," he said, his voice rough with genuine distress. "Someone who won't embarrass her in front of a critic who could make or break her professional reputation. Someone whose magic doesn't explode when they get nervous." "That seems dramatic." Cleo hopped off the workbench, her cat shifter grace letting her land without disturbing any of the unstable components. Also, Kat's not exactly the type to request reassignment just because things get challenging. She's stubborn about honoring commitments. She shouldn't have to honor a commitment that's going to humiliate her. The words came out sharper than he'd intended, frustration with himself bleeding through as defensive anger. "I'm trying to help the community, not destroy someone's career because my magic can't behave properly." The workshop door opened again before Cleo could respond, admitting Felix Goldenvale with an armload of leather-bound research books that threatened to overflow his grip. His soft brown hair looked disheveled from the winter wind, and his warm eyes immediately assessed Alistair's distressed state with the quiet intelligence that made him such a valued friend. "I thought you might want some theoretical background for the competition," Felix said gently, carefully navigating around the vibrating components to set his burden on the only clear section of workbench. His calm, scholarly energy seemed to lower the workshop's chaotic temperature just by existing in the space. Books on magical harmony, partnership techniques, collaborative channeling methods that account for different magical styles. Alistair's throat tightened with gratitude that felt dangerously close to breaking his already fragile emotional control. Felix had clearly heard about Beatrice's arrival and immediately thought about practical support, the kind of thoughtful care that characterized his approach to friendship. "I don't think theoretical background is going to help if I can't even keep my magic stable when I'm anxious," Alistair admitted, removing his glasses to rub at his eyes with the heels of his palms. "Which I definitely will be with a professional critic documenting every mistake for thousands of readers." Felix adjusted his own trendy glasses, his ink-stained fingers precise as he opened one of the books to a marked section. "Actually, there's fascinating research here about how magical control improves when practitioners focus on contribution rather than perfection. The anxiety about avoiding mistakes creates exactly the kind of emotional interference that undermines channeling ability. So I just need to stop being anxious?" Alistair's laugh held no humor. "Great solution. Very helpful." "I didn't say stop being anxious." Felix's soft voice carried gentle correction without judgment. "I said, shift your focus from avoiding failure to contributing meaningfully. The research suggests those produce very different magical signatures." Cleo had settled onto a relatively stable stool, her glowing green eyes tracking between them with obvious interest. "This sounds like exactly the kind of book wisdom that makes my brain hurt but usually turns out to be important." Alistair moved closer to examine the open page, his natural curiosity about magical theory temporarily overriding his spiraling anxiety. The text described collaborative channeling as a process that worked best when partners focused on amplifying each other's strengths rather than compensating for individual weaknesses. "But my weaknesses are the problem," he pointed out, gesturing at the still vibrating components surrounding them. "Kat's magic is precise and controlled. Mine is chaotic and unpredictable. That's not complementary. That's contradictory. Is it, though?" Felix turned pages with the practiced efficiency of someone who spent his days navigating magical research. "Because from what I've observed, her precision could benefit from your innovation, and your creativity could benefit from her systematic frameworks. The issue isn't that your styles contradict. It's that you're both trying to force compatibility instead of developing harmonious integration." "Those sound like the same thing. They're fundamentally different." Felix pulled another book from his stack, this one bound in deep green leather with silver lettering. "Compatibility implies changing yourself to match another person. Integration means creating something new that incorporates both original approaches without requiring either party to sacrifice their essential nature." Alistair sank onto his own stool, the words settling into his consciousness with weight that felt both uncomfortable and oddly hopeful. He'd been so focused on trying not to disrupt Kat's precision that he'd been approaching their partnership as a problem to be solved through suppression of his natural, magical tendencies. "I've been thinking about it wrong," he said slowly, the realization making his shoulders hunch with fresh shame. "Treating my magic like something that needs to be hidden or controlled so it doesn't interfere with her real work, which probably makes your control worse because you're fighting your own nature instead of channeling it." Felix's assessment held no criticism, just gentle observation. "And then the anxiety about failing creates the exact magical instability you're trying to avoid." "Destructive cycle," Alistair muttered, remembering his earlier thought. "Gets worse the harder I try." "Exactly." Felix settled against the workbench, his lean frame relaxed despite the unstable magical atmosphere. "But you know what Tinselcroft values? What makes this community different from the larger paranormal cities where I grew up?" Alistair shook his head, not trusting his voice. "Effort, innovation, community support over flawless execution." Felix's warm eyes reflected conviction that cut through Alistair's self-doubt. "The outside world, places like where Beatrice probably spends most of her time, they celebrate technical perfection and individual achievement. But here, we value people who genuinely want to help others, who try new approaches, who contribute to community growth, even when their execution is imperfect." "I blow things up on a regular basis," Alistair pointed out, though his protest lacked the sharp edge from earlier. "That's not exactly valuable contribution. You fix things for people who can't afford expensive magical repair services," Cleo interjected, her orange hair streak softening to warm amber. "Remember when you repaired Mrs. Thornberry's heating enchantment for free because her pension couldn't cover professional rates? Or when you helped the Greenleaf twins restore their grandmother's recipe box that had lost its preservation spells?" "Those were simple repairs that you did because you genuinely wanted to help, not because you were building your business reputation." Felix's gentle interruption carried quiet firmness. "And yes, sometimes your methods create unexpected results. But you know what? That innovative flavor enhancement you accidentally created during practice with Kat? That represents exactly the kind of creative magic that makes Tinselcroft special." Alistair felt his fair skin flush with complicated emotions. Embarrassment at the attention, gratitude for their support, tentative hope that maybe he wasn't completely inadequate for this partnership. "Mayor Elderberry chose you for this competition," Felix continued, his soft voice filling the workshop with scholarly certainty. "Not despite your magical quirks, but because your genuine desire to help others represents what Tinselcroft values. Your dedication to learning and growing matters more than your current skill level. But what if I embarrass Kat in front of the critic? The question emerged raw with the fear that had been driving his anxiety spiral. What if my chaos ruins her reputation? Then you'll have demonstrated that even imperfect partnerships can create meaningful magic when both people commit to making collaboration work. Felix pushed his glasses up with an ink-stained finger, which honestly sounds like a better story than two technically perfect bakers produce flawless results through individual excellence. Cleo snorted. Felix just used scholarly analysis to say mess is more interesting than perfection. I'm writing this down for future reference. Despite everything, Alistair felt a smile tugging at his crooked mouth. The workshop's chaotic atmosphere was already settling as his anxiety decreased, the vibrating components gradually returning to stable resonance as his emotional state shifted from defensive panic to something approaching cautious optimism. You really think Tinselcroft chose me because of who I am rather than what I can do? The vulnerability in his question would have embarrassed him if these weren't people who'd proven their friendship through consistent support. I know they did. Felix's certainty held the weight of someone who'd done extensive research before forming conclusions. And I think Kat understands that too, even if she struggles with accepting chaos into her controlled world. The question isn't whether you're worthy of the partnership. It's whether you're willing to contribute your genuine abilities instead of trying to become someone you're not. The shift in perspective felt seismic, reorienting Alistair's entire approach to the competition and his collaboration with Kat. Instead of desperately trying to suppress his chaotic tendencies to avoid disrupting her precision, he could focus on channeling his innovative energy through the systematic frameworks she'd created, contributing meaningfully rather than avoiding failure, amplifying her strengths with his creativity instead of trying to compensate for his weaknesses through impossible control. His shoulders relaxed as magical energy began flowing more smoothly through channels that had been constricted by anxiety and self-doubt. The emergency spell component satchel stopped smoking, its enchantment stabilizing as his emotional state settled. The tea kettle's whistling faded to silence. I've been approaching this completely wrong, he admitted, running his hands through sandy brown hair that immediately returned to its usual unruly state. Thinking the partnership was about me learning to match Kat's precision, instead of both of us creating something new that neither could achieve alone. Integration, not compatibility. Felix smiled, the expression transforming his usually serious features with genuine warmth. Exactly what the research describes as the foundation for successful magical collaboration. Alistair stood, moving to examine the books Felix had brought with renewed interest rather than desperate anxiety. Theoretical background on partnership techniques suddenly felt like practical tools instead of academic abstractions. Ways to contribute his innovative approaches through systematic channels that would amplify rather than undermine Kat's precision. You think I should read all of these before our next practice session? He touched the leather bindings with careful reverence, already imagining the knowledge contained within their pages. I think you should read whatever interests you and apply what feels authentic to your magical nature. Felix began organizing the books by topic with the practiced efficiency of a professional bookstore owner. Forcing yourself to follow theoretical frameworks that don't resonate with your instincts would just create another version of the same problem. So basically, be myself but better informed? Cleo summarized with typical directness. Essentially, yes. Felix shot her a fond glance that held layers of attraction he probably thought he was hiding successfully. Though I'd phrase it more carefully in my actual advice. Alistair felt genuine laughter bubbling up, the sound surprising him with its lack of bitter edge. His magical control had improved dramatically just from shifting focus away from anxious perfection toward meaningful contribution. The workshop felt less chaotic, despite nothing physical changing except his emotional state. Thank you, he said, the words inadequate for expressing the gratitude warming his chest. Both of you, for the research, the support, the reminder that Tinselcroft values effort over flawless execution. That's what friends do. Cleo hopped off her stool with cat shifter grace. Also, I'm going to tell everyone that Felix's book wisdom saved the day again. He needs more credit for being the smartest person in town. Felix's blush was immediate and endearing, his soft brown hair falling forward as he ducked his head. I just provide resources. Alistair's the one doing the actual work, which I can actually do now that I'm not drowning in anxiety about avoiding disaster. Alistair straightened his wire-rimmed glasses, feeling magical energy flowing through him with improved stability. Not perfect, probably never perfect given his nature, but functional, channelable, ready to contribute something meaningful to his partnership with Kat, rather than just trying not to explode. The 3 weeks until the competition suddenly felt less like a countdown to inevitable failure and more like an opportunity to develop collaborative magic worthy of documentation, to show Beatrice Wyndham and her 50,000 readers that Tinselcroft's values produced innovation and community that technical perfection alone could never achieve. To prove to Kat, and maybe to himself, that his chaotic energy could create sophisticated magic when channeled through her systematic frameworks with genuine intention to contribute, rather than desperate attempts to avoid mistakes. His emergency spell component satchel hung quietly on its hook, no longer smoking with anxious resonance. The workshop's protective barriers glowed with steady light instead of flickering instability. Even the temperamental tea kettle sat peacefully among other repair projects, waiting for his attention without threatening premature activation. Surrounded by Felix's research materials and supported by friends who believed in Tinselcroft's inclusive values, Alistair felt hope replacing anxiety in his chest. Not certainty, he was too honest with himself for that, but genuine hope that he might actually be worthy of the partnership if he focused on contribution rather than perfection. That his innovative chaos might teach Kat's precision something valuable about the magic found in embracing imperfection. That together they could create gingerbread worthy of documentation, not despite their different approaches, but because of the sophisticated integration those differences made possible. 3 weeks to develop collaborative excellence. 3 weeks to honor the trust Mayor Elderberry and the community had placed in his genuine desire to help others. 3 weeks to show a professional critic that Tinselcroft's magic worked because of values that celebrated effort and innovation over flawless individual achievement. The challenge still intimidated him, but now it excited him too. The way his best magical experiments did when he sensed the potential for creating something genuinely new instead of just replicating existing techniques. His fingers no longer sparked with unstable energy as he reached for the first research book, ready to learn not how to suppress his nature, but how to channel it more effectively toward meaningful contribution. Ready to be himself, but better informed and focused on integration rather than impossible compatibility. Ready to find out what kind of magic he and Kat could create when both of them contributed their authentic abilities towards shared goals instead of fighting their fundamental natures. Chapter 10. Category. The afternoon sun filtered through the whistling kettle's lace curtains, casting delicate patterns across mismatched vintage furniture arranged in cozy conversation nooks. Kat had chosen the corner table specifically for its privacy, tucked between a river rock wall and shelves displaying an impressive collection of teapots from various magical traditions. The gentle whistle of enchanted kettles brewing perfect tea automatically created a soothing backdrop that usually helped her think. Her leather portfolio lay open across the small table, competition notes organized with characteristic precision, preparation schedules, technique protocols, ingredient sourcing plans, everything she and Alistair would need to navigate the next 3 weeks spread before her in careful detail. Her amber eyes scanned the pages, seeking patterns and potential challenges their partnership might face. The magical interference had improved since Alistair stopped trying to shield his workshop, but they still needed to develop integrated techniques that worked with both their approaches, rather than fighting fundamental incompatibilities. She'd created detailed frameworks for practicing collaborative spells, timing rehearsals, and progressively complex recipe testing. Control, structure, systematic preparation. The familiar comfort of planning settled over her shoulders like a well-worn apron. Your usual afternoon blend, dear? Hazel Emberpot appeared beside her table with the quiet efficiency that characterized the Whistling Kettle's service. The older woman's warm brown eyes crinkled with genuine affection as she placed a delicate teacup before Kat. Chamomile with a touch of clarity charm, perfect for strategic thinking. Thank you, Hazel. Kat inhaled the fragrant steam, feeling subtle magic enhance the tea's natural calming properties. The flavor enhancement spell Alistair had accidentally created during their first practice session would work beautifully with this blend, she realized. His chaotic innovation integrating with traditional preparation methods to create something neither could achieve alone. The thought made her smile despite the pressure weighing on her chest. Planning for the Jubilee? Hazel gestured toward the spread of notes with flour-dusted hands. I heard Mayor Elderberry partnered you with that enthusiastic young man from the repair shop. The one whose workshop keeps making those interesting noises? Alistair Finch? Kat kept her voice neutral, aware that anything she said would spread through Tinselcroft's community network within hours. He has unconventional approaches to magical application. Unconventional can produce wonderful results in the right partnership. Hazel's knowing expression suggested she'd heard about their rocky start and gradual progress. Some of the best recipes in my family came from combining techniques that shouldn't work together according to traditional wisdom. Before Kat could respond, the tea house door opened with a crisp efficiency that contrasted sharply with the establishment's comfortable atmosphere. A precisely dressed man entered with aristocratic bearing, his expensive charcoal suit and platinum pocket watch immediately marking him as someone from outside Tinselcroft's casual, community-oriented culture. His cold gray eyes surveyed the cozy interior with obvious disdain, cataloging the mismatched furniture and vintage decorations as though finding them lacking against some internal standard of sophistication. He moved with calculated precision toward the counter where Hazel had returned, his Italian leather shoes clicking against hardwood floors. Kat's cat-shifter hearing picked up his voice even across the tea house's main room, the clipped pronunciation carrying authority that expected immediate recognition. Percival Nightshade, he introduced himself without preamble. I'm here to evaluate the competition for the Gingerbread Jubilee. I assume you have information about the local participants. The pause before participants carried volumes of condescension. Hazel's warm demeanor cooled noticeably, her professional courtesy remaining intact through sheer force of will. We have several talented teams preparing for the competition, she said carefully. Tinselcroft takes pride in our collaborative approach to magical baking. Collaborative. Percy, if that's what he preferred, examined the tea menu with the same disdainful precision he'd applied to the furniture. How quaint that small towns still believe teamwork can substitute for genuine expertise. I suppose it makes the locals feel included in something beyond their actual abilities. Kat's amber eyes narrowed as she watched him dismiss their community's values with casual arrogance. Her fingers tightened on the teacup's delicate handle, careful not to crack the porcelain despite anger beginning to simmer in her chest. Earl Grey, if you have anything approaching proper quality, Percy continued, his tone suggesting doubt about provincial establishments meeting his standards. I've traveled from the capital to document what I'm told are innovative techniques being developed here, though I confess skepticism about true innovation emerging from amateur practitioners working in isolation. Tinselcroft values community support and shared knowledge, Hazel said, her usual warmth replaced by polite distance. Our participants bring diverse approaches that create something greater than individual effort alone. Yes, I've heard about these partnerships. Percy accepted his tea with the barest acknowledgement of Hazel's service. Quite the democratic approach, pairing participants regardless of skill disparity. I suppose someone has to make the less competent individuals feel valued, even if it compromises overall quality. He settled at a table near the window, his expensive briefcase containing what Kat assumed were professional evaluation materials and competition notes gathered from whatever prestigious sources someone like him would consult. His entire bearing radiated confidence in individual superiority over collective effort. Quiet anger built in Kat's chest as she listened to his casual dismissal of everything Tinselcroft represented. She'd lived here her entire life. Third-generation resident whose grandmother had established the original bakery through hard work and community support. The relationships between residents, the mutual investment in each other's success, the celebration of diverse approaches working together. Percy Nightshade's arrogant assumptions about their values triggered protective instincts she didn't realize extended beyond her own professional reputation. This was her community he was dismissing, her home. The place that had supported her family for generations and created space for her precision-based magic to flourish, while also welcoming Alistair's chaotic innovations with genuine interest in what he might contribute. Collaborative partnerships, Percy continued, apparently addressing Hazel, though his voice carried clearly through the tea house's intimate space, strike me as crutches for inadequate individual skill. True mastery requires personal excellence rather than relying on others to compensate for one's limitations. The words hit Kat with unexpected force. His contempt for collaborative work struck directly at her growing appreciation for what she and Alistair might achieve together. The way his accidental innovations could enhance her systematic frameworks, how her precision could channel his chaotic energy towards sophisticated results. The genuine excitement she'd felt when their different approaches integrated into something neither could create alone. She'd spent years building her reputation on individual excellence, taking pride in consistent quality achieved through methodical control. But these past weeks working with Alistair had shown her glimpses of magic beyond what her precision alone could accomplish. His flavor enhancement spell, the way his emotional resonance could amplify her temperature control, the innovative techniques emerging when they stopped fighting their fundamental differences and focused on complementary contribution. Percy Nightshade's arrogant dismissal of collaborative work as inferior to individual mastery suddenly felt like an attack not just on Tinselcroft's values, but on the partnership she'd begun to genuinely value despite its challenges. Her portfolio lay forgotten on the corner table, detailed preparation schedules irrelevant compared to the fierce protectiveness flooding her chest. She closed the leather folder with controlled precision, her amber eyes shifting to golden green as cat shifter instincts sharpened her focus. Standing with fluid grace, she crossed the tea house toward Percy's window table. Professional courtesy masked the anger heating her skin, years of customer service training keeping her expression neutral, despite wanting to demonstrate exactly how inadequate he'd find her individual skill when properly motivated. Percival Nightshade? She kept her voice pleasant, watching his cold, gray eyes shift from his expensive notebook to assess her with detached interest. I'm Katerina Clausen, one of the local participants you're here to evaluate. Recognition flickered across his aristocratic features, not of her specifically, but of the category she represented. Provincial talent, small-town amateur. Someone whose efforts he could dismiss with patronizing encouragement before returning to serious competitors. Ah, wonderful to meet actual participants. His smile held studied politeness that barely concealed condescension. I'm sure your community approach has its charms, though I hope you understand that professional evaluation requires standards somewhat higher than what passes for excellence in small-town settings. The casual dismissal of her expertise, built through years of technical mastery and magical precision that had earned her reputation as Tinselcroft's premier baker, made her amber eyes flash brighter. But beyond personal offense, his words crystallized something she hadn't fully recognized until this moment. Percy Nightshade represented everything antithetical to Tinselcroft's values. Individual arrogance over community support. Technical perfection pursued without heart or emotional connection. Achievement measured by others' failure rather than collective success. The kind of isolation that produced flawless results, empty of the warmth that made food actually nourishing, rather than just technically impressive. Everything she'd been becoming before Alistair's chaotic energy disrupted her controlled world and showed her that perfect execution without genuine collaboration created beautiful prisons rather than meaningful magic. "I appreciate your professional standards," she said, her cat shifter hearing picking up his elevated heart rate as he registered something dangerous in her carefully controlled tone. "Though I suspect you'll find Tinselcroft's collaborative approach produces results superior to individual arrogance when you actually experience what we create. Competition will reveal which approach proves superior." Percy's confidence never wavered, his expensive pen returning to his notebook with dismissive finality. "I look forward to documenting how traditional individual mastery compares to your innovative teamwork." The subtle emphasis on innovative made clear he expected no actual innovation, just amateur efforts dressed up with community encouragement. His entire bearing radiated certainty that individual technical perfection would inevitably triumph over collaborative magic produced by participants who needed partnership to compensate for personal inadequacy. Kat returned to her corner table with controlled grace, gathering her portfolio and preparation schedules with precise movements that betrayed none of the fierce determination burning in her chest. Strategic planning suddenly felt irrelevant compared to the larger truth. Percy Nightshade's arrogance had revealed. This competition wasn't just about proving she and Alistair could work together despite their differences. It represented something far more important: defending Tinselcroft's values against someone who dismissed community support as inferior to isolated excellence. Showing that collaboration between opposing approaches could produce sophisticated results impossible through individual mastery alone. Proving that their way of life, messy and imperfect but rich with genuine connection and mutual investment in collective success, created magic worthy of professional documentation, precisely because it valued contribution over competition. She left the whistling kettle with her amber eyes still flashing golden green, protective instincts extending far beyond personal success to encompass everything Percy Nightshade dismissed as beneath serious consideration. The comfortable tea house, Hazel's nurturing warmth, the community relationships that supported innovation and welcomed diverse approaches rather than demanding conformity to narrow technical standards. All of it deserved defense against arrogant assumptions about small-town inadequacy. The afternoon sun felt warmer against her skin as she walked toward the needed cat, her precise steps carrying fierce purpose. Her portfolio contained detailed preparation schedules and technique protocols, systematic frameworks for developing collaborative excellence. But now those plans served a larger goal than just winning a competition or managing magical interference. They represented her commitment to proving that Tinselcroft's values produced results superior to individual arrogance, that their collaborative approach created sophisticated magic rather than compensating for inadequate skill. That partnership between fundamentally different practitioners could achieve innovation beyond what isolated perfection ever accomplished. Percy Nightshade expected to document traditional individual mastery, triumphing over amateur teamwork. Expected to find small-town participants whose collaborative partnerships served as crutches for personal limitation, rather than frameworks for genuine excellence. Expected to prove that his approach, technical perfection pursued without community connection or emotional warmth, represented superior magic compared to their messy, imperfect, deeply connected way of creating food that actually nourished rather than just impressed. She would show him exactly how wrong those expectations were. Not alone, because that would prove his point about individual achievement, but through partnership with Alistair, whose chaotic innovations and genuine desire to contribute represented everything Percy dismissed as inferior to controlled technical mastery. Together, they would create gingerbread worthy of professional documentation, sophisticated collaborative magic that demonstrated the strength of Tinselcroft's values rather than compensating for individual inadequacy. They would prove that community support and diverse approaches working together produced results impossible through arrogant isolation. They would defend their home against someone who measured achievement by others' failure and dismissed anything beyond his narrow technical standards as beneath serious consideration. The Kneaded Cat's cream-colored clapboard siding appeared ahead, her bakery's familiar precision offering different comfort now than it had before Percy Nightshade's condescending dismissal of collaborative magic. These walls represented not just her individual excellence, but also her place within a community that valued contribution and innovation over isolated perfection. A community worth defending, a partnership worth proving, a way of life worth fighting for against arrogant assumptions about small-town inadequacy. Her amber eyes had returned to their usual warm color by the time she reached her bakery's entrance, but the fierce determination burning in her chest remained steady and bright. Percy Nightshade had provided unexpected clarity about what their partnership truly represented, beyond managing magical interference or winning a competition. Now she just needed to make sure Alistair understood that his chaotic innovations and genuine desire to help others represented exactly the kind of magic Tinselcroft valued, and exactly what would prove Percy Nightshade's arrogant assumptions completely, thoroughly, undeniably wrong. Chapter 11. Alistair pushed through the bakery's front door with his leather satchel clutched against his chest, still riding the fierce determination that had propelled him down Tinselcroft's main street after his conversation with Felix at the Dusty Tome. Percy Nightshade's dismissive attitude toward collaborative magic had transformed Alistair's usual nervous anxiety into something far more focused. Burning desire to prove that partnership between opposing approaches could create results superior to isolated technical perfection. That their way of doing things mattered. That his chaotic innovations had genuine value when combined with Kat's precision, rather than serving as evidence of inadequate training. Kat looked up from her meticulously organized preparation station with those striking amber eyes, her cream blazer and chocolate brown slacks as immaculate as always, despite the late afternoon hour. She'd been arranging gingerbread components by size and shape, each piece perfectly uniform and waiting in neat rows that demonstrated her exceptional precision. "I have an idea," Alistair announced, his voice carrying unusual confidence instead of his typical apologetic uncertainty. "Something that will show Percy Nightshade exactly what collaborative innovation can achieve." Her eyebrows rose slightly, but she gestured toward the marble countertop beside her preparation station. "I'm listening." He crossed to the counter with quick strides, his boots leaving faint, dusty prints on her pristine floors that made him wince internally. But he pushed past his usual self-consciousness about disrupting her perfect environment, driven by larger purpose than avoiding minor mess. The leather satchel landed on her marble workspace with a solid thump, enchanted expansion spells making it far heavier than it appeared. Alistair unlatched the brass clasps with fingers that barely trembled, his wire-rimmed glasses catching the overhead lights as he began extracting components with focused care. "Self-assembling architecture," he explained, spreading crystalline matrices across the cool marble surface. "Gingerbread that builds itself through guided magical automation instead of requiring manual construction." Kat moved closer, her attention caught despite obvious concern about his experimental approach threatening her controlled environment. "That's incredibly ambitious. The precision required to coordinate multiple enchantments simultaneously." is exactly what makes us perfect partners for this.
Alistair interrupted, his enthusiasm building as he arranged spell components in precise patterns that contradicted his supposedly chaotic nature.
Your temperature control and structural magic provide the foundation. My animation techniques create the self-assembly protocols. Together, we achieve effects neither could manage alone. He pulled more items from the satchel. Rare herbs for binding spells, small gemstones that would serve as magical anchors, metal shavings that conducted energy between components. Each element represented years of accumulated knowledge from his self-taught magical education, gathered from various sources, and organized in systems that appeared random, but actually reflected deep understanding of how different materials interacted. The gingerbread pieces will recognize their designated positions, he continued, his long fingers dancing through the crystalline matrices while magical energy began gathering around his hands. They'll connect automatically through resonance patterns keyed to the overall design. Percy Nightshade's individual technical mastery can't replicate true collaborative innovation, magic that requires two fundamentally different practitioners working in conscious partnership. Kat's amber eyes studied the spell components with fascination, replacing her usual wariness about his explosive techniques. You've actually developed theoretical frameworks for this? Theoretical and experimental. Alistair gestured toward his satchel, where burn marks decorated the leather surface. I've been testing automated construction magic for months. The problem is, my power tends to overload delicate balance requirements without precision anchor to ground the energy flow. Understanding flickered across her elegant features. Which is where my stabilization techniques would provide the necessary control. Exactly. He grinned at her, that crooked smile appearing because she'd grasped his innovation so quickly. You're not compensating for my inadequacy. I'm not compensating for yours. We're creating something genuinely new that demonstrates the strength of collaboration rather than individual limitation. She nodded slowly, her precise fingers reaching out to touch one of the crystalline matrices. Show me how it works. Alistair's heart rate accelerated with excitement, rather than anxiety for once, driven by fierce determination to prove their partnership's value. He positioned gingerbread components according to his design specifications, each piece precisely placed despite his supposedly chaotic approach. His hands moved with focused confidence, no wild gesturing or nervous energy, just clear purpose backed by technical knowledge. The incantation channels power through multiple spell components simultaneously, he explained, his sandy brown hair already becoming unruly as magical energy responded to his focused intent. Each crystalline matrix holds part of the overall pattern. The gemstones serve as anchor points. The herbs provide binding resonance between connected elements. He could feel Kat watching him with intense attention, her amber eyes tracking every movement as he prepared the complex magical framework. Usually, her scrutiny made him more nervous, more likely to rush or overcompensate with excessive power. But right now, her presence felt supportive rather than judgmental. Genuine interest replacing her typical wariness about his explosive techniques. Maybe because they'd found common purpose defending Tinselcroft's values against Percy Nightshade's arrogance. Maybe because she'd chosen to honor their partnership despite increased professional stakes. Maybe because they were finally working toward the same goal, instead of trying to manage magical interference that benefited neither of them. Alistair took a steadying breath, his wire-rimmed glasses sliding slightly down his nose as he centered himself for the complex casting. His fingers positioned over the first crystalline matrix, magical energy already gathering around his hands in shimmering waves that made the air taste like ozone and cinnamon. "Ready?" he asked, glancing toward Kat. She stepped closer to his side, her shoulder nearly brushing his as she studied the spell framework he'd created. "What do you need from me?" "Just watch for now," Alistair said. "If the resonance starts to cascade, I'll need your stabilization magic, but let's see how the base enchantment performs first." He began the incantation with unusual steadiness. Latin phrases flowing smoothly instead of his typical rushed muttering. Power channeled through the first crystalline matrix, spreading toward the gingerbread components in controlled waves that made them shimmer with potential energy. The spell framework held perfectly, each element responding exactly as his theoretical calculations predicted. Gingerbread pieces began lifting from the marble surface, floating in precise positions, while magical connections formed between designated contact points. Alistair's confidence grew as he added the second matrix to the working, then the third, his powerful magic flowing through multiple channels simultaneously. The air around them sparkled with building energy, workshop lights reflecting off swirling magical currents that carried the sweet scent of gingerbread mixed with metallic ozone. "It's working," Kat breathed beside him, her voice filled with genuine wonder. He grinned without looking away from the floating architecture, his long fingers adjusting energy flow between matrices with practiced precision. This was what his magic could achieve when properly channeled, when focused purpose replaced anxious overcompensation, when innovation served clear goals rather than scattered experimentation. This was what partnership with Kat made possible. The fourth matrix activated smoothly, its power integrating with the existing framework. Gingerbread pieces began connecting automatically, magical resonance guiding them into designated positions with satisfying clicks that demonstrated successful structural binding. Alistair added the fifth matrix, then the sixth, his sandy brown hair standing on end from the building magical field. Power flowed through him in waves that made his fair skin flush, his entire being focused on maintaining the delicate balance between animation magic and structural integrity. Almost there. Just 2 more matrices and the self-assembly protocols would be complete, creating gingerbread architecture that demonstrated genuine collaborative innovation. The seventh matrix, overloaded. Alistair felt it happen in horrible, slow motion, his powerful but untrained magic surging through channels designed for precisely metered energy flow. His existence proof, too fast. His explosive territory that characterized his usual magical mishaps. "Wait!" he started, but the cascading failure was already spreading through the entire spell framework. The delicate balance between animation and structural integrity shattered completely. Gingerbread components stopped connecting and started vibrating, magical resonance building toward catastrophic release instead of controlled assembly. Alistair yanked his hands back from the matrices, desperately trying to cut power flow before total disaster struck. But his magic had already saturated the system, every spell component glowing with dangerous intensity as unstable enchantments reached critical threshold. The gingerbread architecture exploded, not with fire or actual concussive force, thank everything magical, but with spectacular magical failure that sent enchanted dough showering across Kat's immaculate workspace in sticky waves. Components that should have assembled automatically, instead, disintegrated into aromatic projectiles, coating every surface within 15 feet with sparkling gingerbread mixture. Alistair found himself completely covered, head to toe, in enchanted dough that clung to every surface. His wire-rimmed glasses disappeared behind thick layers of magical debris, his stained cardigan acquiring additional decorative elements that would never wash out completely, his sandy brown hair plastered against his skull with aromatic goo. He stood frozen in the center of the disaster zone, blind and mortified, waiting for Kat's perfectly justified anger about the catastrophic mess he'd created in her pristine bakery. Instead, he heard rapid footsteps approaching, then her urgent voice asking, "Are you hurt? Did any of the magical feedback burn you?" Alistair blinked behind his obscured glasses, her tone completely unexpected. Not fury about her ruined workspace, or frustration about his inability to control powerful magic, or exasperation about having to clean up yet another explosive mishap. Just genuine concern for his safety, her professional composure replaced by worry that touched something deep in his chest. I'm fine," he managed, his voice muffled by gingerbread mixture covering his face. "Just decorated. very thoroughly decorated. Gentle fingers reached toward his glasses, carefully removing them from his flour-dusted face. Kat's amber eyes came into focus inches from his own, bright with concern as she examined his features for injuries. "Hold still," she said softly, her precise touch wiping magical dough from around his eyes with her immaculate silk handkerchief. "Let me check for burns." The tenderness in her voice made Alistair's throat tight. She should be furious. Her cream blazer was splattered with sparkling gingerbread mixture, her chocolate brown slacks decorated with aromatic debris, her perfect marble workspace completely coated with the results of his failed innovation. But instead, she was checking his fair skin for magical burns with careful attention, her fingers gentle against his cheeks and forehead while she searched for any sign that the cascading feedback had injured him. "I'm okay," Alistair repeated, amazed by her caring response. "Really, just embarrassed and covered in experimental failure." Kat stepped back slightly, her amber eyes still scanning his form with concern that felt far more personal than their professional partnership should warrant. "The magical resonance didn't overload your channels?" "No, I cut power flow before that happened." He gestured helplessly at the disaster surrounding them. "Just not before creating this spectacular mess in your beautiful bakery." She glanced around at the gingerbread-coated workspace, then back at him with the faintest quirk of her lips that might have been amusement rather than fury. "Well, I suppose we've proven that your automation concept has some technical challenges to address." The dry observation surprised a laugh from Alistair despite his mortification. "That's one way to describe catastrophic spell failure." "Catastrophic is overdramatic." Kat handed him his cleaned glasses, her fingers brushing his as he accepted them. "Enthusiastically unsuccessful, perhaps." He settled the wire-rimmed frames back onto his nose, bringing her elegant features into sharper focus. Gingerbread mixture sparkled faintly in her thick chocolate-brown hair, magical residue clinging to the strands despite her usual impeccable appearance. She looked absolutely adorable, covered in his experimental failure, her perfectionist facade disrupted by aromatic chaos. "I'm so sorry," Alistair said sincerely. "I got carried away with proving our partnership could create innovative magic, and I pushed past careful control into explosive territory." "I noticed." But her tone held no real anger, just observation mixed with something that might have been fondness. "Though your theoretical framework was sound, the failure occurred because you channeled too much power too quickly, not because the underlying concept was flawed." Hope flickered in his chest. "You think the automation approach could actually work?" "With proper calibration between your power output and the matrice's capacity, yes." Kat gestured toward the disaster zone. "But first we need to clean up this mess before the magical residue sets permanently into my marble countertops." They worked together to salvage the practice session, their partnership shifting into unexpected harmony as shared purpose replaced individual approaches. Kat's precision magic stabilized the chaotic magical residue still sparkling across surfaces, her temperature control neutralizing unstable enchantments before they could cause additional problems. Alistair's innovative energy helped her achieve effects beyond her usual capabilities, his powerful magic responding to her careful guidance in ways that created something genuinely new. When she needed additional power to lift stubborn gingerbread mixture from delicate equipment, his energy flowed exactly where required, without explosive overcompensation. When his cleanup spell threatened to cascade out of control, her stabilization techniques grounded the excess power before disaster struck. Their combined magical signatures began to harmonize in ways neither had anticipated, complementary rather than conflicting when channeled through conscious partnership instead of accidental interference. "Your magical resonance actually enhances my temperature control," Kat said with surprise as they worked side by side, her amber eyes bright with discovery. I can achieve precision several degrees finer than normal when your energy amplifies my focus. Alistair paused in wiping gingerbread mixture from her preparation station, amazed by the revelation. Really? Really. She demonstrated by cooling a patch of enchanted dough to exact specification, with far less effort than such precision normally required. Your chaotic energy somehow makes my precision techniques more effective, rather than disrupting them. When we work together intentionally, he watched magical signatures interweaving around their combined casting, complementary melodies creating harmony impossible for either alone. His enthusiasm returned in fierce waves as he realized what this meant for their partnership. They weren't just managing magical interference or compensating for each other's limitations. They were creating genuine innovation through collaboration, their opposing approaches generating effects neither could achieve through individual mastery. This is what Percy Nightshade doesn't understand, Alistair said, his voice filled with wonder. Individual technical perfection can't replicate what happens when fundamentally different practitioners work in conscious partnership. We're not adding our capabilities together. We're multiplying them through resonance. Kat nodded slowly, her elegant features reflecting the same discovery. My precision provides the framework. Your power fills it with creative energy. Together, we achieve magical effects beyond either approach alone. They continued cleaning up the disaster, but the work felt different now. Intimate, rather than just collaborative. Their physical proximity creating emotional connection that went beyond professional partnership. Alistair found himself intensely aware of Kat's presence beside him. The graceful way she moved, the quiet competence of her precise gestures, the occasional soft purr that escaped when she was particularly focused on delicate magical work. She caught him staring and raised one eyebrow, but her amber eyes held warmth rather than censure. Something on my face besides gingerbread mixture? Just admiring how you make even disaster cleanup look elegant, Alistair admitted, his fair skin flushing slightly. Flattery won't get you out of helping with the difficult bits. But she smiled as she said it, genuine rather than polite, the expression transforming her usually reserved features into something radiant. They tackled the most stubborn magical residue together, combining their techniques in ways that felt increasingly natural. Kat's stabilization magic created safe frameworks. Alistair's innovative energy filled them with creative solutions. Their combined power proved more stable and effective than either achieved alone, each success building confidence in their collaborative potential. I never would have attempted automation magic, Kat admitted, as they finished cleaning her marble countertops. Too many variables to control simultaneously. I never could have created stable frameworks for my innovations, Alistair countered, carefully wiping gingerbread mixture from her crystalline mixing bowls. Too much power without precision grounding. She looked at him directly, her amber eyes serious. Together, we might actually achieve both. The words hung between them, weighted with meaning beyond just magical collaboration. Alistair felt his heart rate accelerate as he recognized the shift happening in their relationship, moving beyond forced partnership into something that felt chosen, valued, genuinely desired rather than externally imposed. I'm sorry I created this disaster, he said softly, and grateful you didn't respond with justified fury about my explosive failure ruining your immaculate workspace. Kat's expression softened. I was scared you were hurt. Everything else seemed less important than making sure the magical feedback hadn't injured you. The admission touched that same deep place in Alistair's chest, unexpected tenderness making his throat tight. You really mean that? Of course I mean it. She tilted her head slightly, studying him with careful attention. Did you think I valued my marble countertops more than your well-being? I thought you'd be angry that I pushed too hard and created exactly the kind of chaotic disaster you've been dealing with for months. I was concerned, Kat corrected gently. Not angry. There's a significant difference. Alistair set down the cloth he'd been using for cleanup, his wire-rimmed glasses catching overhead lights as he turned to face her fully. I'm not used to people responding with concern instead of frustration when my magic goes wrong. Then you've been working with the wrong people. Her tone carried fierce protectiveness that made his heart skip. Magical mishaps happen during innovation. That's how we learn and grow. Responding with anger instead of support just makes the anxiety worse. He laughed softly, recognizing the truth in her observation. My parents never understood that. They saw my explosive experiments as problems to be contained rather than learning experiences to be supported. Kat's amber eyes flashed with the same protectiveness she'd shown defending Tinselcroft's collaborative values. Well, I'm not your parents, and this partnership works both ways. I support your innovations. You help me achieve effects beyond my usual precision. Neither of us is doing the other a favor. We're creating something genuinely new together. The words settled into Alistair's chest with warm certainty, transforming his understanding of their relationship. Not obligation or external imposition or compromise born from necessity. Choice. Partnership. Collaboration that multiplied rather than divided their individual strengths. Something worth building together, instead of just managing until competition season ended. They finished cleanup side by side, covered in gingerbread mixture, and laughing at the absurdity of their situation. The intimate moment of working together after spectacular failure created emotional connection that success never could have achieved. Vulnerability and shared disaster bringing them closer than individual technical mastery ever would. As they tackled the final stubborn patches of magical residue, Alistair marveled at how thoroughly this afternoon had transformed his understanding of their partnership. What started as fierce determination to prove collaborative innovation superior to Percy Nightshade's isolated perfectionism had become something far more personal. Genuine attraction that surprised him with its intensity. Deep respect for Kat's caring response to his magical mishap. Amazed recognition of their combined potential when opposing approaches harmonized through conscious partnership. And hope, bright and warm in his chest, that maybe they were building something that would last beyond just one competition season. Something worth the inevitable disasters and explosive failures and spectacular messes that characterized his magical journey. Something that valued contribution over perfection and partnership over isolated achievement. Something real. Chapter 12. Category. Dawnlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Kat's apartment, painting soft gold across the pristine white ceiling she'd been staring at for the past hour. Her bedroom maintained the same immaculate organization as her bakery below. Neutral linens without a single wrinkle, decorative pillows arranged with geometric precision, every surface clear of clutter. The space usually brought her comfort through its ordered perfection, but this morning, her mind refused to settle into its customary calm. Instead, it kept replaying a single moment from yesterday's chaotic practice session. Are you all right? Did any of the magical feedback hurt you? Alistair's voice had carried genuine concern that bypassed her professional defenses entirely. The fear in his hazel eyes when he'd thought his explosive spell might have injured her. That raw vulnerability affected her more than she wanted to admit, even to herself. She'd been prepared for his embarrassment about the disaster, expected his frustration with another spectacular failure. Instead, he'd shown immediate concern for her well-being that made her chest warm with unexpected emotion. Kat rolled onto her side, watching morning light strengthen across Tinselcroft's familiar roof lines. Her cat shifter nature usually demanded routine precision. Wake at 5:30, shower, dress in carefully selected neutrals, prepare bakery for the day's business. But this morning found her thoughts wandering to innovative magical techniques and crooked smiles instead of temperature calibrations and ingredient measurements. She sat up with a soft sigh, acknowledging that sleep wasn't happening when her mind kept circling back to how their magical signatures had harmonized during cleanup. The way his chaotic energies somehow amplified her precision when they worked together consciously rather than fighting each other's natural approaches. The discovery felt revolutionary for someone whose entire professional identity centered on controlled perfection. Moving through her morning routine, Kat found herself thinking about Alistair's experimental approaches to flavor enhancement magic. While measuring coffee grounds into her pristine French press, she considered how his innovative spell for self-assembling components might actually work if grounded in her structural frameworks. Her amber eyes brightened with possibilities she'd never considered during 5 years of managing the needed cat. What if his chaotic experimentation wasn't a liability to be contained, but a resource to be channeled? What if adaptation, rather than rigid control, created better results? The questions followed her down to the bakery, where early morning silence provided space for contemplation. She moved through familiar tasks with practiced efficiency, checking overnight sourdough starters, verifying oven temperatures, calibrating the temperature-controlled display cases that showcased her precision work. Her hands stilled on the brass fittings as memory surfaced unbidden. Their magic combining during cleanup had felt like nothing she'd experienced in years of solitary baking. Her precision providing stable structure, while his innovation filled that framework with creative energy. The harmonization had been unconscious at first. Both of them focused on salvaging the practice session rather than consciously directing their combined power. But the results spoke for themselves. Stable effects neither could have achieved alone, their opposing natures creating balance rather than conflict when they worked together instead of against each other. Kat traced the etched magical runes on the display case, her thoughts turning analytical. Her cat shifter magic manifested as temperature control and ingredient harmony, methodical, precise, reliable, but perhaps limited by her unwillingness to embrace unexpected variables. Alistair's raw power channeled through emotional energy and intuitive experimentation. Chaotic, but genuinely innovative when given appropriate support, rather than constant criticism. Together, they created something neither could achieve alone. The realization settled into her chest with warm certainty, transforming her understanding of their partnership. Not obligation or compromise, but genuine collaboration that multiplied their individual strengths through conscious harmony. Worth developing rather than just enduring until competition season ended. She finished calibrating the display cases and moved to her workstation, pulling out the detailed preparation schedule she'd created for their gingerbread jubilee practice. The pages represented weeks of careful planning, precise timings, exact measurements, specific techniques organized in rigid sequence. Her usual approach to ensuring quality results through eliminating variables and controlling every possible outcome. Staring at the inflexible structure, Kat felt something shift in her perspective. Alistair didn't learn through rigid instruction. He absorbed concepts through hands-on experimentation, building understanding through trial and error, rather than memorizing prescribed methods. Her micromanagement of every detail had been stifling his natural learning process, creating anxiety that made his magical control worse instead of supporting his growth. She sat at her marble countertop and began revising the schedules, her cat shifter precision adapting to new requirements rather than forcing everything into predetermined frameworks. Added flexibility points where his experimental nature could contribute innovation, identified opportunities for his intuitive approaches to enhance her methodical techniques, created space for collaborative discovery instead of just following her established procedures. The modifications felt uncomfortable at first. Releasing control went against every instinct she'd developed through years of perfectionist management. But remembering how his enthusiasm flourished when supported, rather than constantly corrected, helped her push past the discomfort. She wanted their partnership to succeed, which meant adapting her teaching style to accommodate his strengths, rather than trying to force him into her rigid mold. By the time their next practice session arrived that afternoon, Kat had transformed her detailed plans into flexible guidelines that provided structure without stifling creativity. She felt nervous presenting the changes, worried that reducing her control might compromise quality. But Alistair's delighted expression when she explained the new approach made her anxiety fade. "You're giving me room to experiment?" His hazel eyes brightened behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Within your structural frameworks? I'm trusting your innovation while providing guidance rather than strict direction," Kat corrected, smoothing imaginary wrinkles from her embroidered apron. "We work better when harmonizing our strengths instead of fighting each other's natural methods." That's... Alistair looked genuinely touched by the gesture. "Thank you for adapting your teaching style. I know releasing control doesn't come easily for you." She met his gaze directly, surprised by how much his recognition of her effort meant. "I want our collaboration to succeed, which means supporting your learning process rather than just imposing my preferred techniques." The warmth in his crooked smile made her chest flutter in ways that had nothing to do with magical preparation. They began that afternoon's practice with gingerbread foundation work, Kat demonstrating her precision temperature control while explaining the underlying magical theory. Alistair listened with focused attention that felt different from passive absorption. He genuinely engaged with her expertise, asking thoughtful questions that showed he valued her knowledge rather than just tolerating instruction. "So your cat shifter magic creates natural ingredient harmony," he said slowly, magical energy dancing across his fingertips as he followed her demonstration. "You sense when components want to blend versus when they need separation." "Exactly." Kat felt pleased by his quick comprehension. Temperature affects molecular bonding in both mundane and magical applications. Precise calibration ensures optimal results. "And your emotional state influences the temperature control?" Alistair's question showed deeper understanding than she'd expected. "Like how my anxiety makes my power more chaotic?" "Yes, though I manifest through precision rather than explosions." She demonstrated the technique again, her amber eyes bright with teaching enthusiasm. "Calm focus creates stable temperature regulation. Emotional disruption causes fluctuations." Alistair nodded thoughtfully, then began his own attempt at the spell. His magical signature carried that characteristic chaotic energy, power seeking outlets through enthusiastic experimentation. But when Kat gently guided his focus, rather than criticizing his approach, she watched with growing fascination as his innovation became more stable. "Try grounding your energy through the marble countertop," she suggested quietly. "Let physical contact provide structural stability while you direct the creative power." He followed her guidance, and suddenly their combined magic created effects she'd never imagined possible. His experimental flavor enhancement integrated seamlessly with her methodical temperature control, producing gingerbread samples that tasted simultaneously familiar and revolutionary. Traditional spices amplified through innovative magic, comfort food elevated to artistry through their collaborative approach. Kat felt genuine excitement building as she recognized the partnership's potential. Not just technically competent, but creating something truly special through their combined abilities. Her precision providing foundation, while his innovation added layers of complexity that transformed good baking into exceptional results. "This is incredible," Alistair breathed, examining the gingerbread with obvious wonder. "Your framework stabilized my enhancement spell completely. No random explosions or unexpected taste combinations. Your innovation added depth I never achieve working alone," Kat admitted, surprised by how readily the confession came. "My precision creates consistency, but sometimes lacks creative inspiration." They worked together for another 2 hours, Kat deliberately stepping back from micromanaging every detail. She provided guidance when Alistair asked questions, offered technical expertise when his experimental approaches needed grounding, but allowed him space to contribute ideas without constant correction. His enthusiasm flourished in the supportive environment, making his magical control significantly more stable than during their earlier sessions. She found herself genuinely excited by the collaborative possibilities they were discovering. Each successful integration of his innovation with her precision proved that adaptation, rather than rigid control, created superior results. Her assumptions about perfection requiring absolute predictability were being challenged by evidence that controlled flexibility actually strengthened her abilities. "Try adding your cinnamon enhancement to this batch," she suggested, pointing to a new mixture of gingerbread dough. "I'll maintain base temperature while you layer the flavor complexity." Alistair grinned, that crooked expression that made her heart skip unexpectedly. "You're really trusting my experimental approach?" "I'm learning that innovation supported by precision creates better outcomes than precision alone," Kat said honestly. "Your ideas deserve room to flourish, not constant criticism that stifles creativity." His hazel eyes softened with appreciation that made her chest warm. "That means more than you probably realize. Most people respond to my magical mishaps with frustration rather than supportive adaptation. Most people haven't experienced how powerful our combined magic becomes when we work together consciously." She met his gaze directly, recognizing the shift happening between them. "I want to develop that potential, which means adapting my teaching methods to support your learning style." They continued experimenting, and Kat discovered that incorporating his unexpected variables, rather than eliminating them entirely, made her own magical work more creative. His enthusiasm for innovation pushed her beyond comfortable techniques she'd been using for years, encouraging growth she hadn't realized she needed. Learning to accommodate his intuitive methods actually strengthened her abilities instead of compromising quality. The realization felt revolutionary for someone whose entire professional identity centered on controlled perfection. She watched Alistair successfully stabilize a complex flavor enhancement, his expression radiating pure joy when the spell integrated seamlessly with her temperature framework. The delight in his face when their magic harmonized made something flutter in her chest. Attraction she hadn't expected to feel for someone so fundamentally different from herself. "We did it!" He turned to her with infectious enthusiasm. "Stable innovation within precision structure." Kat found herself smiling, genuinely pleased by their success. "You did it! I just provided supportive framework for your creativity." "We did it together," Alistair corrected gently. "Neither of us could achieve this alone." The truth of his words settled between them, weighted with meaning beyond just magical collaboration. Kat felt the professional dynamic shifting into something more personal. Appreciation for his dedication to helping the community, respect for his genuine concern for others, attraction to his enthusiasm and creativity that challenged her rigid approaches in productive ways. He listened to her expertise with respect that made teaching feel rewarding rather than burdensome, offered his own insights without challenging her authority or dismissing her methodical knowledge, created collaborative space where both their strengths flourished instead of competing for dominance. Unlike anything she'd experienced in years of solitary baking, they worked until early evening, their combined magic creating gingerbread samples that exceeded anything Kat had produced through individual precision. Each successful collaboration proved their partnership's potential while deepening the connection developing between them. Professional respect blossoming into genuine affection as they discovered how well their opposing natures harmonized when consciously directed toward shared goals. After Alistair left for the evening, Kat stood in her pristine bakery, surrounded by evidence of their collaborative experiments. Gingerbread samples cooling on marble countertops, ingredient measurements refined through their combined approaches, magical frameworks that integrated precision and innovation into something genuinely new. She began organizing supplies for their next practice session, her thoughts dwelling on Alistair's crooked grin when he successfully stabilized complex spells, the joy in his expression when their magic harmonized, his genuine care for community well-being that mirrored her own values despite their different methods of achieving those goals. Her cat shifter nature usually demanded solitary precision, but she found herself looking forward to their next collaboration. Not just for competition preparation, but for the opportunity to work closely with someone whose enthusiasm and innovation challenged her assumptions while respecting her expertise. Someone who made her question rigid control she'd maintained for years, opening possibilities she'd never considered during 5 years of managing the needed cat alone. Standing in familiar space, transformed by their partnership, Kat felt excitement building for new possibilities opening before her, both magical and personal. Learning to embrace controlled flexibility had made her magic stronger, her teaching more effective, her creative approaches more innovative than years of isolated perfectionism ever achieved, and opened her heart to attractions she never expected to feel for someone so fundamentally different from herself. Someone whose chaotic energy somehow amplified her precision when they worked together consciously. Someone whose genuine concern and dedication to helping others made her chest warm with unexpected affection. Someone who made her want to adapt rather than control, collaborate rather than dictate, grow rather than maintain rigid perfection. Kat caught her reflection in the temperature-controlled display cases, surprised by the brightness in her amber eyes, the soft smile playing at her lips, the relaxed posture that suggested contentment rather than her usual controlled precision. She looked happy, genuinely excited by collaborative possibilities instead of anxiously managing variables, opening to connection instead of maintaining professional distance. The realization settled into her chest with warm certainty, transforming her understanding of what their partnership might become if she continued releasing control and embracing the beautiful chaos Alistair brought into her ordered world. Something worth developing beyond just one competition season. Something that valued adaptation over rigidity and collaboration over isolated achievements. Chapter 13. Alistair. The mountain trail grew steeper as Alistair climbed beyond Rowan's cabin, his emergency spell component satchel bumping against his hip with each step. The leather bag felt heavier than usual, packed with emergency supplies and protective talismans he probably wouldn't need but couldn't help bringing anyway. Old habits from years of magical mishaps died hard. He'd heard whispers about the ancient grove from Felix, who'd mentioned it casually while shelving rare botanical texts at the Enchanted Quill. "The old magic up there responds to genuine need," Felix had said, his expression thoughtful. "Not the desperate kind, mind you, the honest kind. When someone's truly ready to learn, rather than just trying to force results." Alistair figured his need qualified as honest. Desperate, too, if he was being real about it. But mostly honest. These past weeks working with Kat had shown him exactly how much his chaotic abilities needed grounding. How his anxiety-driven experimentation created problems instead of solving them. How his power could achieve amazing things when channeled through her precision framework instead of exploding randomly across her pristine bakery. He wanted to be better, worthy of her partnership and the community's growing trust, worthy of the feelings developing in his chest whenever Kat smiled at their successful collaborations. The forest path wound through ancient evergreens whose trunks were wider than Alistair's arm span. Moss hung from branches in delicate curtains, glowing faintly with residual magic from the spring snowmelt. His wire-rimmed glasses fogged slightly in the mountain air, and he pushed them up his nose absently while following what appeared to be deliberate markers, stones placed at careful intervals, small cairns built by hands long gone. Someone had walked this path before. Many someones. Over many years. The thought comforted him as the trail grew fainter, winding deeper into territory that felt increasingly removed from the ordinary world. Magic thickened in the air like honey, making his skin tingle and his satchel's enchantments hum with responsive energy. The components inside reacted to the ambient power, crystalline conductors warming against his hip, metal shavings vibrating with harmonic frequencies, rare herbs releasing faint aromatic clouds that escaped through the leather. His magical signature always ran wild in powerful environments, feeding off surrounding energy and amplifying chaotically. But here, something felt different. The ancient magic didn't trigger his usual explosive responses. Instead, it seemed to observe him with patient curiosity, waiting to see what he'd do rather than forcing immediate reaction. Alistair climbed higher, breathing hard from exertion and elevation. His sandy brown hair stuck to his forehead with sweat despite the cool mountain air. His hands bore fresh scars from this morning's mishap with a self-stirring cauldron that decided to stir itself into pieces, and his favorite cardigan had acquired another singed edge when a protective ward backfired spectacularly. Evidence of his ongoing struggle with magical control. Proof that he needed help beyond just Kat's patient teaching and the community's kind encouragement. The trees began growing in unusual patterns as he climbed, trunks curving toward a central point ahead, branches weaving together overhead in ways that suggested deliberate formation rather than random growth. The air hummed with power that made Alistair's glasses vibrate against his face, and his hair lifted slightly in magical currents that had nothing to do with physical wind. Then he stepped into the clearing and forgot to breathe. The ancient grove spread before him in perfect circular symmetry, ancient evergreens towering overhead in a ring so precise it couldn't possibly be natural. Their branches wove together high above, creating a cathedral ceiling of living wood that filtered sunlight into ethereal green-gold beams. Moss covered everything, stones, fallen logs, even the lower tree trunks, in thick emerald carpets that glowed with their own gentle phosphorescence. In the center, a spring bubbled up from moss-covered rocks, its water crystal clear and sparkling with traces of magic Alistair recognized instinctively. The same power that ran through Tinselcroft's foundations, the source of the town's magical water supply, the energy that made the kneaded cat's enchanted ovens work, and the painted paw's self-brewing tea kettles possible. The heart of everything. Alistair stood frozen at the clearing's edge, overwhelmed by the grove's sheer presence. This wasn't just a magical place. It was sacred, ancient, built by forces that understood power in ways he'd never considered, that shaped magic through patience and respect rather than forceful experimentation, the kind of magic he desperately needed to learn. His satchel vibrated against his hip as the components inside responded to the grove's energy. But instead of exploding outward in his usual chaotic fashion, the magical signature settled into harmonic resonance with the surrounding power. His crystalline conductors chimed softly, his metal shavings aligned into patterns he could feel through the leather. His rare herbs released aromatic clouds that smelled of growing things and old wisdom. Everything calming rather than amplifying, harmonizing rather than competing. Alistair took a careful step forward, then another. Moss cushioned his sturdy boots, each footfall silent in the grove's cathedral stillness. The ancient trees watched with patient awareness as he approached the center spring, their combined presence feeling less like observation and more like gentle welcome, like they'd been waiting for someone to arrive with genuine need and honest intentions. He reached the spring's edge, where moss-covered stones formed natural seating around the bubbling water. Up close, he could see the spring's magical traces more clearly, subtle shimmer in the liquid, faint luminescence rising with the steam, gentle pulses of energy that matched rhythms he associated with growing things and seasonal changes. Living magic. The kind that worked with natural patterns instead of forcing them. Alistair knelt on the moss-covered ground, his khakis immediately absorbing dampness he barely noticed. His hands rested on his knees while he tried to organize thoughts that felt too large and complicated for simple words. How did you explain desperate inadequacy to a forest? Confess fears of disappointing people who'd shown you nothing but kindness. Admit that you wanted to be better for someone whose precision and expertise made you acutely aware of every chaotic flaw in your own magical practice. The grove waited with infinite patience. No pressure, no judgment, just listening presence that made honesty feel safer than Alistair had experienced in years. "I don't know what I'm doing," he said finally, his voice rough in the cathedral stillness. "With magic, I mean. I taught myself from books and experimentation, which seemed brilliant at the time, but mostly just means I developed terrible habits without proper guidance. I've got power, loads of it actually, but no control. Everything I touch either works brilliantly or explodes spectacularly, and there's no reliable way to predict which outcome I'll get." The spring bubbled gently, its magical traces brightening slightly as if encouraging him to continue. "I came to Tinselcroft hoping a magical community would help me find my place. That being around other practitioners would somehow make my abilities more stable through osmosis, or something equally optimistic." He laughed without humor. "Instead, I've disrupted businesses, created ongoing problems for my neighbors, and nearly sabotaged the most important competition partnership I've ever been offered." His hands clenched against his knees as emotion built in his chest. "Katerina. Kat. She's incredible. Precise. Skilled. Genuinely talented at magical baking in ways I can't even properly appreciate yet. And she's been patient with my chaos, teaching me frameworks and techniques that should help, except my anxiety makes everything worse because I'm terrified of disappointing her." The confession emerged raw and honest, spilling into the grove's listening presence like water from the spring itself. "I'm afraid I'm not worthy of her partnership. That the community made a mistake trusting me to represent them alongside someone as competent as Kat. That I'll fail publicly and damage both her reputation and Tinselcroft's standing because I can't control abilities I should have mastered years ago." Alistair's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "I'm afraid she'll realize I'm not worth the effort she's investing in teaching me. That my chaos creates more problems than my innovation solves. That she'd be better off with literally any other partner who could support her expertise instead of constantly threatening to explode her equipment." The spring's magical traces pulsed brighter, warmth flooding through the clearing in waves that felt distinctly responsive. Not dismissive of his fears or patronizingly reassuring, just understanding. Acknowledging the validity of his concerns, while gently suggesting alternative perspectives he hadn't considered. Magic flowed around him, ancient power that predated human interpretation of how abilities should manifest or be controlled. The Grove had witnessed countless practitioners over centuries, some naturally precise, others wildly chaotic, all of them struggling with their own limitations and fears and desperate needs for guidance. The forest didn't judge his lack of formal training or his anxiety-driven experimentation. It simply observed what he was: someone with powerful abilities and genuine intentions, hampered by forcing results instead of working with natural patterns. Someone trying to control magic through willpower when he needed to channel it through respect. The understanding settled into Alistair's consciousness without words, communicated through the Grove's ancient wisdom in ways that bypassed language entirely. His power wasn't flawed or broken, just undirected, channeled through anxiety and force instead of collaborative integration with surrounding energy patterns. He'd been fighting his own abilities, trying to dominate chaos into submission rather than weaving innovation through existing frameworks that could stabilize his creative impulses, working against Kat's precision instead of flowing through it. "Oh." The syllable emerged breathless as comprehension bloomed. "I've been approaching everything backwards." The spring bubbled agreement, its magical traces brightening further. Around the water's edge, wildflowers Alistair hadn't noticed before began glowing softly. Delicate blooms in colors that didn't quite exist in ordinary light, their petals shimmering with ethereal luminescence that suggested these plants grew nowhere else in the region. Magic responding to emotional honesty. The Grove offering guidance to those whose intentions were pure, and whose need was genuine. Alistair's heart hammered as he watched the flowers bloom brighter, their glow intensifying in direct response to his vulnerable confession. These weren't ordinary plants. They carried power, similar to the spring itself, ancient, patient, deeply connected to Tinselcroft's magical foundations. Ingredients that could only be gathered by those the grove deemed worthy. His hands trembled slightly as he reached toward the nearest cluster of glowing blooms. Silver-edged petals pulsed with gentle magic beneath his fingertips, warm and welcoming rather than burning with protective wards. The grove was offering these freely, recognizing something in Alistair's desperate honesty that qualified him for gifts usually reserved for practitioners with decades of experience and proven dedication. The flowers whispered understanding directly into his consciousness. These blooms only appeared for partnerships built on genuine mutual respect and authentic emotional connection. They enhanced collaborative magic between practitioners whose abilities complemented rather than competed, whose respect for each other's expertise created harmony stronger than individual achievement. They bloomed for people like him and Kat, whose opposing natures could create something beautiful when consciously woven together. Alistair's vision blurred with unexpected emotion as he carefully gathered the mystical flowers, cradling delicate petals with reverence usually reserved for sacred objects. These represented more than just magical ingredients for their competition entry. They symbolized the grove's validation of feelings growing in his chest, attraction and respect, and genuine affection for someone whose precision challenged his chaos in exactly the ways he needed. Someone who made him want to be better, stabler, worthy of partnership that went beyond professional collaboration into territory that made his heart race with possibilities. He placed the glowing flowers carefully into his satchel, the bag's protection enchantments activating automatically to preserve their delicate magic. His other components shifted aside to accommodate the precious blooms, creating protective cushioning that would keep them safe during his descent from the mountain. The spring's magical water caught his attention again, its gentle bubbling calling him back to the center. Alistair cupped his hands, dipping them into liquid that felt warmer than mountain springs should be, its magical traces flowing across his skin with teaching intent. Understanding flooded through him as the grove's wisdom transmitted directly through physical contact with its source water. Not words or images, but experiential knowledge that settled into his magical practice like missing pieces finally slotting into place. His innovation needed weaving through Kat's precision framework without disrupting her careful control. His chaotic energy could stabilize when channeled respectfully through her established patterns, finding new expression that enhanced rather than threatened her expertise. His power wasn't meant for individual dominance, but collaborative integration, supporting her vision while contributing unique perspectives that expanded possibilities beyond what either could achieve alone. Magic through partnership, strength through mutual respect, control through trust and collaboration rather than forceful self-reliance. Alistair felt his magical signature shifting as the spring's teaching integrated into his consciousness, the usual explosive tendency gentling into flowing adaptability. His anxiety-driven force transforming into respectful channeling that worked with existing patterns instead of fighting them. His chaotic abilities finding new stability through appreciation for Kat's expertise rather than fear of his own inadequacy. The grove was healing insecurities he'd carried since childhood, when his non-magical parents couldn't understand abilities that manifested unpredictably and explosively, showing him that his worth wasn't measured by perfect control, but by genuine intentions and willingness to learn. That his chaotic nature could become strength when consciously directed through frameworks built on trust and mutual respect. That he was enough, exactly as he was, when working with someone who valued his contributions. The magical waters teaching settled deep into Alistair's core, changing fundamental assumptions about how his abilities should function. He withdrew his hands from the spring, feeling spiritually renewed, his magical signature humming with new stability that came from understanding rather than forced discipline. Ready to return to Kat with gifts both practical and symbolic. The glowing wildflowers in his satchel represented ingredients that would enhance their competition entry with magic possible only through authentic partnership. But they also symbolized the grove's recognition of feelings developing between them. Attraction built on genuine respect, affection growing from shared challenges and mutual support, connection that transcended professional collaboration into something deeper and more meaningful, something worth expressing honestly instead of hiding behind anxious self-doubt. Alistair stood slowly, his knees damp from kneeling on moss-covered ground, his heart full of hope and determination he hadn't felt in years. The grove had given him practical knowledge and precious ingredients, but more importantly, it had shown him that his worth wasn't diminished by imperfections or measured by ability to achieve perfect control, that his chaotic magic could become beautiful when woven through partnership with someone whose precision complemented his innovation, that he was worthy of Kat's time and teaching and growing affection, not despite his flaws, but because those flaws created space for collaboration that made them both stronger. The ancient trees seemed to whisper approval as he turned toward the path leading back down the mountain. Their branches swayed gently despite the absence of wind, cathedral ceiling of living wood filtering afternoon light into ethereal patterns across the moss-covered ground. The spring bubbled peacefully behind him, its magical traces following him to the clearing's edge with benediction that felt distinctly protective. Safe journey. Use wisdom well. Honor partnership with honesty and respect. Alistair stepped onto the trail with his emergency spell component satchel weighing heavier than when he'd arrived, filled now with mystical flowers and ancient wisdom that represented validation of feelings he'd been afraid to name. His wire-rimmed glasses sat straight on his nose for once, no longer knocked askew by explosive magical feedback. His sandy brown hair fell naturally instead of standing on end from chaotic energy discharges, everything settling into calmer patterns as the grove's teaching integrated into his magical practice. The descent would take hours, winding down through mountain forest toward Tinselcroft's Valley, where Kat worked in her pristine bakery, where their partnership was transforming from forced collaboration into genuine connection, where feelings could be expressed honestly with gifts that symbolized both practical enhancement and authentic emotional investment, where he could finally offer her the truth developing in his chest alongside the mystical flowers the ancient grove had blessed. Standing at the grove's edge with afternoon sunlight warming his shoulders, Alistair felt ready. Ready to be vulnerable about emotions he'd been hiding behind professional courtesy. Ready to trust that Kat's respect for his contributions extended beyond just magical collaboration. Ready to believe the grove's validation that their partnership was built on foundations strong enough to support feelings deeper than either had initially expected. Ready to risk disappointment for the possibility of something beautiful. The path stretched before him, winding down through ancient forest toward home and hope, and a future that suddenly felt full of promise. Alistair adjusted his satchel strap, protecting precious cargo with careful hands, and began walking toward whatever came next. Toward Kat, and honesty, and partnership that could become so much more than either of them had imagined. Toward the courage to show her exactly how much their collaboration had come to mean. Chapter 14. Category. The morning sun was casting golden light through the kneaded Kat's pristine display windows when someone knocked on the locked door. Kat looked up from arranging fresh croissants in geometrically perfect rows, her amber eyes narrowing with curiosity as she recognized the silhouette through the glass. Alistair stood on her doorstep, looking nervous and hopeful in equal measure, his sandy brown hair more disheveled than usual despite the early hour. His emergency spell component satchel was clutched protectively against his chest rather than slung casually over his shoulder, and his hazel eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses held unusual intensity that made her cat-shifter senses tingle with anticipation. She wiped flour dust from her hands and crossed to unlock the door, her practical low heels clicking precisely against polished floors. "We're not officially open yet," she began, then stopped at the expression on his face. Not his usual apologetic worry about magical mishaps or anxious concern about disappointing her expectations. Something different. Something that made her pulse quicken despite her professional composure. "I brought you something." His crooked smile appeared, transforming his ordinary features into something genuinely appealing. His voice carried unusual reverence as he stepped inside when she moved back to grant him entrance. "I went to the ancient grove yesterday. Felix mentioned it when I was asking about rare magical ingredients for our competition entry, and I thought, well, I hoped." He stopped himself, fair skin flushing as he carefully extracted a small bundle from his satchel. The fabric wrapping glowed faintly with residual magic that made her cat-shifter senses flare with curiosity. Not the chaotic energy that usually accompanied Alistair's magical work, but something older and more profound. Ancient power that spoke to instincts predating her grandmother's establishment of this bakery. "May I?" She held out her hands, elegant fingers steady despite the strange flutter in her chest. Alistair placed the bundle in her palms with ceremonial care, his own hands trembling slightly as they brushed hers. The brief contact sent warmth through her skin that had nothing to do with magical resonance and everything to do with the earnest hope in his expression. Kat unwrapped the soft cloth with precise movements, her natural grace serving her well when internal feelings threatened to make her clumsy. The fabric fell away to reveal delicate flowers unlike anything she'd encountered in conventional magical botany. Silver-edged petals pulsed with gentle, ethereal light, each bloom radiating power that resonated through her magical consciousness, like a bell being struck in perfect harmony with her own signature. Her breath caught audibly. She'd read about these flowers in her grandmother's oldest recipe books, mystical blooms that grew only in places where ancient magic pooled undiluted by modern human interference. Ingredients so rare that most magical bakers went entire careers without accessing them. "They're from the ancient grove," Alistair confirmed, watching her face with vulnerable intensity. His fair skin had progressed from flushed to genuinely pink. "The grove's magic. It's hard to explain what happened there, but when I asked for ingredients that would enhance our partnership's magical work, these bloomed around the spring. And the water showed me things, taught me things about authentic collaboration and genuine connection." He paused, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses in a gesture she'd learned meant he was gathering courage for difficult honesty. "The grove told me they only bloom for partnerships built on genuine mutual respect and authentic connection." The words came out rushed, nervous energy making them tumble together. Not just professional collaboration or convenient teamwork, but real partnership, where both people value each other's contributions and care about each other's well-being beyond just achieving shared goals. The symbolism hit Kat like a physical force, making her elegant posture stiffen with recognition. These weren't just rare magical ingredients representing professional enhancement of their competition entry. They were a declaration. Validation from ancient magic itself that their collaboration had transcended professional necessity to become something precious and meaningful, something that reflected feelings she'd been trying very hard not to acknowledge. Her hands trembled as she cradled the mystical blooms, their magical resonance harmonizing perfectly with her signature in ways that felt intimate beyond any professional working relationship. The flowers pulsed gently in her palms, their ancient power responding to her touch with recognition that made her chest tight. She'd spent weeks telling herself that her growing attraction to Alistair was simply appreciation for his innovative contributions to their partnership, that her increasing comfort with his presence in her precisely ordered workspace was just practical adaptation to unavoidable circumstances. That the way her thoughts kept drifting to his crooked smile and genuine concern for others' well-being was merely natural interest in a collaborative partner's personality. But these flowers, blessed by magic older than Tinselcroft itself, called her rationalizations exactly what they were: self-protective denial of feelings that had grown far beyond collaborative partnership into genuine affection and deep attraction. Alistair, these are extraordinary. Her whisper barely carried across the small space between them, her usual professional composure cracking under the weight of emotions she wasn't prepared to confront. The flower's gentle magic confirmed what her heart already knew, what she'd been hiding from herself through obsessive focus on competition preparation and professional standards, that her feelings for him had become real and precious and impossible to ignore. She looked up from the glowing blooms to find him watching her, with hope and anxiety warring across his expressive features. His sandy brown hair stuck up at odd angles where he'd obviously been running nervous fingers through it during his mountain journey. His fair skin showed traces of sunburn across his nose from yesterday's exposure at higher elevation. He looked rumpled and nervous and so genuinely hopeful that something in her chest ached with tender feeling. "I've been working to stabilize my magical control," he said quietly, his hazel eyes holding hers with vulnerable honesty. "The grove helped me understand that my chaotic energy wasn't weakness or failure, but natural expression of powerful magic that needed conscious direction through frameworks built on trust. Working with you, learning from your precision while contributing my innovation, it's changed how I understand my own abilities." He shifted his weight, the movement making his emergency spell component satchel swing against his hip with familiar jingling of crystalline conductors and metal components. "But it's also changed how I understand collaboration and partnership, and what it means when someone values your contributions not despite your flaws, but because those imperfections create space for growth and mutual support." His voice grew softer, more uncertain. "When the grove blessed these flowers for our partnership, I realized I've been feeling things beyond just professional respect and collaborative appreciation. Things I didn't know if I should acknowledge, because we're working together on something important, and I didn't want to complicate." "The timing feels complicated," Kat interrupted gently, needing to speak before panic could overwhelm the tender recognition blooming alongside the mystical flower's magic. Her amber eyes met his with honest vulnerability, while her mind raced through implications and consequences. The gingerbread jubilee approached rapidly, with Beatrice Wyndham's professional scrutiny adding pressure she couldn't afford to compromise through personal distraction. Her reputation as Tinselcroft's reliable baker rested on consistent excellence that required absolute focus and unwavering precision. Community expectations centered on her ability to represent their collaborative values while maintaining the technical standards that justified the food critic's attention. Romantic involvement with her competition partner would introduce variables she couldn't control or predict. Emotional complications that might undermine the professional excellence she'd built her entire identity around. Personal feelings that could cloud judgment or compromise the pristine standards she'd maintained so carefully. But even as her practical mind calculated risks and complications, the flowers pulsed more brightly in her palms. Their ancient magic somehow attuned to authenticity of feeling, regardless of practical timing or professional wisdom, responding to genuine emotion with validation that transcended strategic considerations. "I have responsibilities to the community," she continued carefully, her precise fingers curling protectively around the mystical blooms as though their physical presence could anchor her through emotional chaos. "The needed cat has been Tinselcroft's reliable source of daily comfort and special occasion celebrations for 3 generations. My grandmother built this business on consistent excellence and absolute trustworthiness. People depend on me to maintain those standards. Her cat shifter nature wanted to purr at Alistair's nearness, to lean into the warmth of his genuine concern and authentic connection. But years of professional discipline held her rigid, fighting the impulse to act on feelings without careful consideration of consequences. And the Jubilee, Beatrice Wyndham's presence means we're representing not just ourselves, but this entire community's approach to magical baking. Percy Nightshade already dismisses Tinselcroft as amateur and unsophisticated. We need to prove that collaborative partnership can produce excellence equal to any individual achievement. That means maintaining focus on technical perfection while integrating your innovative contributions. She paused, struggling to articulate the fear underlying her practical concerns. That opening herself to personal feelings might compromise the professional competence that had always been her defining characteristic. That emotional vulnerability could undermine the precise control she'd relied on to navigate every challenge. That caring about someone beyond professional partnership meant risking pain and disappointment she'd avoided by maintaining careful distance. Alistair's expression shifted to understanding without taking offense at her concerns. His hazel eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses held gentle acceptance that made her chest ache with conflicting emotions. "I know the timing isn't ideal," he said quietly, "and I understand if you need to focus completely on competition preparation without personal complications. I didn't come here expecting. I hoped you might feel something too, but I wasn't trying to pressure you into anything that compromises your priorities." He gestured toward the glowing flowers with self-deprecating smile. "I mostly wanted you to know that our partnership has meant more to me than just collaborative magical work. That the Grove's recognition of genuine connection wasn't wrong, even if acting on it right now feels complicated." His voice grew softer, more vulnerable. That whatever happens with the competition, or the timing, or the practical considerations, I care about you beyond just professional respect and working relationship. The flowers pulsed brighter in response to his honesty, their ancient magic validating emotional authenticity while remaining neutral about strategic timing or practical wisdom. Kat felt her careful composure cracking further under the weight of feelings she could no longer rationalize away, because the truth was that her attraction to Alistair had nothing to do with professional advantage, and everything to do with genuine affection for his earnest nature, his innovative magical thinking that challenged her assumptions without dismissing her expertise, his genuine concern for others' well-being that motivated chaotic magical mishaps in service of helping community members, his willingness to be vulnerable about insecurities while working to improve rather than hiding behind defensive pride. The way his crooked smile transformed his ordinary features into something genuinely appealing. How his presence in her pristine workspace had stopped feeling like intrusion and started feeling like compliment. His creative chaos balancing her rigid precision in ways that enhanced, rather than threatened, her abilities. How working together had become the highlight of days previously defined by solitary perfection and careful isolation. "The timing does feel complicated," she admitted quietly, her amber eyes holding his with vulnerable honesty, while precision-oriented mind struggled against emotions that defied controlled categorization. "But that doesn't mean the feelings aren't real." Her cat shifter senses registered the way Alistair's breathing changed at her words, quickening with hope, while his fair skin flushed with renewed color. The flowers in her palms seemed to pulse in rhythm with her accelerating heartbeat, their ancient magic responding to emotional authenticity with approval that transcended practical considerations. "I've been trying not to acknowledge how much our partnership has come to mean beyond just collaborative work," she continued, forcing herself to voice truths she'd hidden behind professional focus. "Telling myself that my appreciation for your innovative contributions was just strategic recognition of complementary abilities, that my comfort with your presence was merely practical adaptation to unavoidable circumstances." She looked down at the glowing blooms, their ethereal light illuminating her elegant hands with silver radiance. But these flowers represent validation from magic older and wiser than my strategic rationalizations. Recognition that what's developed between us goes beyond professional collaboration into something precious and meaningful. Her voice dropped to a whisper, something I wasn't prepared to confront because it challenges the careful control I've maintained over every aspect of my life. The admission left her feeling exposed and vulnerable in ways that terrified her precision-oriented nature, but also strangely lighter, as though speaking the truth aloud had released pressure building unacknowledged for weeks. Alistair took a careful step closer, his hazel eyes bright with hope and understanding behind wire-rimmed glasses that reflected the flower's ethereal glow. Not pushing or demanding, but offering quiet presence and patient acceptance of whatever timeline she needed. "We don't have to figure everything out right now," he said gently. "The Jubilee and professional responsibilities and community expectations, those are all real considerations that deserve thoughtful attention. I'm not asking you to compromise your standards or abandon your priorities." His crooked smile appeared, transforming anxiety into something tender. "I just wanted you to know that when I think about our partnership, about working together and learning from each other and creating magic that neither of us could achieve alone, I feel something beyond just professional appreciation." And the Grove validated that those feelings are real and meaningful, even if the timing requires careful navigation. The flowers pulsed brightly in Kat's hands, their ancient magic confirming Alistair's emotional honesty with approval that resonated through her magical consciousness. She felt her defenses crumbling under combined assault of mystical validation and his genuine vulnerability. Because he wasn't demanding immediate response or pushing for commitment that compromised her professional focus. He was offering honest expression of authentic feelings while respecting her need for careful consideration, demonstrating the emotional maturity and genuine care that made her feelings for him even stronger. She moved carefully to her pristine marble countertop, finding a place of honor where morning sunlight would illuminate the mystical blooms through her display windows. Their ethereal glow transformed her precisely ordered workspace, ancient magic adding warmth to immaculate surfaces that had always felt complete through perfection alone. Now they felt complete through connection, through validation that professional excellence could coexist with personal feelings rather than requiring solitary isolation. "Regardless of timing complications," she said quietly, turning back to face Alistair with vulnerable honesty, "my feelings for you have become something real and precious that I can no longer ignore." Her amber eyes met his hazel gaze directly, cat shifter precision serving her well when emotional chaos threatened to make her falter. Even if professional wisdom demands careful consideration of when and how to act on them. Chapter 15. Alistair. The festival planning wing of Elderberry Municipal Hall felt worlds away from Alistair's chaotic workshop. He pushed through the heavy oak doors, carrying his emergency spell component satchel, trying to project confidence he absolutely didn't feel. Wire-rimmed glasses reflected the magical projection displays mounted throughout the entrance corridor. Real-time layouts of competition pavilions, team assignments, and elaborate scheduling matrices that made his self-taught organizational methods seem laughably inadequate. His sandy brown hair stuck up at odd angles despite his attempt to smooth it down earlier. The nervous energy coursing through him had manifested in repeated fidgeting that left his appearance rumpled and disheveled compared to the polished competitors already moving through the building's modern facilities. The corridor opened into the main competition kitchen, and Alistair stopped dead in his tracks. Professional didn't begin to describe it. Gleaming stainless steel workstations stretched in precise rows across the massive space, each equipped with state-of-the-art magical appliances that probably cost more than his entire workshop's inventory. Temperature-controlled storage areas lined the walls, their glass fronts displaying perfect climate zones, maintained by elegant enchantments that made his homemade protective barriers look like amateur hour. Specialized baking equipment occupied dedicated stations, magical mixers with self-calibrating speed controls, ovens that adjusted their heating patterns based on real-time analysis of whatever was baking inside, and precision measuring tools that responded to verbal commands. His chaotic workshop, with its scorch marks and emergency cleanup supplies, seemed embarrassingly primitive by comparison. The bag on his shoulders suddenly felt heavier, its collection of salvaged components and improvised magical tools woefully inadequate for this professional environment. Teams from across the paranormal community bustled around elaborate setups, their movements confident and practiced. A group of witch bakers from a prestigious academy worked with synchronized precision, their color-coordinated equipment arranged in perfect geometric patterns. A trio of dragon shifters occupied the station with the most powerful heat sources, their natural fire magic amplifying industrial-grade enchantments. Two Fey pastry chefs created delicate sugar sculptures that defied physics through ancient glamour techniques. Everyone moved with obvious expertise and professional training that made Alistair's stomach clench with anxiety. His self-taught magical techniques, learned through desperate experimentation and helpful guidance from whoever would tolerate his explosive mistakes, suddenly felt woefully inadequate. These competitors had studied under master practitioners, attended renowned magical academies, built careers on technical excellence and sophisticated approaches to culinary magic. What was he thinking, entering a competition at this level? Percy Nightshade commanded attention at the most elaborate workstation near the center of the kitchen, positioned like royalty surveying his kingdom. Expensive equipment arranged with military precision occupied every available surface. Platinum mixing bowls engraved with amplification runes, designer measuring tools crafted from rare magical materials, and a custom oven that probably cost more than Alistair's entire building. Assistants in matching black uniforms moved around Percy with choreographed efficiency, responding to his clipped commands with practiced deference. Percy's aristocratic bearing radiated contempt as his cold, gray eyes surveyed other competitors. His perfectly tailored black suit and platinum pocket watch belonged in an exclusive culinary salon, not a small-town festival competition. Everything about his presence screamed that he considered this event beneath his considerable talent. Alistair tried to move toward their assigned station without attracting attention, but Percy's sharp gaze tracked his progress across the kitchen with obvious disdain. "How quaint!" Percy announced, loudly enough for nearby teams to hear, his precise voice dripping with condescension. He gestured toward Alistair's humble leather satchel and the handwritten notes visible through the opening. Small-town amateurs with their rustic approach to what should be sophisticated culinary artistry. Several competitors glanced over with varying expressions, some sympathetic, others dismissive, a few openly amused. The dragon shifters exchanged knowing looks while the academy witches tried to hide polite smiles. Intimidation flooded through Alistair like ice water, freezing the nervous energy that had been propelling him forward. His chaotic magical signature felt even more unstable compared to the polished techniques surrounding him. Precise enchantments maintained with perfect control, sophisticated spellwork executed with elegant efficiency, advanced applications that demonstrated years of formal training. His hands began trembling slightly as he set his satchel on their assigned workstation. The worn leather looked pathetic next to Percy's designer equipment. His collection of salvaged spell components and improvised magical tools represented resourcefulness and creative problem-solving in his workshop. But here, they just looked cheap and inadequate. The magical control he'd worked so hard to develop threatened to destabilize under the pressure. He could feel his power responding to his anxiety, building unpredictably as his emotional state grew more chaotic. Small sparks jumped between his trembling fingers. The spell components in his satchel began vibrating with excess magical resonance. This was exactly what always happened. Stress undermined his control, which created magical mishaps, which increased his stress in a vicious spiral that ended in explosive disaster. Except this time, he wasn't in his workshop, where collateral damage only affected himself and some equipment he could replace. He was in a professional competition environment, surrounded by expensive magical appliances and accomplished practitioners who would witness his failure in spectacular detail. And he was about to disappoint Kat in front of the most demanding audience possible. That thought hurt worse than Percy's contempt or the other competitors' dismissive glances. After everything Kat had invested in their partnership, the patient teaching, the flexible adaptation of her methods, the genuine encouragement despite their obvious differences, he was going to humiliate her by proving that his chaotic abilities had no place in professional settings. Alistair. Kat appeared beside him with quiet confidence, her amber eyes steady and reassuring as she surveyed their shared workspace. She moved with her characteristic precision, but her presence radiated calm support rather than judgment. Her elegant appearance, tailored blazer over a silk blouse, her thick hair secured in a neat bun with decorative pins, belonged in this professional environment far more than his rumpled clothing and scattered energy. But she didn't seem concerned about the disparity. Instead, she began organizing their workspace with methodical care, her graceful movements providing structure to the chaotic anxiety flooding his system. Temperature gauges arranged in ascending order, measuring tools positioned within easy reach, mixing bowls nested by size with practiced efficiency. Her calm, professional demeanor provided an anchor for his spiraling thoughts, her steady presence reminding him that he wasn't facing this intimidating competition alone. "We're not here to compete against them," Kat said softly, while arranging their ingredients with the precision that made her Tinselcroft's most reliable baker. Her voice held quiet conviction that cut through his anxiety better than any dramatic pep talk could have. "We're here to show what we can create together. Focus on our partnership, not their individual achievements." Her amber eyes met his directly, holding his attention with gentle firmness. "Percy's equipment is expensive, and his technique is sophisticated, but neither of those things determine the value of what we're going to create." She gestured subtly toward their modest setup. "Our approach represents something authentic. Collaboration instead of individual dominance. Community connection instead of technical perfection. Genuine partnership instead of hierarchical control." She began unpacking the magical flowers he'd brought from the ancient grove, their ethereal glow adding warmth to their workstation, despite its humble appearance compared to surrounding setups. "Those are our strengths. Not his platinum bowls or his aristocratic training or his expensive assistants." Her voice softened with conviction. "So let's focus on what we do best, instead of trying to compete in categories where he's established his territory." Movement near the entrance caught Alistair's attention. Mayor Elderberry swept into the kitchen wearing his ceremonial chain of office, his silver beard freshly groomed, and his kind blue eyes surveying the competition space with genuine enthusiasm. Behind him came a flood of familiar faces. Cleo, with her spiky black hair currently streaked with encouraging purple, Felix carrying a leather-bound notebook to document the event, Dr. Willowmere offering her professional support, and at least a dozen other Tinselcroft residents who'd made the trip to the festival planning wing.
"There you are!"
Mayor Elderberry's booming voice filled the kitchen with warmth that contrasted sharply with Percy's cold disdain. He approached their workstation with open affection, completely unbothered by the sophisticated competition surrounding them. "Came to offer official mayoral encouragement before the competition begins. The whole town's proud of your collaborative efforts. Shows exactly what Tinselcroft values most." Cleo bounded over with her characteristic energy, her green eyes literally glowing with excitement. "You're going to do amazing! Felix and I have been researching partnership-based magical applications, and the theoretical advantages of complementary abilities are really significant when—" "What she means," Felix interrupted gently, adjusting his trendy glasses with an affectionate smile, "is that we believe in you both. Your combined strengths create something neither of you could achieve alone, which is the whole point of collaborative competition. Dr. Willowmere placed a supportive hand on Alistair's shoulder, her Earth Witch wisdom radiating calm reassurance. Remember what we discussed about channeling your power through connection rather than control. This is your opportunity to demonstrate that principle in action. Their genuine enthusiasm for collaborative success rather than individual victory reminded Alistair what Tinselcroft valued most: community support, authentic connection, and the belief that working together created better results than isolated excellence. Percy's voice cut through the supportive atmosphere with aristocratic dismissal. How touching. A cheering section for the amateur contingent. His cold gray eyes swept over the Tinselcroft residents with obvious contempt. Though I'm afraid encouragement is a poor substitute for actual technical skill and proper training. Mayor Elderberry turned to face Percy with diplomatic firmness, his mayoral authority evident despite his warm demeanor. The Gingerbread Jubilee celebrates collaboration and community connection, Mr. Nightshade. Technical skill serves those values rather than replacing them. How provincial. Percy returned his attention to his elaborate setup, dismissing the mayor with aristocratic finality. I suppose that perspective explains why small-town competitions attract such quaint participants. But the insult rolled off Alistair more easily this time, buffered by the genuine support surrounding their workstation. These people, his community, his friends, his partner, didn't value him for polished technique or expensive equipment. They appreciated his genuine desire to help others, his innovative problem-solving, his willingness to keep trying despite repeated failures. They believed his chaotic magic had value when channeled through collaboration, rather than controlled through rigid self-discipline. Cleo leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper while her eyes tracked Percy's movements. That guy is absolutely getting an artistic interpretation later, probably involving unflattering caricature and excessive use of pompous purple. Be nice, Felix chided gently, though his expression suggested he wouldn't entirely disapprove of Cleo's artistic revenge. I'm always nice, Cleo protested with exaggerated innocence. Just creatively honest. The exchange sparked genuine laughter from Alistair, breaking through his anxiety with the reminder that Percy's condescension didn't define his value or determine his potential. The Tinselcroft residents clustered around their modest workstation represented something far more precious than expensive equipment or aristocratic training: authentic community support that celebrated effort and collaboration rather than demanding perfect execution. His natural enthusiasm began returning as he realized their collaborative approach represented something valuable regardless of external competition. Yes, Percy had superior technical training and sophisticated equipment. Yes, other teams demonstrated polished expertise earned through formal education. But none of them offered what he and Kat had developed: genuine partnership built on mutual respect, complementary abilities that enhanced rather than competed with each other, and community connection that valued relationships over individual achievement. Those weren't weaknesses to overcome. They were strengths to embrace. Alistair turned his attention to supporting Kat's preparation, his anxiety settling as he focused on their partnership rather than external comparisons. He organized his spell components using the system she'd taught him, categorized by application rather than scattered randomly, arranged for easy access during time-sensitive magical work, labeled with clear notes instead of relying on chaotic memory. The methodical approach felt grounding rather than restrictive when applied to collaborative purpose. Their magical nameplate, a small brass plaque enchanted to display team information, began glowing with steady amber light as they worked together. The collaborative magic responded to their synchronized efforts with warm approval, the light pulsing in rhythm with their combined magical signatures finding harmony. Across the kitchen, Percy's elaborate setup showed flickering instability despite its impressive appearance. The platinum bowls vibrated slightly with magical resonance that suggested interference between competing enchantments. His custom oven's display fluctuated unpredictably, drawing irritated attention from Percy and confused responses from his assistants. Apparently expensive equipment and sophisticated individual technique didn't guarantee stable magical collaboration, but genuine partnership and authentic connection created magic that resonated with steady reliability. Standing beside Kat in the professional competition environment, with community support surrounding them, Alistair still felt nervous about the upcoming challenge. His hands still trembled slightly with residual anxiety, and his rumpled appearance still contrasted sharply with the polished competitors filling the kitchen. But his confidence had shifted its foundation from comparison to others' individual achievements toward trust in their partnership's authenticity. He caught Kat's eye and offered his crooked smile, the one that appeared when he felt genuinely pleased despite his circumstances. "Ready to show them what Tinselcroft collaboration looks like?" he asked, his voice steadier than it had been since entering the intimidating professional space. Her amber eyes warmed with approval and affection that had nothing to do with expensive equipment or aristocratic training. "Absolutely. Let's create something that represents our partnership rather than trying to imitate their individual approaches." The magical nameplate pulsed brighter. Ancient partnership magic validating their collaborative intention with steady amber approval. Whatever happened in the competition, they were facing it together. And that mattered far more than Percy's platinum bowls or the Academy Witch's synchronized techniques or any other measure of individual excellence. Because the best magic, the kind that truly mattered, came from authentic connection rather than isolated perfection. Chapter 16. Category. Kat took a steadying breath and centered herself in the familiar ritual of preparation, her amber eyes automatically tracking the temperature gauges on their assigned workstation. The competition equipment wasn't hers, lacked the years of calibration and adjustment that made her bakery ovens extensions of her own magical consciousness, but precision required adaptability as much as control. She placed both hands on the marble work surface and released a careful thread of magic, letting it flow through the unfamiliar equipment like water finding its level. The oven's temperature regulation system hummed in response, its enchantments adjusting to her signature with the slight resistance of equipment tuned for general use rather than her specific magical frequency. Not perfect, but workable. Her magic pulsed steadily through the temperature controls, establishing the foundation of precise heat management that would anchor their entire collaborative effort. Gingerbread required exact temperatures throughout the baking process. Too hot and the edges burned, while centers remained raw. Too cool and the structural integrity suffered, compromising both flavor development and architectural strength. Alistair shifted beside her, his magical energy crackling with barely contained enthusiasm. She sensed his impulse to immediately begin experimental additions, his creative mind already racing ahead to innovative enhancements and unconventional flavor combinations. "Temperature calibration first," she murmured, her voice carrying the gentle firmness she'd developed during their practice sessions. "We need stable foundation before we add complexity." "Right. Yes, absolutely." His nervous energy settled slightly as he focused on supporting her methodical process rather than rushing ahead to exciting innovations. "What do you need?" "Monitor the ambient temperature while I calibrate the ovens. Your sensitivity to magical fluctuations is better than mine. Tell me if you detect any interference from neighboring workstations." The acknowledgement of his superior abilities in specific areas seemed to anchor him further, his chaotic magic finding purpose through contributing to her precision framework. She watched from the corner of her eye as he extended his awareness outward, his rumpled appearance belying the sophistication of his magical perception. "Percy's setup is creating minor resonance interference," he reported after a moment, his voice steady with professional assessment. Nothing that should affect our work if we establish strong enough boundaries. The Academy Witch's synchronized magic is actually quite elegant. It's reinforcing stability rather than disrupting it. Exactly the kind of detailed observation she needed, but lacked the sensitivity to detect herself. Working together, they established clean magical boundaries around their workstation, her precision defining exact parameters while his intuitive understanding of magical flow created flexible shields that adapted to changing conditions rather than rigidly resisting them. The combination proved more effective than either approach alone, creating workspace that felt both controlled and responsive. Perfect foundation for collaborative creation. Kat began measuring ingredients with characteristic exactitude, her precise movements reflecting years of professional discipline. Flour, sugar, butter, spices, each component weighed to the exact gram. Magical properties tested and balanced, temperatures verified and adjusted. The familiar ritual grounded her in competence, even as her heart raced with awareness of Beatrice Wyndham's sharp eyes observing their process. "Ginger and cinnamon are standard," she said, more to organize her own thoughts than to instruct Alistair. "But we need depth beyond traditional proportions. What about cardamom?" His suggestion came with tentative enthusiasm, testing whether she'd welcome his innovative additions. "Not much, just enough to add complexity without overwhelming the classic flavor profile. And maybe a touch of black pepper to enhance the ginger's warmth?" 6 weeks ago, the suggestion would have irritated her. Unnecessary deviation from proven formulas, experimentation that risked compromising reliable results. But working with Alistair had taught her that innovation and precision weren't opposing forces. They were complementary approaches that enhanced each other when properly balanced. "Show me your proportions," she said, her amber eyes meeting his with genuine interest rather than skeptical assessment. His entire demeanor brightened, enthusiasm replacing anxiety as he carefully measured experimental additions. His hands moved with surprising delicacy, despite their larger size, his magical signature testing each component's compatibility with her base formula before committing to specific quantities. Not reckless experimentation, informed innovation, guided by genuine understanding. She incorporated his enhancements into her methodical framework, her precision ensuring proper integration, while his creative energy elevated the flavor profile beyond anything she'd developed through traditional methods alone. The gingerbread dough responded to their collaborative magic with warm approval, its aroma developing layers of complexity that made her mouth water with professional appreciation. Traditional warmth anchored by her exact spice ratios. Surprising depth from his carefully calibrated additions. Harmonious balance that transcended either individual approach. Their magical signatures began dancing together as they worked. Her steady amber flow interweaving with his crackling creative energy in patterns that felt increasingly natural. The temperature controls responded to her precision guidance while accepting his innovative adjustments without conflict, creating baking conditions perfectly tailored to their unique collaborative formula. She found herself purring, soft, unconscious sound that emerged when she felt particularly content. The self-conscious part of her mind registered embarrassment at the involuntary display of cat shifter satisfaction, but the rest of her consciousness was too absorbed in collaborative creation to care about maintaining perfect, professional composure. This felt right in ways that solitary excellence never had. The magical nameplate on their workstation began shifting, its steady amber glow brightening as their collaborative harmony deepened. Kat noticed the change peripherally while she focused on rolling gingerbread dough to precise thickness, her movements fluid and confident as years of professional experience guided each gesture. Alistair worked beside her, preparing architectural components, his experimental self-assembly spell enhanced by her structural calculations to create gingerbread walls that fit together with both magical innovation and engineering precision. The pieces rose gently from the workstation, rotating slowly as they cooled in perfect suspension, his chaotic magic channeled through her controlled framework to produce effects neither could achieve independently. Beautiful work, someone murmured nearby. Kat glanced up to find several other competitors watching their station with obvious interest. The Academy witches had paused their own synchronized preparation to observe the magical interplay between precision and innovation, their identical expressions showing professional appreciation rather than competitive dismissal. The nameplate's glow brightened further, shifting from amber to brilliant gold as their collaborative magic reached new heights of synchronization. The steady radiance drew more attention, admiring glances spreading through the pavilion kitchen as other teams noticed the visible manifestation of exceptional partnership harmony. Mayor Elderberry's booming laugh filled the space when their gingerbread architecture began self-assembling with perfect structural integrity. Walls slotting together with the satisfying precision of expert joinery, enhanced by magical coordination. Now that's what I call collaborative magic. The community observers clustered around their workstation beamed with unmistakable pride, their supportive presence creating warm atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the competitive tension emanating from other stations. Cleo bounced on her toes with barely contained excitement, while Felix made careful notes about their techniques, and Dr. Willowmere watched with the satisfied expression of someone whose intuition about compatible partnerships had proven correct. Kat felt profoundly grateful for their support, even as her professional focus remained centered on the work itself. Your integration of precision and innovation is remarkable. The cultured voice belonged to Beatrice Wyndham, who had approached their station with obvious professional interest. The food critic's sharp eyes tracked every detail of their collaborative process. The way Alistair's experimental enhancements wove seamlessly through Kat's methodical framework. How their magical signatures moved in perfect synchronization. The complexity and depth evident in their gingerbread components. Kat's heart rate accelerated with nervous awareness of being evaluated by someone whose opinion could significantly impact both their individual reputations and Tinselcroft's standing in the broader magical culinary community. But she forced herself to focus on the work rather than the observation, trusting that authentic technique would speak for itself more effectively than performative adjustments designed to impress. Beatrice sampled one of their test components, a small gingerbread cookie enhanced with their collaborative magical innovations. Her expression remained professionally neutral while she evaluated the flavor profile with the discerning palate of an expert critic. But Kat noticed the slight widening of her eyes that suggested genuine surprise. The flavor profile evolves on the palate, Beatrice observed, making detailed notes in her leather portfolio. Initial warmth from traditional ginger and cinnamon, then subtle cardamom complexity emerging, finished with unexpected depth from the black pepper enhancement. And the texture. She took another careful bite, her attention fully engaged. It shifts slightly with temperature changes, firmer when warm, developing tender quality as it cools. How are you achieving that? Alistair glanced at Kat, clearly uncertain whether to explain their collaborative techniques or defer to her professional judgment about sharing methodology. She made the decision quickly, guided by instinct that suggested authenticity would serve them better than mysterious withholding. Combined approach. My precision ensures structural stability and exact temperature management throughout baking. Alistair's innovative spell work creates magical properties that respond to environmental conditions rather than remaining static. Fascinating. Beatrice made more notes, her professional interest obviously piqued. Most magical baking treats properties as fixed, enhancement spells that create consistent effects regardless of serving conditions. But you're building adaptive responsiveness directly into the structure itself. Kat's exactitude provides the foundation that makes innovation stable, Alistair added, his voice gaining confidence as he explained their collaborative discovery. My experimental magic would create chaotic results without her precision anchoring it. But her traditional techniques become more flexible and creative when enhanced by fresh perspectives. The explanation captured their partnership dynamic perfectly. Complementary approaches that strengthen both individual abilities through authentic collaboration rather than competitive dominance. Beatrice's sharp eyes tracked between them with what might have been approval, though her professional expression remained carefully neutral. I look forward to seeing your completed entry. This level of collaborative integration is quite rare, particularly between practitioners with such different magical styles. She moved on to observe other stations, but Kat noticed her making additional notes while glancing back at their workstation, clearly intrigued by their unconventional approach. The validation from a respected professional critic settled warm satisfaction through Kat's chest. Not because external approval defined her worth, but because authentic recognition of their collaborative achievement confirmed what she'd been discovering through their practice sessions, that working with Alistair had fundamentally changed her approach to magic in ways that enhanced rather than compromised her abilities. Her precision techniques were becoming more flexible and creative, incorporating his innovative energy without sacrificing the control that defined her professional identity. She found herself genuinely excited by magical possibilities they were discovering together, each successful integration revealing new potential for combining seemingly opposed approaches. The day progressed with synchronized flow that felt increasingly effortless, their complementary abilities creating partnership dynamic that transcended anything either achieved through individual excellence alone. Alistair's enthusiastic experimentation was guided by her methodical expertise, while her traditional techniques were enhanced by his fresh perspectives, producing results that consistently surprised her with their quality and sophistication. A complex aromatic spell that told complete sensory stories, opening with warm spice notes that evoked cozy winter evenings, developing into bright citrus complexity suggesting festive celebration, finishing with deep molasses richness that grounded the experience in comforting tradition. The combination came from Alistair's experimental approach to flavor layering, but her precision ensured each note emerged at exactly the right moment, rather than overwhelming the palate with chaotic intensity. Gingerbread walls that appeared solid but contained hidden architectural flexibility, allowing the structure to adapt to minor environmental changes rather than cracking under stress. His innovative spellwork created the adaptive properties, while her engineering calculations ensured the flexibility served structural integrity rather than compromising it. Decorative elements that shifted subtly in response to viewer perspective, creating visual interest through magical enhancement rather than excessive physical ornamentation. Their collaborative magic produced effects elegant enough to satisfy her aesthetic standards, while innovative enough to showcase his creative abilities. Each component reflected authentic partnership, neither pure precision nor pure chaos, but harmonious integration that honored both their individual strengths. Kat watched with growing amazement as Alistair's chaotic energy, when channeled through her precision structure, created effects she'd never imagined possible through her traditional training. His magic thought in possibilities where hers thought in procedures. His approach asking, "What if?" while hers asked, "How exactly?" Together, those questions created complete framework for magical innovation grounded in reliable execution. She found herself purring more frequently as the day progressed, the unconscious sound emerging whenever they achieved particularly successful collaborative results. Her self-consciousness about the involuntary cat shifter response had faded almost entirely, replaced by genuine joy and creative partnership that felt more authentic than any individual achievement she'd celebrated alone. Working with Alistair had unlocked magical potential she never knew she possessed, not because her previous abilities were inadequate, but because collaboration revealed dimensions of mastery that individual excellence couldn't access. Technical perfection remained important foundation, but it became so much richer when enhanced by innovative energy and fresh perspectives. Other competitors continued watching their station throughout the day, some showing respectful curiosity about their techniques, while others displayed more reserved assessment. The Academy witches engaged them in brief professional conversation during a preparation break, asking thoughtful questions about their integration methods with genuine interest, rather than competitive dismissal. Percy Nightshade's cold, gray eyes narrowed whenever he glanced toward their workstation, his aristocratic features tight, with what appeared to be grudging recognition that their amateur approach was producing professional quality results. His own elaborate setup showed increasing instability as the day progressed, platinum bowls vibrating with magical resonance that suggested his individual technique wasn't successfully integrating with his assistant's supporting magic. Apparently, superior equipment and sophisticated training didn't guarantee collaborative harmony. But authentic partnership, built on mutual respect and complementary abilities, created magic that resonated with steady reliability. As the component preparation phase drew toward conclusion, their workstation displayed an impressive array of perfectly crafted gingerbread elements, enhanced with innovative magical properties. Structural walls waited in precise architectural arrangement. Decorative details rested in organized rows categorized by application, and aromatic enhancement components sat ready for final assembly. Their collaborative success was evident in both the quality of individual pieces and the steady gold glow of their magical nameplate, the brilliant radiance visible throughout the pavilion kitchen as testament to exceptional partnership harmony. Judges circulated through the workstations, evaluating teams' progress and making detailed notes about technique, quality, and collaborative integration. Kat felt her professional anxiety returning as they approached, her shoulders tensing with awareness that expert assessment would determine whether their unconventional approach met competition standards. Alistair must have noticed her tension because he shifted slightly closer, his rumpled presence providing reassurance through simple proximity. "We've done beautiful work," he murmured quietly, his voice carrying genuine confidence rather than empty reassurance. "Whatever they think, I'm proud of what we've created together." His words settled warmth through her chest that had nothing to do with competition results and everything to do with authentic partnership appreciation. Standing beside him as judges examined their components with professional thoroughness, Kat felt profound pride in their collaborative achievement, not just because the technical quality met high standards, but because the work represented genuine integration of complementary approaches. Her precision and his innovation creating results neither could achieve independently. She'd spent years building professional reputation through individual excellence, her perfectionist control producing consistently exceptional results that earned respect throughout Tinselcroft's community. That achievement mattered and would always form an important foundation of her identity. But this collaborative creation that transcended individual ability felt like discovering an entirely new dimension of magical mastery. Working with Alistair had unlocked potential she never knew she possessed, her rigid precision becoming flexible framework that could incorporate innovation without sacrificing control, her traditional techniques evolving into dynamic approaches that welcomed fresh perspectives. The judges completed their evaluation and moved on to assess other stations, but Kat barely registered their departure. Her attention remained focused on the gingerbread components displayed across their workstation, each piece reflecting authentic partnership magic. Her amber eyes met Alistair's warm brown gaze, finding matching pride and amazement reflected in his expression. "Tomorrow we assemble," she said softly, her voice carrying anticipation rather than anxiety. "And I genuinely can't wait to see what we create together." The magical nameplate pulsed brighter, gold light radiating steady approval. Whatever happened in the final competition results, they'd already won something far more valuable: Genuine partnership that enhanced both their individual abilities through collaborative harmony. And that success mattered more than any external validation possibly could. Chapter 17. Alistair. The assembly phase began at dawn the following morning. Golden sunlight streaming through the pavilion's enchanted windows and casting brilliant patterns across workstations that held a night's worth of carefully preserved components. Alistair arrived early, his emergency spell component satchel bouncing against his hip as he arranged their gingerbread pieces with care that would have seemed impossible months ago. His hands remained steady as he examined each architectural element, checking structural integrity with professional thoroughness rather than anxious uncertainty. The self-doubt that previously plagued his magical work had diminished through weeks of collaborative practice, replaced by genuine confidence built on authentic partnership success. He wasn't working alone anymore. That fundamental truth changed everything. Kat arrived moments later, her amber eyes bright with anticipation despite the early hour. She'd secured her chocolate brown hair in an elaborate braid rather than her typical neat bun, small details suggesting she felt more relaxed than usual. Ready to build something impossible? Absolutely. Alistair grinned, pushing his wire-rimmed glasses up his nose with one flower-dusted finger. I've been thinking about the structural resonance patterns all night. If we channel the architectural magic through complementary frequencies, your precision providing foundational stability while my innovation creates the impossible angles, we should be able to achieve configurations that defy conventional engineering entirely. Her returning smile held genuine excitement rather than professional courtesy. Show me. They began with the cathedral's foundation, Kat's exact measurements creating a stable base that would support increasingly ambitious architecture. Her magical temperature controls ensured that each component bonded with perfect adhesion, traditional techniques providing reliable framework for experimental construction. Alistair layered his innovative structural magic atop her precision work, his hands moving with newfound confidence as he guided gingerbread components into arrangements that seemed to defy gravity itself. The emergency spell component satchel glowed softly against his side, its chaotic contents humming with harmonious energy that reflected his improved magical control. Crystalline conductors within the bag resonated at frequencies that complemented, rather than disrupted, Kat's methodical approach. The magical components responding to his emotional stability with steady support instead of unpredictable explosions. Apparently, his satchel worked better when he trusted himself and his partnership. The cathedral's first arches took shape under their combined efforts, soaring curves that spiraled impossibly upward, each gingerbread piece locked into position through magical resonance rather than conventional engineering. The structure seemed to float in defiance of physical limitations, delicate buttresses supporting themselves through pure collaborative harmony. It's working, Kat breathed, her amber eyes reflecting golden light as the cathedral's framework materialized. Alistair, it's absolutely working. Pride swelled through his chest, warm and genuine. Not just pride in the technical achievement, but deeper satisfaction in what their partnership represented. Two opposing magical styles discovering that their differences created strength rather than conflict. He continued building upward, his sandy brown hair growing increasingly wild as creative energy flowed through concentrated focus. The wire-rimmed glasses kept slipping down his nose, but he barely noticed as architectural vision consumed his attention. Each component found its perfect position through intuitive understanding rather than calculated planning. His innovative approach guided by months of collaboration that had taught him to trust his instincts while remaining open to Kat's expertise. Windows took shape next, intricate frames formed from gingerbread lacework that seemed impossibly delicate. Kat filled each opening with crystallized sugar she'd prepared using advanced temperature magic, the translucent material refracting sunlight into rainbow patterns that danced across the competition pavilion. Other teams paused in their own work to watch the cathedral's development, professional competitors drawn by the architectural impossibility taking shape before them. Spectators gathered around their workstation in growing numbers, gasps of amazement rippling through the crowd as each new section materialized. The Academy witches exchanged impressed glances, their earlier skepticism clearly reconsidered in light of the cathedral's breathtaking beauty. Even teams focused on their own elaborate creations couldn't resist periodic assessment of the structure that seemed to grow more magnificent with each passing hour. Alistair felt their attention but remained focused on the architectural magic rather than external validation. His hands moved with practiced precision as he coaxed gingerbread into shapes that defied conventional limitations, each curve and angle representing countless failed experiments that had finally crystallized into reliable technique. The structure represented everything he'd learned about channeling chaos into purposeful creation. His powerful magic no longer exploding uncontrollably, but rather flowing through intentional patterns that achieved impossible results through collaborative framework. Kat's precision magic wove through his innovative architecture like musical harmony, her exact measurements providing stability that allowed his experimental techniques to achieve heights beyond anything he'd accomplished working alone. Temperature controls maintained perfect structural integrity throughout the cathedral's impossible angles, traditional mastery supporting radical innovation with seamless integration. Their magical nameplate blazed brilliant gold, the radiance visible throughout the entire pavilion as testament to exceptional partnership harmony under challenging conditions. The central spire, Alistair murmured, already reaching for the crown piece they'd prepared with such care. Once we secure this, the entire resonance field will stabilize into permanent configuration. Kat nodded, her hands already positioning supporting elements with characteristic exactitude. On your count, he took a steadying breath, feeling the weight of their collaborative achievement in this crucial moment. Months of practice, weeks of growing trust, hours of technical refinement, all culminating in this final architectural element that would complete their shared vision. 3, 2, 1. Remarkable work, a cold voice interrupted smoothly. Quite impressive for such an unconventional approach. Percy Nightshade materialized beside their workstation with calculated casualness, his aristocratic features arranged in an expression of professional interest that didn't reach his cold, gray eyes. The expensive cologne he wore, spices and superiority, preceded him like an invisible announcement of his presence. Alistair's hands stilled on the crown piece, instinctive wariness prickling along his spine despite Percy's ostensibly complimentary words. Something about the renowned chef's body language suggested ulterior motives beneath the polite facade. "Thank you," Kat said neutrally, her amber eyes narrowing slightly. "We're rather pleased with how the collaboration has developed." "Indeed." Percy circled their workstation with the precision of a predator assessing prey, his platinum pocket watch glinting as he examined their cathedral from multiple angles. "The structural resonance is particularly fascinating. I've never seen such creative interpretation of traditional architectural magic." His long fingers reached toward one of the delicate buttresses, ostensibly to admire the craftsmanship. But Alistair caught the subtle gesture, barely visible shimmer as Percy's hand passed near their cathedral's base, magical energy bleeding from his expensive watch into their carefully balanced resonance field. The interference was so subtle that most observers would miss it entirely, disguised as innocent professional curiosity rather than deliberate sabotage. But Alistair had spent months learning to read magical frequencies through countless failures and hard-won successes. He recognized destabilizing energy when he felt it corrupting collaborative creation. "Actually," Alistair said firmly, stepping between Percy and their cathedral with protective instinct, "we're still working on final assembly, if you don't mind." "Of course." Percy retreated with aristocratic grace, his cold smile never wavering. "I look forward to seeing the completed piece, assuming, of course, that such experimental techniques prove structurally sound. He glided back toward his own elaborate workstation, where expensive equipment sat largely forgotten, his attention clearly focused on their work rather than his own competition entry. Alistair turned back to their cathedral, already reaching for the crown piece again, despite the unsettled feeling in his gut. They needed to complete the structure quickly, before... Alarms shrieked through his magical consciousness with devastating suddenness. The cathedral began vibrating with dangerous instability. Delicate architectural magic that had taken hours to perfect, starting to unravel, as Percy's interference created cascading failure throughout their carefully balanced structure. Resonance frequencies collapsed inward, each failed connection triggering additional breakdowns in exponential progression. Their beautiful creation was tearing itself apart. "No!" Alistair shouted, his protective instincts flaring as he realized someone had deliberately attacked their shared achievement. Anger at the sabotage mixed with desperate determination to save their collaborative work, his hands already moving to channel stabilizing magic, even as the structure continued deteriorating. Kat's reaction was equally immediate, her precision magic activating with fierce determination. "The resonance frequencies are collapsing!" "Alistair, what happened?" "Sabotage," he snarled, fury sharpening his focus even as panic threatened his concentration. Percy introduced destabilizing frequencies when he touched the base. The interference is spreading through the entire structural matrix. Her amber eyes flashed golden green with anger, but her voice remained steady. "Can we counteract it? We have to try." Without hesitation, Alistair channeled his chaotic energy directly into the failing structure, pouring innovative magic into collapsing resonance fields with reckless abandon. The emergency spell component satchel blazed against his side, crystalline conductors and rare herbs releasing stored energy to supplement his desperate efforts. Kat simultaneously applied precision stabilization techniques, her exact control targeting specific failure points with surgical accuracy. Temperature magic flowed through crumbling connections, reinforcing bonds that threatened to disintegrate under the cascading sabotage. Their magical signatures merged with unprecedented intimacy as they fought together to preserve hours of collaborative creation, separate approaches blending into unified defense against external attack. Alistair felt Kat's magic wrapping around his own with perfect synchronization, her precision guiding his chaos, while his innovation amplified her traditional techniques. The cathedral's vibrations intensified despite their efforts, gingerbread components rattling against each other with threatening force. Spectators gasped and stepped back, concern rippling through the crowd as the magnificent structure appeared ready to collapse into rubble. "The central spire!" Kat shouted over the magical feedback. "If we can stabilize the crown resonance, it might cascade downward through the entire structure." Alistair understood immediately, his hands already reaching for the crown piece they'd been about to secure when Percy interrupted. But the vibrations made precision placement impossible. The delicate component would shatter if he tried forcing it into position against such violent instability. They needed perfect synchronization. He met Kat's amber gaze, finding fierce determination reflected in her expression. She nodded once, understanding passing between them without need for verbal communication. Their hands moved together, Alistair's innovative channeling creating a stable pocket within the chaotic resonance, while Kat's exact control positioned the crown piece with millimeter precision. The emergency spell component satchel poured additional energy into the effort, every crystalline conductor and magical herb contributing to their desperate stabilization attempt. The crown piece settled into place with a crystalline chime that cut through the chaos. For one suspended heartbeat, the entire cathedral hung in balance, destruction and salvation equally possible. Then their combined magical power surged through the structure like a wave of light, Alistair's chaotic energy guided by Kat's precision control, while her traditional techniques were amplified by his creative innovation. The resonance field stabilized with renewed strength, each architectural element locking into position with force that overcame Percy's interference entirely. The vibrations ceased with sudden finality, the cathedral standing firm and magnificent under the pavilion's brilliant sunlight. Spectators erupted in spontaneous applause, the crowd apparently attributing the dramatic near collapse and miraculous recovery to intentional showmanship rather than genuine crisis. Judges made rapid notes, clearly impressed by what they perceived as theatrical demonstration of exceptional collaborative skill. But Alistair barely registered the external reaction. He stood breathless beside their saved cathedral, his body trembling with adrenaline and magical exhaustion, while his mind reeled from the intensity of their synchronization during the crisis. Working together under extreme pressure had unlocked collaborative abilities neither knew they possessed, his chaotic energy and her precision control merging so completely that he'd felt her magical signature as intimately as his own heartbeat. The experience went beyond simple technical cooperation into territory that felt profoundly personal. Kat swayed slightly, clearly experiencing similar exhaustion. Without thinking, Alistair reached out to steady her, his hand finding her elbow with gentle support. "You all right?" His voice came out rougher than intended, emotion tightening his throat. "Yes." She leaned into his touch for a brief moment before straightening with visible effort. "That was intense." Understatement. Alistair glanced toward Percy's workstation, finding the renowned chef watching their success with obvious frustration, poorly concealed behind aristocratic composure. "He tried to destroy our work." "I know." Anger flickered through Kat's amber eyes, but her voice remained controlled. "We should report the sabotage to the judges." "No." The word emerged with surprising certainty, Alistair's protective instincts crystallizing into clear decision. "We beat him anyway. His interference failed, and our cathedral stands stronger than before because we overcame the attack together. That's better revenge than any formal complaint." Kat studied his face for a long moment, her expression softening. "You're right. Our success is the best response." She turned back to their cathedral, her hand finding his where it still rested against her arm. The simple contact sent warmth flooding through Alistair's chest, their fingers intertwining with natural ease that suggested the gesture was inevitable rather than surprising. They stood together in the cathedral's rainbow-refracted light, hands linked while their magical nameplate blazed brilliant gold beside them. The structure they'd built together and saved together represented everything their partnership had become through weeks of collaboration and growth. Her precision and his innovation, her control and his creativity, her tradition and his experimentation. Separate approaches that created magic neither could achieve independently. "Thank you," Kat murmured, her thumb brushing across his knuckles with gentle pressure. "For fighting so hard to save what we built together. Always." Alistair squeezed her hand, the simple promise carrying weight far beyond competition context. "We're partners. That means protecting each other's contributions as fiercely as our own." Her amber eyes met his warm brown gaze, something profound passing between them in the shared understanding of what they'd created and what they were continuing to create with every collaborative choice. The cathedral stood magnificent and impossible behind them, architectural magic that defied conventional limitations through the power of authentic partnership. And standing beside Kat, while rainbow light danced across her features, Alistair felt certain they were building something even more remarkable than impossible gingerbread architecture. They were building genuine collaboration that transformed both their individual abilities through trust, respect, and growing affection that went beyond professional partnership into territory that made his heart race with possibility. Chapter 18. Category. Rainbow light danced across pristine marble countertops. The competition pavilion transformed into something almost sacred by the late evening hour. Everyone else had departed hours ago, leaving only Kat and Alistair, working under the soft glow of magical lights that floated overhead like benevolent stars. Their gingerbread cathedral cast ethereal shadows across the quiet kitchen, its impossible architecture seeming even more remarkable in the hushed solitude. Kat's fingers moved with familiar precision as she adjusted crystalline reinforcements along the cathedral's western buttress, repairing damage from Percy's sabotage attempt with meticulous care. Beside her, Alistair channeled stabilizing energy through delicate architectural joints, his magic flowing along the intricate structures with surprising control, given his earlier chaotic tendencies. The repair work demanded absolute concentration, but after hours of collaborative effort, their movements had achieved synchronized rhythm that required minimal verbal communication. She reached for structural components moments before he finished preparing them. He adjusted magical resonance frequencies just as she completed physical reinforcements. Their partnership had evolved beyond conscious coordination into instinctive collaboration. She placed another crystal along a soaring arch, her cat shifter precision ensuring perfect alignment, while Alistair's energy channeled through the junction with gentle strength. The reinforcement locked into place with a satisfying, crystalline chime, the cathedral's magical signature stabilizing with renewed harmony. "That section should hold now," Alistair murmured, his hazel eyes studying the buttress with careful attention behind wire-rimmed glasses that had slipped slightly askew during their concentrated work. "The resonance pattern looks solid." Kat nodded, her amber gaze tracing the architectural lines they'd strengthened together. Her magical senses confirmed his assessment. The western section now stood as stable as the untouched eastern portions, their combined repairs eliminating all evidence of Percy's interference. More than that, actually. The sections they'd reinforced together demonstrated enhanced stability beyond what she'd originally achieved alone, her precision techniques flowing seamlessly with Alistair's innovative enhancements to create something fundamentally superior. The realization should have troubled her perfectionist instincts. Instead, she felt only quiet wonder at how thoroughly her perspective had transformed over the past weeks. Working beside Alistair had fundamentally altered her understanding of what excellence meant, collaborative success replacing individual achievement as her measure of genuine accomplishment. She moved to the northern transept, examining architectural elements with practiced assessment, while Alistair gathered fresh spell components from his emergency satchel. The leather bag looked particularly chaotic this evening, its contents apparently agitated by the earlier crisis and subsequent extended magical work. "Pass me the moonstone powder," she requested, extending one precise hand without looking away from her examination of structural joints. Warm fingers brushed against hers as Alistair placed the container in her palm, the brief contact sending pleasant warmth up her arm. His magical signature resonated against hers with harmonious familiarity, their energies recognizing each other with the ease of long partnership, despite having worked together for such a relatively short time. Kat dusted moonstone powder along cathedral joints with careful precision, the crystalline particles catching magical light and settling into microscopic structural gaps. Alistair followed behind her, channeling stabilizing energy that activated the powder's binding properties and locked architectural elements into enhanced configuration. Their combined magic created effects more beautiful than anything her individual precision ever achieved. Moonstone powder glowing with ethereal luminescence as his creative energy transformed her structural reinforcement into something that approached genuine artistry. The cathedral seemed to respond to their collaboration, its magical presence growing stronger and more vibrant with each section they touched together. "I never thought I could work like this," she admitted quietly, the honest confession emerging without conscious decision in the pavilion's intimate atmosphere. Alistair paused his spell work, turning to look at her with gentle curiosity. "Work like what?" "Without complete control over every element." She traced one precise finger along a buttress they'd recently reinforced, feeling the balanced resonance of their merged magical signatures humming through the structure. sharing creative authority, allowing space for approaches I don't fully understand, trusting that collaboration will create something better than what I could achieve alone. Her amber eyes reflected the cathedral's gentle luminescence, rainbow light dancing across features that had relaxed from their usual controlled expression into something softer and more vulnerable. You fundamentally changed how I practice magic, how I understand what excellence actually means. You've changed how I practice magic too. Alistair's crooked smile appeared, warm affection evident in his expression. Given me structure and technique to channel creativity that used to spiral into chaos, shown me that discipline amplifies innovation rather than restricting it. He adjusted his glasses with familiar gesture, pushing them back into proper position on his nose before meeting her gaze directly. We complement each other, fill in gaps and enhance strengths in ways that make both of us better than we were separately. Yes. The simple agreement carried profound weight, acknowledging the collaborative transformation that had reshaped them both through weeks of partnership and growing connection. They returned to repair work, moving around the cathedral with synchronized efficiency, while magical lights floated overhead like benevolent witnesses. Kat found herself acutely aware of Alistair's presence in the quiet space. His concentrated expression as he studied architectural elements, the careful way his long fingers guided magical energy through delicate structures, the unconscious humming that sometimes emerged when he was particularly focused on creative problem-solving. Her own unconscious purring answered his humming, the cat shifter trait she usually suppressed in public emerging naturally in the pavilion's intimate atmosphere. The sound rumbled softly in her chest, contentment and affection expressing themselves through the involuntary response her feline heritage created when she felt safe and happy. Alistair glanced at her with obvious fondness, his hazel eyes crinkling slightly behind his glasses as he registered the purring. He didn't comment on it, but his magical signature seemed to warm in response, their energies harmonizing even more completely. She placed final reinforcements along the cathedral's soaring spire, her precise fingers ensuring perfect alignment, while Alistair channeled stabilizing magic that locked everything into enhanced configuration. The completed structure stood magnificent around them, its impossible architecture defying conventional limitations through the power of their collaborative magic. Cat. Alistair's voice came softly, his tone carrying something beyond professional assessment. She turned to find him setting down spell components, facing her directly with serious expression behind slightly askew glasses that seemed to have slipped again during their concentrated work. The cathedral's ethereal light caught in his sandy brown hair, illuminating features that had become increasingly dear over their weeks of partnership. What we've built here. He gestured toward the glowing structure surrounding them, rainbow light dancing across his earnest face. It's not just the cathedral, is it? We've created something together that neither of us could achieve alone. Her heart raced as she recognized the deeper meaning in his words, understanding that he wasn't talking solely about gingerbread architecture or magical collaboration. The cathedral stood as testament to how their opposing approaches had created harmony rather than conflict, their partnership transcending professional necessity into something profoundly personal. No, she agreed, her voice barely above a whisper in the quiet pavilion. It's not just the cathedral. She stepped closer to him, allowing her controlled reserve to drop away in favor of vulnerable honesty. The emotional architecture they'd built together deserved the same authentic commitment she brought to their magical work. Genuine expression, rather than careful management of feelings that had grown far beyond what she initially expected. You've taught me that sharing control doesn't diminish my abilities, she confessed, her amber eyes meeting his warm hazel gaze without protective barriers. It amplifies them in ways I never imagined possible. And not just magically, but in every way that matters. Her cat shifter precision finally allowed emotional authenticity. The same meticulous attention to detail that characterized her baking now focused on accurately expressing feelings she'd been cataloging and analyzing for weeks. Working with you has shown me that my perfectionist approach was actually limiting my potential. That true excellence comes from collaboration and trust, rather than absolute individual control. Kat, Alistair began, but she continued, needing to voice everything before her courage faltered. You've become someone I trust completely. Someone whose presence makes me better, not just as a baker or a magical practitioner, but as a person. She took a careful breath, her precise nature demanding complete honesty, even as vulnerability made her heart pound with nervous energy. Someone I care about more deeply than professional partnership should justify. The space between them seemed charged with potential, magical energy and emotional tension combining into something that made the air shimmer with possibility. Alistair stepped closer, his expression showing the same wonder she felt about their collaborative transformation, their professional partnership having evolved into something neither initially expected. I've been wanting to tell you, she continued, her voice trembling slightly despite her attempts at controlled delivery, that my feelings for you have grown far beyond what we're creating together, beyond professional respect or collaborative compatibility. You've become someone I care about more than I ever thought possible, someone I've fallen in love with. The final words emerged as barely a whisper, but Alistair's crooked smile bloomed with brilliant warmth as he heard them. He reached for her hands, his touch gentle against her precise fingers, while the gingerbread cathedral glowed softly around them. I love you too, he said simply, the honest declaration carrying none of his usual nervous uncertainty. Have loved you for weeks, actually. Probably since the day you showed me that adapting your teaching methods to suit my learning style didn't mean compromising your standards. It meant caring enough about our partnership to make it work. His thumbs brushed across her knuckles with tender gesture, their magical signatures harmonizing so completely that she couldn't determine where hers ended and his began. You've given me structure and belonging I've searched for my entire life. Taught me that my chaotic energy isn't something to suppress. It's something to channel through collaboration with someone whose precision complements my innovation. He adjusted his glasses again with familiar gesture, though this time the movement seemed less like nervous habit and more like endearing quirk that made her heart swell with affection. You've become my home, Kat. The person I want to share every triumph and setback with. Someone whose presence makes everything better simply because we're facing it together. Tears prickled at her amber eyes, emotion overwhelming her usual controlled composure, as his words validated feelings she'd been carefully managing and analyzing for weeks. Her cat shifter purring intensified, the unconscious response expressing contentment beyond what words could articulate. I want that too, she murmured, stepping even closer until barely any space remained between them. Want to build a life together that's as extraordinary as what we've created here? Want to discover what else becomes possible when we combine our different approaches with trust and love? Alistair's hands released hers to cup her face with gentle reverence, his thumbs brushing across her cheekbones while his hazel eyes reflected cathedral light and profound affection. You're amazing, Kat. Brilliant and talented and far more flexible than you give yourself credit for. I'm so grateful that Mayor Elderberry forced us into partnership. She laughed softly at the reminder of their initial reluctance. How horrified she'd been at the prospect of working with someone whose chaotic magic disrupted her precisely controlled environment. That resistance seemed absurd now, given how completely Alistair had transformed her understanding of what partnership could mean. I'm grateful too, she admitted, even though I fought against it initially. Even though I tried so hard to impose my structure on your creativity instead of finding balanced collaboration. We both had to grow, Alistair pointed out, his crooked smile appearing again with warm affection. Had to learn that our different approaches could create harmony rather than conflict. That was the real magic we discovered together. Not just technical achievement, but genuine collaborative transformation. The cathedral seemed to pulse with approval around them, their shared creation bearing witness to emotional architecture they'd built from trust, respect, and growing love. Rainbow light danced across their faces, illuminating the moment with ethereal beauty that matched how Kat's heart felt, luminous and impossibly full. Alistair leaned closer, his breath warm against her face, while his eyes searched hers with gentle question. She answered by closing the remaining distance, her precise control melting away in favor of spontaneous desire to finally kiss him. Their lips met softly, tender and meaningful as months of collaborative discovery culminated in romantic recognition. His hands remained gentle against her face, while hers found his chest, fingers curling into his shirt as she poured weeks of growing affection into the connection. The kiss tasted like vanilla and possibility, sweet and perfect in ways that had nothing to do with baking excellence and everything to do with emotional chemistry. Her purring intensified until it rumbled through both their bodies, the unconscious response expressing happiness beyond what conscious expression could capture. Alistair smiled against her lips, clearly charmed by the cat shifter trait she'd spent years suppressing around others. His magical signature wrapped around hers with warm affection, their energies harmonizing even more completely as emotional commitment enhanced collaborative connection. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Kat found herself smiling with uncharacteristic abandon, her usual controlled expression transformed into something open and radiant that reflected the joy flooding through her entire being. That was... She began, searching for adequate words with typical precision. Perfect, Alistair finished, his crooked grin widening. Like everything else we create together. Better than what either of us imagined possible separately. She laughed, the sound emerging freely in the pavilion's intimate atmosphere. He was right, of course. Their kiss embodied the same balanced excellence as their magical collaboration, her precision and his spontaneity combining into something fundamentally extraordinary. Standing together in the quiet competition kitchen, surrounded by the beautiful structure they'd created from their different approaches, Kat felt emotionally fulfilled and confident in their connection. Their romantic commitment grew from the same foundation of mutual respect and collaborative enhancement that made their magical partnership extraordinary. Genuine collaboration, rather than one person compromising for another. We should probably finish the repairs, she murmured, though she made no move to step away from Alistair's embrace. Probably, he agreed, equally reluctant to break contact. His arms wrapped more securely around her waist, holding her close while magical lights floated overhead and their gingerbread cathedral glowed with ethereal beauty. But maybe we can take a few more minutes to appreciate what we've built together, both architecturally and emotionally. Kat settled more comfortably against his chest, her ear pressed over his heart, where steady rhythm matched the contentment humming through her own being. Her purring continued, the unconscious response expressing happiness she'd never allowed herself to feel before meeting Alistair. A few more minutes sounds perfect, she agreed softly, allowing herself the luxury of simply being present in the moment, without analyzing or managing it. Around them, the gingerbread cathedral stood magnificent and impossible. Architectural magic that defied conventional limitations through the power of authentic partnership. And standing in Alistair's arms, while rainbow light danced across their creation, Kat knew with absolute certainty that they were building something even more remarkable than impossible gingerbread architecture. They were building a life together, founded on trust and respect and complementary strengths that transformed both their individual abilities into collaborative excellence neither could achieve alone. It was, she reflected with characteristic precision, the most perfect partnership she could possibly imagine. Chapter 19. Alistair. Morning light filtered through the pavilion's enchanted ceiling, casting a warm glow across the competition kitchen that matched the steady warmth flowing through Alistair's chest. He adjusted his emergency spell component satchel with care, the organized compartments reflecting months of Kat's gentle influence on his previously chaotic systems. Each ingredient had its designated pocket, every tool carefully positioned for efficient access. Organization that somehow enhanced rather than constrained his creative instincts. His magical signature hummed steadily beneath his skin, flowing with smooth confidence instead of the erratic surges that once characterized his abilities. The difference was profound and undeniable. Their romantic connection had stabilized his magic rather than distracting from it. Emotional certainty translating directly into technical control. Kat appeared beside him carrying her own supplies, amber eyes bright with shared purpose. She'd worn her favorite apron today, the crisp white fabric with hand-embroidered cats playing among wheat stalks, though he'd noticed she'd added something new. Tiny gingerbread cathedrals stitched among the decorative elements in thread that sparkled faintly with enchantment. "Ready?" she asked softly, her hand finding his with natural ease that made his heart swell. "With you? Always." Their gingerbread cathedral stood majestically at the center of their workstation, ethereal beauty drawing admiring glances from judges and spectators gathering for the final competition day. The structure defied conventional architectural limitations, spires reaching impossibly upward, arches spanning distances that should require additional support, crystalline windows catching light with prismatic brilliance that seemed almost alive. Their magical nameplate glowed with unwavering gold at the workstation's edge, the steady color indicating perfect partnership harmony that had remained constant throughout the entire competition. Several other teams' nameplates flickered between colors or displayed mixed hues, but theirs maintained that brilliant, pure gold that spoke of genuine, collaborative excellence. Beatrice Wyndham circulated through the pavilion with her leather portfolio, documenting final preparations with professional thoroughness. She'd spent considerable time observing their collaborative process over the previous days, her sharp eyes missing nothing about how their different magical approaches enhanced rather than conflicted with each other. Percy Nightshade occupied the elaborate station nearest the judges' table, his workspace covered in technically perfect components that somehow locked the warmth evident in every aspect of their creation. He worked with frantic precision, forcing magical elements together through sheer individual will, while shooting dismissive glances toward other competitors. "Final enhancements begin now," Mayor Elderberry announced from the judges' platform, his warm voice carrying easily through the pavilion. "Teams have until noon to complete their presentations. May your collaborative magic flow true." Alistair felt Kat's hand squeeze his gently before they separated to take their positions around the cathedral. Her at the structural foundation, him near the crystalline windows where his innovative enchantments would weave through her precision framework. They'd practiced this final sequence dozens of times, their movements synchronized through hours of collaborative rehearsal and the deeper understanding that came from romantic connection. He met her eyes across their creation, reading the confidence and affection reflected there, and felt his own magic surge with steady power. Together, they began. His fingers traced intricate patterns through the air, while magical energy flowed from his core with unprecedented control. The emergency spell component satchel provided exactly what he needed at precisely the right moments. Crystalline conductors, essence of starlight, ground rainbow pearls that he'd organized with Kat's methodical care. Innovative enchantments channeled through the cathedral's windows, his creative energy finding perfect expression through collaborative framework they'd built together. The sugar glass began projecting moving images, Tinselcroft's community celebrations playing across the crystalline surfaces with warm authenticity that made spectators lean closer. Kat's precision magic wove through his enhancements, ensuring every detail maintained structural integrity, even as they pushed architectural possibilities beyond conventional limitations. Her temperature control kept the gingerbread walls perfectly stable, while his flavor enchantments made them emanate the warm sense of every Tinselcroft bakery specialty. Her croissants, Mrs. Grimsby's cinnamon rolls, the Painted Paws specialty cookies. The cathedral seemed to breathe with life as their combined abilities created effects beyond anything either achieved through individual effort alone. Walls shimmered with changing colors that reflected the seasons cycling through Tinselcroft. Spring's fresh greens, summer's golden warmth, autumn's rich oranges and browns, winter's crystalline blues. Arches sang with harmonic resonance, each structural element contributing a different note to create a symphony of collaborative magic. Spectators gasped in wonder as the immersive experience deepened. The scents grew stronger without becoming overwhelming, each aroma perfectly balanced to evoke specific memories. Warm bread fresh from the oven, chocolate melting over holiday treats, sugar cookies decorated with care, gingerbread spiced with love and tradition. Alistair's innovation flowed through Kat's methodical framework with seamless integration, his chaotic creativity finding perfect expression through her structured approach. Every enhancement he channeled arrived precisely where her magic prepared to receive it, their timing synchronized through romantic understanding that required no verbal communication. The cathedral's spires reached toward impossible heights, gravity-defying architecture made possible through trust rather than force. His enchantments suggested upward movement, while her structural magic ensured stability, creating the illusion, or perhaps the reality, of gingerbread reaching toward the heavens themselves. Beatrice Wyndham approached their station with obvious professional fascination, her sharp eyes documenting their synchronized technique with rapid note-taking. She circled the cathedral slowly, examining details from every angle while her expression shifted from critical assessment to genuine admiration. "Extraordinary," she murmured, loud enough for Alistair to hear. "The technical precision combined with innovative enhancement. This represents exactly the kind of collaborative evolution I'd hoped to discover in Tinselcroft." Pride swelled through Alistair's chest, though he maintained focus on the delicate enchantment he was weaving through the western windows. Kat caught his eye briefly, her smile radiant with shared satisfaction, before she returned attention to reinforcing the cathedral's foundation. Percy Nightshade's frustrated muttering carried from his nearby station, though Alistair deliberately tuned out the competitive noise. Their creation wasn't about defeating others. It was about celebrating what they'd built together through trust and collaboration. The cathedral's windows began projecting more complex images now, not just static celebrations, but dynamic moments that captured Tinselcroft's essential character. Children playing in the snow during Solstice Eve, Felix researching in the library surrounded by floating books, Dr. Willowmere tending her garden while magical herbs bloomed in response to her gentle care. Cleo leading adventurers through the ancient grove. Every scene emphasized community connection, the shared experiences that defined life in their magical town. Alistair channeled the enchantments with careful attention to emotional authenticity, ensuring each projected moment felt genuine rather than artificially perfect. Kat's precision magic ensured the gingerbread walls maintained perfect structural integrity, despite the intensive enchantments flowing through them. Her temperature control adapted constantly, compensating for the heat generated by his magical enhancements, while preventing any weakening of the architectural components. Their collaborative rhythm had become second nature, his innovation suggesting possibilities, while her precision determined implementation. His creative energy flowing through her methodical framework to create effects that told the story of their partnership with wordless eloquence. The cathedral began displaying its most spectacular effect as their final enhancements synchronized. The entire structure seemed to pulse with gentle light from within, warm and welcoming, like the glow of home fires on winter evenings. The pulse matched the rhythm of their combined magical signatures, chaos and control harmonizing into something fundamentally extraordinary. Walls that shimmered with changing colors now reflected individual viewer experiences, each spectator seeing slightly different hues based on their own memories and emotional connections to community celebration. The effect was deeply personal, while remaining universally accessible, innovation and precision combining to create magic that honored both individual perspective and collective experience. Spectators pressed closer, drawn by the cathedral's invitation to participate rather than merely observe. Alistair felt pride expanding through his chest as he watched elderly residents smile at memories evoked by the projected scenes. Children point excitedly at familiar locations. Fellow competitors examine their techniques with professional interest, rather than jealous dismissal. This was what he'd hoped to achieve when he came to Tinselcroft, creating magic that served community rather than isolated individual achievement, using his abilities to bring joy and connection rather than chaos and disruption. And he'd accomplished it through partnership with Kat, her precision providing the framework his innovation needed to find perfect expression. Their final presentation showcased complete integration of their different approaches. Alistair gestured dramatically while explaining their collaborative process to the assembled judges and spectators, his enthusiasm genuine as he described how Kat's methodical planning had channeled his chaotic creativity into stable, beautiful results. Kat spoke with quiet confidence about how his innovative techniques had helped her discover that control didn't require rigid inflexibility, that true precision came from knowing exactly how much room to leave for creative spontaneity. The cathedral demonstrated their partnership principles with every magical detail. Chaos finding harmony in the shimmering walls that changed yet maintained structural integrity. Control discovering flexibility in arches that sang with creative resonance while supporting impossible architectural weight. Individual abilities amplified through authentic collaboration and effects that neither could have achieved alone. Beatrice Wyndham's note-taking intensified as they explained specific techniques, her professional fascination evident in how she leaned forward to catch every nuance of their collaborative methodology. Several other judges nodded approvingly, clearly recognizing the innovation and skill required to achieve such seamless integration. A tremendous crash shattered the pavilion's appreciative atmosphere. Percy Nightshade's elaborate creation collapsed catastrophically, his towering gingerbread palace imploding in spectacular failure as incompatible magical elements tore themselves apart. The destruction occurred precisely when he attempted to force final enhancements through sheer individual will, his arrogant refusal to acknowledge collaborative techniques, resulting in structural disaster. Sugar glass exploded outward in glittering shards. Gingerbread walls crumbled into fragments. Elaborate decorations scattered across his workstation and the pavilion floor, while his magical signature flared with chaotic instability that made several nearby spectators step back quickly. Percy stood frozen amid the destruction, his expensive clothing covered in powdered sugar, and his expression shifting from shocked denial to furious humiliation. His magical nameplate flickered wildly through colors before settling on dull gray, the unmistakable indication of failed partnership. "This is impossible," he sputtered, staring at the rubble of his once impressive creation. The technique was flawless, the magical precision absolute, but without collaborative foundation, Beatrice Wyndham observed coolly from her position near the judges' table. Even the most technically advanced individual work becomes unstable under pressure. True culinary magic requires authentic partnership rather than forced dominance. Alistair felt profound satisfaction watching their cathedral stand strong while Percy's work crumbled. The contrast demonstrated everything he'd learned about channeling power through respect and collaboration, rather than forcing results through individual dominance. His chaotic abilities had once created destruction similar to Percy's spectacular failure. Explosions, collapses, magical feedback that damaged everything around his workshop. But working with Kat had taught him that true control came from trust rather than force, that his powerful magic found perfect expression through collaborative creation that honored both their individual strengths. Percy's failure validated Tinselcroft's community values in ways that simple victory never could. Technical perfection without emotional connection created empty results that collapsed under their own unsupported weight. Arrogance without partnership produced instability that no amount of individual skill could overcome. Their gingerbread cathedral stood as living proof of an alternative approach. Imperfect elements combining into extraordinary harmony, different abilities enhanced rather than diminished through collaboration, chaos, and control, creating beauty that transcended what either achieved alone. Kat moved to stand beside him, her hand finding his while they observed judges conducting final evaluations. Her amber eyes reflected the same satisfaction he felt, the same recognition that their success meant more than just winning a competition. They'd proven that their partnership, both magical and personal, created something truly extraordinary. Their cathedral glowed with warm internal light, the pulse of their combined magical signatures visible to everyone present. The structure seemed almost alive, breathing with the same rhythm as their intertwined fingers, demonstrating partnerships so complete that technical achievement became secondary to emotional authenticity. Mayor Elderberry approached their workstation with obvious pleasure, his weathered face creased in genuine smile. "Remarkable collaborative work," he said warmly. "You've created something that embodies everything the Gingerbread Jubilee celebrates: community, innovation, and the magic that comes from authentic partnership." Other judges followed, each offering appreciative comments about specific technical achievements. Beatrice Wyndham spent considerable time examining their synchronized magical signatures, her professional documentation clearly recognizing the innovation they'd brought to collaborative culinary magic. Alistair felt complete fulfillment standing hand in hand with Kat before their masterpiece, surrounded by community appreciation and professional validation. His chaotic abilities had finally found perfect expression, not through rigid self-control, but through collaborative creation that honored both their individual strengths. The emergency spell component satchel hung at his side, organized with care that reflected Kat's influence, while remaining accessible for his intuitive working style. His magical signature flowed steadily, stabilized through romantic connection rather than constrained by fear of failure. Everything he'd hoped to achieve when he came to Tinselcroft seeking a fresh start had manifested through partnership with a precise, elegant baker whose initial disapproval had seemed insurmountable. Their magical nameplate blazed with brilliant gold as final presentations concluded, the steady color unwavering despite the emotional intensity of the moment. That pure, perfect gold represented more than just technical collaboration. It symbolized the trust, respect, and love they'd built through months of learning to harmonize their different approaches. The gingerbread cathedral stood before them, impossible architecture made possible through authentic partnership. Its crystalline windows still projected community celebrations. Its walls still emanated the warm sense of collaborative baking. Its spires still reached toward impossible heights. All of it sustained by the magic they created together. Alistair looked at Kat, finding her amber eyes bright with affection and shared triumph. Her purring rumbled softly between them, the unconscious response expressing happiness beyond what conscious expression could capture. "We did it," he whispered, his crooked smile appearing with genuine joy. "We did," she agreed, squeezing his hand gently. "Together." Around them, the pavilion filled with applause as judges completed their evaluations and prepared to announce results. But Alistair already felt like he'd won everything that mattered: community acceptance, professional validation, and most importantly, partnership with someone who made his chaotic magic find beautiful, stable expression. Their cathedral represented more than architectural achievement. It embodied the beautiful structure they'd built from initially opposing approaches, the harmony they'd created from chaos and control, the extraordinary magic that emerged when two imperfect people chose collaboration over individual perfection. Standing hand in hand before their collaborative masterpiece, surrounded by the community that had given him a place to belong, Alistair knew with absolute certainty that he'd found what he'd been searching for his entire chaotic life. Home, purpose, partnership, love. All of it made possible through the courage to embrace imperfection and the discovery that true magic came from trust rather than force, collaboration rather than dominance, authentic connection rather than isolated individual achievement. Their gingerbread cathedral stood tall and impossibly beautiful, living proof that chaos and control, innovation and precision, spontaneity and planning could create something truly extraordinary when guided by respect, trust, and love. Chapter 20. Category. The pavilion held its collective breath as Mayor Elderberry moved toward the central podium, his three-piece suit resplendent in deep burgundy that caught the magical lights overhead. His mayoral chain of office, ancient silver links embedded with protective crystals, glinted with every step, the ornament's faint hum audible to those with magical sensitivity. Kat's fingers tightened involuntarily around Alistair's hand, her amber eyes fixed on their gingerbread cathedral where it stood among the final competition entries. The structure still glowed with their combined magical signatures, its impossible architecture seeming to breathe in the charged atmosphere around them. Other competitors watched with varying degrees of anticipation and resignation, though none of the remaining entries matched the technical innovation their cathedral represented. Her heart hammered against her ribs, the rapid pulse threatening her carefully maintained composure. Professional victories had come before: recognition from satisfied customers, praise for exceptional wedding cakes, quiet satisfaction from perfectly executed magical techniques. But this felt different, weighted with significance that extended far beyond individual achievement. The mayor cleared his throat, his booming voice filling every corner of the pavilion with practiced authority. Members of our beloved Tinselcroft community, esteemed judges, and dedicated competitors, the results of this year's Gingerbread Jubilee represent more than simple technical achievement. They demonstrate the very heart of what makes our town extraordinary. Kat felt her breath catch, suspended between hope and the familiar fear of disappointment that came from caring too much about outcomes. Beside her, Alistair's hazel eyes remained locked on their creation, his sandy brown hair even more disheveled than usual after hours of intense magical collaboration. First place in the Gingerbread Jubilee, the mayor declared, his words precise despite their emotional weight, goes to Katarina Clausen and Alistair Finch for their extraordinary demonstration of collaborative, magical innovation. The announcement triggered immediate eruption from the assembled crowd. Cheers, applause, delighted exclamations that washed over Kat in overwhelming waves of sound and emotion. For several heartbeats, she stood frozen in place, her mind struggling to process what she'd heard despite the obvious evidence surrounding them. They'd won. Not through her individual precision alone, not despite Alistair's chaotic contributions, but because of their partnership, the harmony they'd created from fundamentally different approaches, the magic they'd built through trust and collaboration, rather than rigid control. Kat turned toward Alistair, finding his expression mirroring her own shocked joy. His crooked smile appeared slowly, spreading across his features with genuine delight that made her chest tighten with affection. The wire-rimmed glasses sat askew on his nose, smudged from hours of work, but his hazel eyes sparkled with happiness that transcended simple competitive victory. "We won," she whispered, the words feeling inadequate for the magnitude of what they'd accomplished together. "We did," he agreed, his voice rough with emotion. Together. Around them, the celebration intensified as friends and community members surged forward with congratulations. Kat felt overwhelmed by the intensity of their collective pride, the way townspeople treated their success as validation of something larger than individual achievement. Beatrice Wyndham approached through the celebrating crowd, her leather portfolio held with professional precision despite the chaos surrounding her. The food critic's elegant locks caught the magical lights, the silver beads woven throughout reflecting illumination while her dark eyes revealed genuine enthusiasm beneath her practiced composure. The pavilion gradually quieted as Beatrice took position beside the mayor, her authoritative presence commanding attention without obvious effort. She opened her portfolio with fluid grace, extracting several pages of detailed documentation, while the crowd settled into attentive silence. "As the primary judge for Enchanted Eats magazine," Beatrice began, her professional voice carrying easily across the space, "I've evaluated magical culinary artistry throughout the paranormal community. Technical excellence is common. Individual mastery appears regularly. But what Katarina and Alistair have achieved represents something genuinely rare." Kat felt heat creep up her neck, despite her attempt to maintain professional composure. Unused to such public recognition and uncomfortable with the weight of everyone's attention. Her cat shifter nature urged retreat to somewhere private, somewhere controlled. But Alistair's steady presence beside her provided grounding that prevented panic. Beatrice gestured toward their gingerbread cathedral with obvious admiration, her movement drawing every eye to the structure's glowing magnificence. Their innovative approach to combining precision with creativity represents a breakthrough in collaborative magical technique. The harmonization they've achieved, precision temperature control synchronized with spontaneous creative enhancement, demonstrates effects that would be impossible through individual excellence alone. The critic paused, allowing her words to resonate before continuing with increased intensity. "This is the future of magical artistry. Not the isolation of individual perfection, but the amplification that comes from authentic partnership. Miss Clausen's technical mastery provides stable foundation for Mr. Finch's innovative experimentation, while his creative spontaneity pushes her precision toward new applications neither could achieve separately." Kat listened to professional validation of everything they'd discovered through their chaotic journey toward collaboration, hearing her own recent realizations reflected in Beatrice's expert analysis. The fear that had initially gripped her, that sharing control would diminish her abilities, now seemed absurd in light of what partnership had actually created. "The emotional authenticity visible in their magical signatures," Beatrice continued, referencing her detailed documentation, "demonstrates complete trust and mutual respect. Their collaborative harmony remains steady even under extreme pressure, indicating partnership built on genuine connection rather than simple technical compatibility." The crowd erupted again as Beatrice concluded her formal remarks, though the critic remained near the podium for continued discussion with other judges. Kat found herself swept into celebration that felt simultaneously overwhelming and deeply fulfilling. Community members approaching with congratulations that emphasized pride in their collaborative achievement. Cleo practically bounced toward them, her spiky black hair flashing brilliant green with enthusiasm that made her feline nature obvious despite her human form. The young artist's large eyes glowed with excitement, her quick movements suggesting barely contained energy. "That was amazing!" Cleo exclaimed, grabbing both Kat and Alistair in an exuberant hug that threatened their balance. "The way your magic synchronized during that final presentation, I've never seen anything like it. The cathedral actually breathed with your combined signatures." Kat accepted the embrace despite her natural reserve, touched by her friend's genuine happiness. Cleo had been encouraging collaborative experiments from the beginning, her artist's eyes seeing potential that Kat's initial skepticism had dismissed. "Felix and I have been talking," Cleo continued, her words tumbling out rapidly, "about how we could apply similar partnership approaches to our creative work. He has all this knowledge about artistic theory and historical techniques from his bookstore research, and I have the practical application experience and willingness to experiment. We think we could create collaborative art installations that combine scholarly depth with spontaneous creativity." The revelation made Kat realize how far their influence extended beyond simple magical baking. Their partnership had become a visible example of what collaboration could achieve, inspiring others to reconsider their own isolated approaches to creative work. "You should definitely try it," Alistair said warmly, his enthusiasm for others' experimentation evident despite his own recent struggles with magical control. "The hardest part is learning to trust the process instead of trying to force specific outcomes. But once you find that rhythm together, it creates magic neither could achieve alone," Kat finished quietly, the truth of those words resonating through everything they'd built together. Cleo grinned, her green eyes sparkling with mischief and affection. "Exactly! You two have proven that different approaches can strengthen each other instead of canceling out. That's going to change how people think about collaboration across all kinds of creative magical work." Before Kat could fully absorb that observation, Hazel Emberpot approached with tears streaming down her weathered face, her flour-dusted apron damp with emotion. The older baker's warm brown eyes shone with pride and happiness that went beyond simple competitive victory. "Oh, my dears," Hazel managed through her tears, pulling them both into a tight embrace that smelled of cinnamon and vanilla. "What you've accomplished. It's exactly what this competition was always meant to celebrate. Not just technical excellence, but the magic that happens when people with different gifts learn to work together." Kat felt her own eyes prick with emotion at the sincerity in Hazel's voice, the way the established baker treated their success as validation of deeply held community values. "I've been doing this for 30 years, Hazel continued, her voice thick with feeling. "And sometimes I worried that traditional knowledge and modern innovation couldn't coexist, that one had to diminish for the other to thrive. But watching you two work together, seeing how your precision provides foundation for his creativity, while his spontaneity pushes your techniques toward new applications." The older woman paused, dabbing at her eyes with a corner of her apron before smiling through her tears. "You've reminded me why the old ways and new approaches work better together than in isolation. Your partnership bridges generational differences, showing how respect for traditional mastery can enhance rather than constrain innovative experimentation." Kat hadn't considered their collaboration in those terms, as reconciliation between different magical traditions and philosophies rather than simple individual partnership. But Hazel's perspective revealed deeper significance in what they'd achieved, implications that extended throughout their community's approach to magical craft. "Thank you," Kat said softly, genuinely moved by Hazel's emotional response. "Your guidance and support made this possible. The traditional techniques you shared provided framework for our experimentation, and your encouragement when things went wrong," Alistair added earnestly, "helped me understand that magical mishaps could be learning opportunities rather than just failures to be ashamed of." Hazel squeezed their hands before releasing them to other well-wishers, but her words continued resonating through Kat's thoughts. Their partnership had become more than personal achievement. It represented possibility for bridging different approaches throughout their community. Dr. Willowmere approached with their characteristic fluid grace, silver-streaked auburn hair braided with small healing charms that chimed softly with movement. The healer's sharp green eyes held thoughtful consideration as they studied Kat and Alistair with professional assessment. "Congratulations on your well-deserved victory," Dr. Willowmere said in their soothing voice, each word measured and intentional. I've been observing your collaborative development with particular interest from a healing perspective. Kat felt mild surprise at the comment, uncertain how magical baking techniques connected to medical practice. The healer seemed to read her confusion, their gentle smile indicating patient willingness to explain. The collaborative model you've developed, precision providing stable foundation, while creativity introduces beneficial disruption, has significant applications beyond culinary magic, Dr. Willowmere elaborated thoughtfully. Many healing practices suffer from similar tensions between traditional techniques and innovative approaches, between systematic diagnosis and intuitive treatment. The healer gestured toward their gingerbread cathedral with obvious appreciation for its architectural impossibility. Your partnership demonstrates that different magical styles can enhance rather than compromise each other when built on genuine trust and mutual respect. That principle could revolutionize how we approach collaborative healing practices. Kat absorbed this observation with growing understanding of their victory's broader implications. They hadn't just won a baking competition. They'd provided visible proof that collaboration amplified rather than diminished individual excellence, that different approaches could create harmony rather than conflict when guided by authentic partnership. The emotional synchronization visible in your magical signatures, Dr. Willowmere continued, their professional assessment bringing warmth to clinical observation, suggests complete trust and vulnerability between partners. That level of authentic connection enables magical effects impossible through individual effort alone, regardless of technical expertise. The weight of new responsibilities settled on Kat's shoulders as she fully grasped what their success meant for others. Their partnership had become example for magical practitioners throughout Tinselcroft and potentially beyond. Their collaborative model offering guidance for anyone seeking to harmonize different approaches or bridge conflicting traditions. People would look to them for inspiration and instruction, would seek to replicate their harmonious collaboration, would expect continued innovation and excellence that validated their championship status. The pressure felt simultaneously thrilling and terrifying. Opportunity to influence magical practice throughout their community, balanced against fear of disappointing those who believed in collaborative possibility. Alistair's hand squeezed hers gently, his intuitive understanding of her internal conflict evident despite the celebration surrounding them. His hazel eyes held quiet reassurance that they would navigate these new expectations together. That partnership made challenges manageable rather than overwhelming. Movement near the pavilion entrance caught Kat's attention. Percy Nightshade departing with rigid posture and obvious bitterness, his expensive luggage floating behind him with precise magical control that emphasized his isolation. The arrogant chef's individual excellence had created technically perfect results, but his refusal to acknowledge collaborative approaches had cost him both competitive victory and understanding of what made partnership achievement meaningful. Percy's departure provided stark contrast to the joyful celebration surrounding Kat and Alistair, his solitary isolation highlighting the richness they'd discovered through authentic collaboration. He would return to his exclusive culinary academy with technical skills intact, but lessons about partnership completely unlearned, maintaining individual perfection while missing the amplification that came from genuine connection. Kat felt brief pity for the renowned chef, recognizing how easily she might have followed similar path, pursuing individual excellence while dismissing collaborative possibility, protecting professional reputation through rigid control rather than risking vulnerability through partnership. Only Alistair's persistent chaos and Mayor Elderberry's forced partnership had pushed her beyond comfortable isolation toward the extraordinary magic they'd discovered together. The celebration continued around them as evening descended, magical lights brightening throughout the pavilion, while community members shared food and stories. Kat found herself at the center of joyful gathering with Alistair's hand warm in hers, surrounded by people whose pride extended far beyond simple competitive victory. Their success represented validation of everything Tinselcroft valued: collaboration over individual achievement, community support over isolated perfection, authentic connection over professional distance. The championship trophy would eventually find place in her bakery's display case, but the real prize stood all around them: belonging, purpose, partnership, love. Felix appeared beside Cleo, the bookstore owner's brown eyes bright with genuine happiness despite his usual social awkwardness. His ink-stained fingers held small notebook where he'd been documenting their collaborative techniques, scholarly interest combining with personal friendship. "I've been researching historical examples of magical partnerships," Felix explained with academic enthusiasm. "And your collaborative model represents genuinely innovative synthesis of different traditions. The precision, creativity, harmonization you've achieved, it's unprecedented in documented culinary magic." His excitement brought smile to Kat's face, his genuine interest in their work transcending simple congratulations. Felix's research would help others understand and potentially replicate their collaborative approach, extending their influence through scholarly documentation. Mayor Elderberry circulated through the celebration with characteristic diplomatic grace, his booming laugh filling the pavilion whenever someone shared particularly enthusiastic congratulations. The mayor's genuine pleasure in their victory revealed how much community leadership valued collaborative achievement over individual excellence. Kat's amber eyes returned repeatedly to their gingerbread cathedral, where it stood bathed in magical lights, its impossible architecture serving as permanent testament to what precision and creativity could build together. The structure would be carefully preserved and displayed in Town Hall as inspiration for future collaborators, its beauty demonstrating possibility that emerged from authentic partnership. Standing in the center of Tinselcroft's joyful celebration with Alistair's hand warm in hers, Kat felt profound pride in their achievement and deep commitment to continued collaboration. Their victory represented new possibilities for magical innovation throughout their community, proof that different approaches could amplify rather than diminish each other, that vulnerability and trust created stronger foundations than rigid control. The gingerbread cathedral glowed softly as celebration continued around them, its crystalline windows still projecting community moments while its walls emanated warm scents of collaborative baking. The structure breathed with their synchronized magical signatures, alive with the harmony they'd created from initially opposing approaches. Kat leaned slightly against Alistair's shoulder, allowing herself the vulnerability of physical affection despite the public setting. His crooked smile appeared as he turned toward her, hazel eyes holding affection and shared understanding that transcended words. They'd built something extraordinary together. Not just an award-winning gingerbread cathedral, but a partnership that would continue inspiring collaborative excellence for years to come. Their success proved that chaos and control, innovation and precision, spontaneity and planning could create magic truly worth celebrating. Chapter 21. Alistair stood amidst the victory celebration, with emotions threatening to overwhelm his carefully maintained composure, his wire-rimmed glasses reflecting the warm glow of magical lights that danced throughout the pavilion, while he marveled at how dramatically his life had transformed since arriving in Tinselcroft 6 months ago. The joyful faces surrounding them, residents whose genuine happiness extended far beyond simple competitive congratulations, created a warmth that had nothing to do with the magical heating charms maintaining comfortable temperature in the evening air. His sandy brown hair had become thoroughly disheveled during the day's intense magical work, sticking up at odd angles that normally would have embarrassed him in such public setting, but the celebrating community seemed to find his rumpled appearance endearing rather than unprofessional. Several residents had reached out to touch his shoulder or clasp his hand with affectionate congratulations, their casual physical contact speaking to acceptance he'd never experienced in his previous, isolated existence. The memory of his first chaotic days in the repair shop surfaced with vivid clarity. Those desperate weeks when his uncontrolled magical explosions disrupted Kat's pristine bakery and made him feel like an unwelcome intruder whose very presence threatened the peaceful community he'd hoped to join. He could still recall the sharp crack of magical feedback echoing through his workshop, the acrid smell of ozone filling the air as another attempted repair went catastrophically wrong, and the mortified embarrassment of seeing Kat's amber eyes flash with controlled fury through her bakery window. That version of himself seemed almost impossibly distant now, separated by months of patient collaboration and genuine partnership that had reshaped not just his magical techniques, but his entire understanding of belonging and contribution. The frightened, self-taught practitioner who'd fled his non-magical life, hoping for community acceptance, had been transformed through Kat's precision and Tinselcroft's generous support into someone whose innovations were praised as valuable contributions rather than dismissed as disruptive failures. The steady confidence flowing through his magical signature amazed him whenever he stopped to examine the fundamental changes in his power's expression. Gone was the anxious static that had crackled unpredictably around his casting, replaced by purposeful energy that moved with intentional direction even when channeling his most ambitious innovations. His magic still carried spontaneous creativity and unconventional approaches, but those qualities now enhanced rather than undermined his results. Chaos, channeled through precision's framework, rather than erupting in all directions whenever anxiety overwhelmed his inadequate self-taught control. Working within Kat's meticulous methods hadn't suppressed his natural magical style as he'd initially feared. Instead, her precision had provided the structure his powerful but undisciplined abilities needed to express their full potential. Like trellis supporting wild growing vines, to create beauty neither element could achieve alone. His innovations flowed more freely now because he trusted the foundation supporting them, his creative impulses amplified by confidence rather than scattered by self-doubt. Movement through the celebrating crowd drew his attention as Dr. Willowmere approached with their characteristic gentle wisdom. Long, silver-streaked auburn hair braided with small charms that chimed softly with each fluid step. Their warm olive skin seemed to glow with the subtle radiance of healing magic as they placed a supportive hand on his shoulder, sharp green eyes bright with the kind of recognition that spoke to deep, magical understanding rather than surface-level congratulations. "Your magical signature has changed remarkably since you arrived," Dr. Willowmere observed with genuine wonder, their soothing voice carrying professional authority that made their assessment feel like medical diagnosis rather than casual compliment. "It now harmonizes beautifully with Tinselcroft's resonance network. You've truly found your place within our community's magical ecosystem." The validation from someone whose healing abilities required extraordinary sensitivity to magical frequencies filled Alistair with profound emotion that tightened his throat and made his hazel eyes sting behind his askew glasses. Dr. Willomere's observation confirmed that his integration into Tinselcroft represented far more than simple social acceptance or professional tolerance. His very magical essence had become part of the town's interconnected energy network, his power now contributing to, rather than disrupting, the community's harmonic balance. "I didn't think." Alistair's voice emerged rougher than intended as he struggled to articulate feelings too large for adequate words. "When I first arrived, my magic felt so wrong here. Everything I touched seemed to create chaos in places that worked perfectly before I interfered." Dr. Willomere's gentle smile held understanding that came from years of treating magical ailments, both physical and spiritual, their warm hand squeezing his shoulder with reassuring pressure. "Chaotic energy isn't inherently disruptive, Alistair. It simply requires appropriate channels and complementary resonance. Your magic was never wrong. It was searching for its harmonic partner." Their gaze shifted meaningfully toward Kat, where she stood surrounded by enthusiastic well-wishers, her elegant posture and composed grace providing stark visual contrast to Alistair's rumpled enthusiasm. The healer's sharp eyes seemed to see the invisible threads of magical connection linking their signatures, the harmonic resonance that had transformed both practitioners through authentic collaboration. "You've helped her magic become more flexible and creative," Dr. Willamere continued with professional insight, "while she's provided the precision structure your power needed to express its full potential. That's genuine partnership, mutual enhancement, rather than one-sided accommodation." Alistair reflected on the truth in their assessment, remembering how Kat's magical approach had evolved through their collaboration. Her precision hadn't diminished, but had expanded to incorporate innovative techniques she would never have attempted without his chaotic influence. Their gingerbread cathedral stood as testament to that synthesis, her meticulous architectural calculations enhanced by his spontaneous structural innovations, neither element complete without the other's complementary contribution. His chaotic approach brought genuine value when channeled through respectful cooperation rather than isolated experimentation, validating the unique contribution he offered to their shared success. The magical mishaps that had once defined his practice hadn't disappeared entirely. He still occasionally created unexpected effects or generated more power than situations strictly required, but those qualities now served collaborative purposes rather than undermining professional competence. Felix materialized beside them with characteristic quiet approach, his lean frame carrying leather messenger bags stuffed with research materials about collaborative magical theory. The bookstore owner's warm brown eyes shone bright with scholarly excitement behind trendy glasses as he produced a small notebook covered in meticulous handwriting and complex diagrams. "I've been documenting your collaborative techniques throughout the competition," Felix explained with academic enthusiasm that made his usual social awkwardness disappear. "And the data supports several theoretical models about complementary magical signatures that previously existed only as mathematical speculation." He opened the notebook to reveal detailed analysis of how Kat and Alistair's combined magic created effects impossible through individual casting, complete with frequency measurements and harmonic calculations that went far beyond simple observation. Felix's research transformed their intuitive partnership into documented phenomenon that could be studied and potentially replicated by other collaborative pairs. "Your chaos precision synthesis demonstrates that opposing magical styles don't cancel each other out when properly harmonized," Felix continued, with the passion of researcher discovering proof for beloved theory. "Instead, they create entirely new capabilities through constructive interference patterns. The academic implications are extraordinary." Being valued for intellectual contribution alongside emotional acceptance filled Alistair with pride he'd never experienced during his isolated self-education. Felix's scholarly interest validated that their partnership offered genuine innovation rather than simply personal compatibility, their techniques contributing to broader understanding of collaborative magical theory throughout the paranormal academic community. "Could you show me the frequency measurements?" Alistair leaned closer to examine Felix's detailed notations, his natural curiosity drawn to the technical analysis of their magical synthesis. "I've never seen my power documented this way. I usually just feel it rather than understanding the mathematical principles." Felix's face brightened with surprised pleasure that someone appreciated his research with genuine interest rather than polite tolerance. "The harmonic ratios are fascinating. Your base signature operates at irregular frequencies that would normally create magical static, but when combined with Kat's precisely calibrated resonance, the interference pattern generates enhanced effects across multiple frequency bands simultaneously." Mayor Elderberry's booming laughter drew Alistair's attention to the broader celebration, where clusters of residents gathered in animated conversation about their victory's implications. The mayor's portly frame moved among the groups with diplomatic grace, his kind blue eyes twinkling behind old-fashioned spectacles, as he encouraged discussions about implementing collaborative approaches in other crafts and businesses throughout Tinselcroft. Alistair caught fragments of conversation as he listened to the excited planning surrounding them. The town's blacksmith discussed partnering with the enchantress who ran the candle shop to create magically enhanced metalwork. The proprietor of the apothecary considered collaborative projects with the herbalist from the edge of town to combine their complementary knowledge. Even long-time solo practitioners examined how partnership might enhance, rather than compromise, their individual achievements. Their victory had inspired community-wide innovation that extended far beyond personal accomplishment, demonstrating that collaboration could amplify rather than diminish individual excellence across diverse magical disciplines. Alistair's chaotic energy and Kat's precision had proven that seemingly incompatible approaches could create extraordinary results through authentic cooperation, giving other residents permission to experiment with partnerships they might previously have dismissed as professionally inappropriate. The mayor caught Alistair's eye and raised his glass in salute, his gesture acknowledging not just competitive victory, but the broader impact their collaboration had sparked throughout the community. Alistair returned the salute with a crooked smile, feeling grateful that his contributions extended beyond personal success to community-wide inspiration. The memory of his non-magical parents' bewildered confusion about his abilities surfaced with unexpected emotional weight. Their well-meaning but fundamentally uncomprehending responses to magical talents they could neither share nor truly understand. They'd loved him despite his differences rather than because of them, their acceptance always carrying undertones of worry about his unpredictable power and socially isolating capabilities. Tinselcroft's enthusiastic embrace of his chaotic talents created sharp contrast to that childhood experience of being fundamentally different from everyone around him. Here, his magical mishaps were met with helpful suggestions rather than fearful withdrawal. His explosive experiments generated concerned questions about safety rather than demands that he suppress dangerous abilities. His innovative approaches inspired collaborative interest rather than reinforcing isolated otherness. He'd found the magical family he never knew he needed, people who valued his contributions rather than fearing his differences, who saw his chaotic energy as asset, requiring proper channeling rather than liability demanding constant suppression. Tinselcroft had given him belonging based on authentic acceptance rather than tolerant accommodation, community membership earned through helpful service rather than granted despite disruptive presence. Cleo's energetic approach interrupted his reflection as the cat shifter artist practically bounced toward him with her characteristic boundless enthusiasm. Spiky black hair currently streaked with magical gold that matched the celebration's triumphant mood. Her large green eyes literally glowed with excitement as she threw her arms around him in an exuberant hug that lifted his feet briefly off the ground despite her petite frame. "You were absolutely brilliant!" Cleo's unfiltered enthusiasm emerged in rapid-fire congratulations as she released him from the fierce embrace. "The way you stabilized that cathedral after Percy's sabotage? I've never seen anyone think that fast under pressure. And those flavor enhancement spells you developed? Pure genius!" Her genuine affection and enthusiastic praise reminded him of the friendships he'd built within the community over the past months. Connections formed through his helpful nature and good intentions rather than flawless execution. Cleo had been among the first residents to treat him with casual friendliness rather than wary caution, her cat shifter understanding of being different, making her naturally sympathetic to his struggles with magical control. "Thank you for lending me your coffee grinder," Alistair said with self-deprecating humor, remembering the explosive incident that had marked one of his earliest magical disasters. "I promise my repair techniques have improved significantly since that unfortunate explosion." Cleo laughed with the kind of easy forgiveness that characterized Tinselcroft's approach to well-intentioned failures. That explosion brought you and Kat together, so I consider it a successful experiment in chaos theory. Besides, the replacement grinder you eventually created works better than the original ever did. Her casual dismissal of his early mishaps as merely part of learning process, rather than evidence of fundamental incompetence, demonstrated how his effort and good intentions had earned him belonging among residents who appreciated sincere attempts over perfect execution. Tinselcroft valued community contribution and collaborative spirit far more than flawless individual performance, creating an environment where his chaotic approach could be celebrated as unique asset rather than dismissed as disruptive liability. Kat materialized at his side with fluid grace, her amber eyes warm with affection as she slipped her hand into his with comfortable familiarity that still made his heart race. Her elegant presence created immediate sense of completion, their magical signatures resonating with harmonic frequencies that Felix's research had documented, but that Alistair experienced as profound rightness beyond any mathematical description. Are they discussing implementation of collaborative techniques? Kat asked with quiet satisfaction as she observed the animated conversations surrounding them. Her question carried pride in their achievement's broader impact, genuine pleasure that their success inspired community-wide innovation rather than simply personal advancement. Felix has been showing me his frequency analysis. Alistair gestured toward the researcher's detailed notebook, his enthusiasm for technical understanding making his hands gesture wildly in typical fashion. Our magical synthesis creates harmonic patterns that shouldn't be theoretically possible, according to traditional models of complementary casting. Kat's lips curved in a small smile that acknowledged his characteristic excitement about how things worked. Her previous annoyance at his wild gesturing transformed into affectionate acceptance through months of collaborative partnership. She leaned slightly against his shoulder in a gesture of comfortable intimacy that still amazed him with its casual trust. Standing, surrounded by celebrating friends, with Kat's warm presence beside him, while their gingerbread cathedral glowed softly in the background, Alistair felt gratitude and confidence in his place within this magical community that had transformed his isolated chaos into collaborative harmony. The journey from frightened newcomer, whose every magical attempt created disruptive explosions, to valued partner, whose innovations enhanced community-wide achievement, represented the found family acceptance he'd always hoped to discover. His magical signature pulsed steady and strong, no longer crackling with anxious static, but flowing with purposeful energy that harmonized beautifully with Tinselcroft's interconnected resonance network. He'd found his place, not through suppressing his chaotic nature, but through learning to channel it through precision's framework, his unique contribution valued as essential element of collaborative success, rather than tolerated as unfortunate limitation. The celebration continued around them as magical lights brightened against the deepening evening, Tinselcroft's residents gathering to honor achievement while planning future innovations inspired by collaborative possibility. Alistair's wire-rimmed glasses reflected those dancing lights as he smiled at the friends surrounding him, grateful beyond adequate words for the community that had welcomed his chaos and taught him that true control came from trust rather than isolation. He'd finally found home. Chapter 22. Category. Warmth engulfed Kat from behind as enthusiastic arms wrapped around her waist, the familiar scent of yarn and cinnamon magic announcing Holly Jolly's arrival before her delighted squeal confirmed it. Her best friend from neighboring Tinselcroft adventures practically vibrated with excitement. Curly black hair adorned with knitting needles that sparkled with residual enchantment from whatever project currently occupied her creative energy. Kat! That cathedral was absolutely stunning! Holly released her grip enough to spin Kat around for a proper, face-to-face embrace, her dimpled smile bright enough to rival the magical lights adorning the pavilion. The way your precision work created that perfect structural foundation, while Alistair's innovations added those impossible architectural flourishes. I swear I could see your magical signatures dancing together in the gingerbread itself. Kat returned the hug with genuine warmth. Holly's infectious enthusiasm impossible to resist even for someone who typically maintains professional composure. Her friend's natural exuberance had been one of the first things to break through Kat's reserved exterior when they'd met during last winter's Yule tree crisis. Holly's determination to knit solutions for everyone's problems, demonstrating collaborative spirit that Kat was only now beginning to truly understand. Rowan Thorne followed his partner with characteristic, quiet strength. His tall frame moving through the crowd with bear-shifter grace that suggested power held carefully in check. His hazel eyes shifted from green to gold in the magical lighting as they settled on Kat with genuine pride. The warmth in his measured smile conveying congratulations more effectively than effusive words could manage. "Well done," Rowan said simply, extending his hand for a firm handshake that demonstrated respect between equals. His reserved nature created perfect counterpoint to Holly's bouncing energy, their different approaches to expressing affection somehow complementing each other beautifully, despite surface incompatibility. Your architectural innovation pushed beyond traditional gingerbread construction limitations while maintaining structural integrity. That's impressive collaborative problem solving. His technical appreciation for their achievement touched something in Kat's professional pride. Recognition from someone who understood the challenge of combining different magical approaches into cohesive results. Rowan's own journey from isolated bear shifter avoiding community connection to Holly's devoted partner had been marked by learning to trust collaboration over self-sufficiency. His transformation demonstrating how partnerships could strengthen rather than diminish individual capabilities. Holly bounced on her toes while gesturing enthusiastically between Kat and Alistair with yarn-stained fingers that never quite still. "Your partnership reminds me of our early days." Her eyes sparkled with remembered joy and hard-won understanding as she continued. "Learning that our different approaches make us stronger together rather than weaker apart. It's wonderful seeing other couples discover that same magic. Rowan's steady strength balances my chaotic enthusiasm, just like Alistair's innovation enhances your precision." The comparison settled over Kat with mixed feelings. Pleasure at being recognized as part of successful partnership, combined with faint anxiety about implied expectations. Holly and Rowan represented established couple dynamic that had weathered significant challenges together, their relationship's solid foundation that supported both individual growth and shared achievement. Standing beside Alistair with their romance barely hours old, Kat felt momentary pressure to demonstrate similar relationship maturity, despite their drastically different timeline. Rowan nodded with characteristic thoughtfulness, his bear shifter presence steady and reassuring as he glanced at Holly with affection that softened his normally reserved expression. "Our relationship continues growing stronger through mutual support," he explained in his measured way, each word chosen carefully but spoken with conviction. "Honoring each other's different strengths creates ongoing harmony rather than conflict. Holly's optimism helps me engage with community, while my grounding influence helps her focus her energy productively." His arm settled around Holly's shoulders with comfortable familiarity, their bodies fitting together with ease that came from months of learning each other's rhythms and needs. They moved as complementary unit rather than separate individuals forced into cooperation, their magical signatures harmonizing with effortless grace that demonstrated deep connection built through sustained effort and mutual commitment. Kat felt Alistair's hand tighten slightly around hers, his nervous energy pulsing through their linked fingers as he absorbed similar observations about established couple dynamics. His wire-rimmed glasses reflected concern that probably mirrored her own thoughts, wondering whether their nascent romance should already be progressing towards similar relationship milestones, questioning if their collaborative success implied expectations for accelerated personal commitment. She squeezed back with deliberate reassurance, pushing aside the anxiety in favor of appreciating the unique pace of their own developing partnership. Holly and Rowan had spent months working through Rowan's traumatic past, and Holly's tendency to fix everyone's problems before acknowledging their romantic feelings. Comparing their journey to any other couple's timeline made no sense, when every relationship navigated different obstacles at different speeds. Their partnership would develop authentically through genuine connection, rather than manufactured acceleration to meet external expectations. Kat's cat-shifter nature valued quality over rushed results, her precision-oriented approach to life extending naturally into her romantic relationships. Whatever she and Alistair became would emerge from careful cultivation rather than forced growth. Before she could voice any of these thoughts to Alistair, an excited shriek cut through the celebration, with volume that suggested feline vocal capabilities pushed to their absolute limit. Cleo Bright Whisker waved her left hand dramatically overhead, her spiky black hair flashing through rainbow spectrum of colors that reflected pure joy coursing through her cat-shifter magic. The crowd parted instinctively as she bounded toward them with characteristic energy, her movement all graceful leaps and excited gestures. Felix Goldenvale followed in her wake with bashful smile that transformed his normally scholarly composure into endearing awkwardness. His trendy glasses sat slightly crooked on his face, while ink-stained fingers adjusted his cardigan nervously, clearly overwhelmed by sudden attention, but radiating contentment that made his discomfort secondary to obvious happiness. His warm brown eyes tracked Cleo's enthusiastic announcement with affection that suggested he'd marry her tomorrow if she demanded it. "Felix finally got the courage to propose!" Cleo announced to everyone within hearing range, which meant essentially the entire pavilion given her enthusiastic volume. Her green eyes literally glowed with cat-shifter excitement as she thrust her hand closer to Kat's face, displaying delicate gold ring set with small emerald that perfectly matched her natural eye color. "Can you believe it? He planned this elaborate romantic evening at Between the Lines, with candles and rare first editions and everything. Then got so flustered he just blurted out the question while we were cataloging magical theory texts." Felix's blush deepened to a remarkable shade of crimson that clashed beautifully with his brown cardigan, his scholarly dignity completely demolished by Cleo's enthusiastic sharing of intimate details. "The cataloging provided appropriate context," he protested weakly, his natural tendency toward literary references asserting itself even during profound embarrassment. "The text discussed magical bonds between complementary practitioners, which created perfect thematic framework for—" "He was adorable," Cleo interrupted with absolutely no sympathy for his mortification, standing on her toes to kiss his cheek with casual affection that made him smile despite his embarrassment. Completely tongue-tied and blushing exactly like this while trying to explain why our magical frequencies create harmonic resonance patterns, I said yes before he could finish his prepared speech because watching him be vulnerable was the sweetest thing I've ever experienced. The community erupted in congratulations that demonstrated how Tinselcroft celebrated love and partnership as collective achievements rather than merely personal milestones. Mayor Elderberry immediately launched into enthusiastic planning mode, his booming voice carrying across the pavilion as he declared intentions to organize wedding celebration that would showcase community's collaborative spirit. Other residents crowded around the newly engaged couple, offering support ranging from venue suggestions to cake baking services to magical entertainment proposals. Kat watched the joyful chaos with warm satisfaction, her amber eyes tracking how naturally the community embraced relationship developments as shared victories. Tinselcroft's approach to romance differed dramatically from larger cities, where couples navigated milestones privately. Here, partnerships strengthened the entire social fabric through increased connections and collaborative possibilities. Felix and Cleo's engagement meant new dynamics for multiple friend groups, business collaborations, and magical research partnerships that would ripple through community networks. Holly bounced excitedly while immediately volunteering to knit something special for the wedding, her creative mind already spinning with possibilities for incorporating magical textiles into ceremonial celebrations. Rowan offered quiet congratulations to Felix, with handshake that conveyed genuine happiness for his friend's romantic success, their brief exchange demonstrating masculine friendship's understated affection. Alistair released Kat's hand temporarily to embrace Cleo with enthusiastic congratulations, his natural warmth and genuine pleasure for others' happiness evident in every gesture. Felix is incredibly lucky, he told her sincerely, before turning to shake the bookstore owner's hand with friendly respect. Your research into magical frequency harmonization helped our competition's success enormously. I'm grateful to call you friend, and excited to celebrate your marriage. Felix's scholarly composure recovered slightly under male camaraderie, his posture relaxing into more natural confidence as he discussed magical theory rather than emotional vulnerability. The frequency analysis of your collaborative casting provided fascinating data about harmonic synthesis between opposing magical styles, he explained with typical academic enthusiasm. I'm preparing formal documentation for the Magical Research Archives, though I suspect the practical applications you and Kat developed will prove more valuable than theoretical understanding. Their easy friendship demonstrated how Tinselcroft's community bonds created foundation for multiple relationship types. Romantic partnerships supported by strong platonic friendships, professional collaborations enriched by personal connections, casual acquaintances deepening into chosen family through shared experiences and mutual support. The interconnected network of relationships meant that individual happiness contributed to collective well-being in tangible, measurable ways. Mayor Elderberry raised his glass with ceremonial flourish that suggested years of practiced public speaking, his mayoral chain gleaming as magical lights caught the precious metals and enchanted gemstones. His kind blue eyes swept across the assembled crowd with genuine affection before settling on the gingerbread cathedral that still dominated the pavilion's central display area. Tonight proves that Tinselcroft's commitment to partnership over individual achievement can thrive under any level of professional evaluation. His booming voice carried clearly across the celebration, his natural gift for diplomatic speeches enhanced by magical amplification that ensured everyone heard his words. External scrutiny from distinguished food critics only confirms what we already know, that collaboration creates magic impossible to achieve through isolated effort, whether in competitive baking or romantic relationships. His gesture encompassed both their architectural achievement and the couples surrounding him. Holly and Rowan standing close with comfortable intimacy, Felix and Cleo glowing with newly engaged excitement, Kat and Alistair with their tentative hand-holding that suggested romance in earliest development stages. The mayor's inclusive acknowledgement of different relationship timelines and expressions relieved some of Kat's earlier anxiety about measuring up to established couple dynamics. We celebrate Katerina and Alistair's impressive victory, the mayor continued with enthusiasm that made his silver beard bounce. But more importantly, we celebrate the collaborative spirit that made their success possible. Their partnership demonstrates how different magical approaches strengthen each other through respectful integration rather than forced conformity. The crowd raised their glasses in unified toast, magical champagne creating sparkling light show as enchantments activated in response to collective celebration. Kat lifted her own glass while accepting congratulations from surrounding friends, her professional pride in their achievement balanced by deeper satisfaction in the relationship foundation they'd built through honest collaboration. She chose to focus on enjoying their current happiness rather than feeling pressured by others' relationship progress. Her analytical mind recognizing the futility of comparing different partnerships' developmental timelines. Felix and Cleo's engagement represented culmination of 2 years building friendship into romance. Their progression, natural results of sustained emotional investment and compatible life goals. Holly and Rowan's established dynamic reflected hard-won understanding, achieved through confronting significant personal trauma and learning to trust vulnerability. Her relationship with Alistair existed in entirely different context. Collaborative partnership that had evolved unexpectedly from professional necessity into romantic possibility. Their magical compatibility creating foundation for emotional connection that was still finding its shape and definition. They needed time to explore what their partnership could become without external pressure to achieve specific milestones according to arbitrary timeline. Alistair's amber eyes met hers with understanding that suggested he'd reached similar conclusions, his expressive face showing relief that matched her own feelings. His hand found hers again with gentle pressure that communicated present contentment rather than future expectations, their linked fingers representing current connection without demanding promises about eventual destination. No pressure, he murmured quietly beneath the celebration's happy chaos, his words meant only for her. We figure out what we are at whatever pace feels right. I'm happy being exactly here, right now, with you. His simple declaration settled warmth through her chest that had nothing to do with magical resonance and everything to do with emotional safety. Alistair's genuine contentment with their current state, rather than anxiety about future progression, demonstrated maturity that belied his chronically scattered approach to most life situations. He understood that sustainable partnerships built foundation through present attention, rather than future speculation. I'm happy too, Kat admitted, with rare vulnerability, her naturally reserved nature yielding to honest emotional expression. Tonight exceeded every expectation. The competition success, the community recognition, but especially this. She squeezed his hand to clarify her meaning. Finding someone whose chaos complements my order rather than threatening it. His delighted smile transformed his entire face, wire-rimmed glasses reflecting magical lights, while his free hand gestured wildly in typical fashion. Your precision gives my chaos purpose and direction, he replied enthusiastically, before self-awareness made him laugh. Which sounds like terrible romantic poetry, but happens to be accurate magical theory according to Felix's frequency analysis. She laughed despite herself. His ability to combine genuine sentiment with scholarly references demonstrating exactly why their different approaches work together so effectively. His innovation needed her structure, just as her control benefited from his spontaneity. Their magical synthesis creating results neither could achieve independently. Standing amidst warm community celebration with Alistair's hand secure in hers, while friends shared their own relationship joy, Kat felt profound gratitude for being part of community that celebrated collaboration over competition. Tinselcroft's supportive environment provided perfect foundation for whatever their partnership became. Whether that meant continued professional collaboration, deepening romantic commitment, or unexpected directions they hadn't yet imagined. The future remained undefined and full of possibility. Their relationship's trajectory guided by authentic connection rather than external expectations or prescribed milestones. For someone whose entire life had been structured around precise planning and controlled outcomes, the uncertainty felt surprisingly liberating rather than threatening. Perhaps that was Alistair's greatest gift, teaching her that some of life's sweetest experiences emerged from embracing spontaneity rather than forcing predetermined results. Their gingerbread cathedral demonstrated how combining structure with innovation created beauty impossible to achieve through either approach alone. Their partnership would develop the same way, through careful cultivation of what they'd discovered together, building foundations strong enough to support whatever architecture their combined magic chose to create. Chapter 23. Alistair adjusted the final magical resonance dampener with careful precision, his fingers moving through the calibration sequence Kat had taught him during their post-competition workshops. The device settled into perfect harmonic frequency with a soft chime that made him grin. 6 months ago, he couldn't have achieved such stable results without creating at least 3 minor explosions and possibly setting something on fire. His new workshop space, adjoining the needed cat, reflected the transformation their partnership had wrought on his entire approach to magical work. The room still bore his essential character: shelves lined with salvaged components, workbenches scarred from experimental mishaps, protective barriers positioned strategically around high-risk areas. But everything followed organizational systems that actually made sense, rather than chaotic piles he vaguely remembered. His emergency spell component satchel sat on the main workbench, its contents now arranged with systematic precision that reflected Kat's influence while maintaining the creative chaos that sparked his innovative ideas. Crystal conductors occupied dedicated compartments, organized by magical frequency rather than dumped together where they could create unpredictable resonance. Metal shavings separated by elemental affinity, rare herbs stored in proper preservation containers instead of crushed paper packets that leaked ingredients throughout the bag. The organization didn't stifle his creativity. Instead, it freed his mind from constantly searching for components, allowing intuitive leaps to flourish without technical limitations. Kat's systematic approach had taught him that structure could enhance spontaneity rather than restricting it. The connecting door between their workspaces stood open as it did every morning, creating visual and magical continuity between his workshop and her bakery. Morning sunlight streamed through both spaces, illuminating floating copper mixing bowls in her kitchen, while catching metal dust motes in his workshop air. Their collaborative morning routine had developed naturally over months of working together. Alistair tested repair enchantments that needed culinary stability principles, while Kat incorporated his structural enhancement methods into new pastry recipes, their different magical approaches flowing seamlessly into complementary work. The scent of fresh croissants mingled with the ozone and metal polish that characterized his magical repair work, creating olfactory signature unique to their combined workspace. Customers entering either business often commented on how the unusual combination somehow worked perfectly. Sweet butter and vanilla threading through sharp metallic tang and electrical charge. Different elements harmonizing into something greater than either contributed independently, rather like their partnership itself. Alistair? Kat's voice carried through the open doorway with the warm familiarity of frequent collaboration. Could you check the temperature regulation on the new display case? The magical signature feels slightly off, but I can't identify the specific frequency causing the drift. He grabbed his diagnostic tools and crossed through their shared threshold, his boots leaving faint traces of metal dust on immaculate bakery floors. Kat stood beside the newest display case with characteristic poise, amber eyes focused on magical readings that hovered in the air before her. She'd pulled her thick, chocolate-brown hair into its customary neat bun, secured with decorative pins he'd enchanted to emit subtle warmth that prevented tension headaches during long baking sessions. The gift had made her purr, actually purr, with surprised delight, her cat-shifter nature emerging through genuine pleasure at his thoughtful innovation. Here. She gestured toward the case's lower corner, where magical signature showed slight instability. The frequency keeps drifting approximately 0.3 hertz every 17 minutes, which suggests resonance interaction with another magical source, rather than internal failure. Alistair knelt beside the case while pulling out his frequency analyzer, the enchanted device humming softly as it mapped magical fields throughout the immediate area. The reading showed exactly what Kat described: rhythmic drift at precise intervals, indicating interference pattern rather than equipment malfunction. It's harmonizing with the new dampener in my workshop, he realized after comparing frequency signatures. The stability enchantment I just calibrated operates at 62.7 hertz, which creates harmonic resonance with your temperature regulation spell at exactly 17-minute intervals. Kat's amber eyes brightened with understanding. So we need to either shift your dampener's base frequency or adjust my temperature regulation to avoid the harmonic intersection. Or, Alistair suggested while his mind raced through possibilities, we could lean into the resonance instead of avoiding it. If we synchronize both enchantments to complement each other, the harmonic interaction would actually strengthen both spells rather than creating drift. Her delighted smile showed she'd already followed his reasoning to its logical conclusion. Creating intentional magical synthesis across both workspaces, rather than trying to isolate each environment's enchantments. Exactly! He gestured enthusiastically while pulling additional diagnostic tools from his satchel. Your precision temperature control could provide stability baseline for my dampening enchantments, while my resonance mapping techniques could enhance your environmental regulation throughout the entire bakery. They worked together for the next hour, adjusting frequency signatures and testing resonance patterns until both enchantments synchronized in perfect harmonic balance. The resulting magical synthesis exceeded either individual spell's capabilities. Kat's display cases maintained absolutely stable temperatures, while Alistair's dampeners prevented any possibility of magical interference affecting her delicate baking processes. Their combined magical innovations had transformed both businesses over the past months. His repair techniques now incorporated culinary stability principles that made his enchantments more reliable and precise, while her baking magic benefited from his structural enhancement methods that allowed creative experimentation without risking catastrophic failures. The changes served their entire community more effectively than either had achieved independently. Residents brought magical repairs to Alistair, confident that his work would hold stable over time, while Kat's expanded menu included innovative creations that combined her precision with his creative techniques. Pastries that maintained perfect temperature and texture for days, breads with structural enchantments that prevented staleness, cookies that adjusted sweetness based on individual preference. Mrs. Thornfield arrived mid-morning, carrying her enchanted tea service wrapped carefully in protective cloth, her kindly face creased with hopeful anticipation. I heard about your collaborative approach, she explained, while placing the delicate porcelain pieces on Alistair's workbench. Traditional repair magic can't address the flavor enhancement enchantments properly, while conventional baking techniques don't account for the structural preservation spells. But perhaps your combined methods might succeed where individual approaches have failed? Alistair examined the tea service carefully, his diagnostic spells revealing complex magical layering that explained previous repair failures. The flavor enchantments required culinary precision Kat possessed, while structural preservation needed his innovative stabilization techniques. Either spell alone created incomplete results, but combined, they could restore the tea service to full functionality. We can definitely help, he assured Mrs. Thornfield, while already mentally mapping collaborative repair strategy. The flavor enhancement needs Kat's precision calibration, while I can strengthen the structural preservation to support the culinary magic properly. Mrs. Thornfield's grateful smile warmed him thoroughly. You two have created something quite remarkable, she observed while watching them begin preliminary analysis. My late husband always said that the finest magic emerged from unexpected combinations. Precision dancers performing with jazz musicians, classical composers incorporating folk melodies. Your partnership demonstrates that principle beautifully. Her words carried weight of genuine appreciation that represented broader community recognition their partnership had earned. Residents now specifically sought their collaborative expertise for problems that neither traditional repair magic nor conventional baking techniques could address alone. After Mrs. Thornfield departed with promises that her tea service would be ready within 3 days, Kat brought fresh coffee and warm scones to Alistair's workshop. They'd fallen into comfortable routine of mid-morning breaks, shared in whichever workspace currently housed active projects. I've been thinking, Kat said while settling onto the stool beside his workbench, her amber eyes bright with possibility as she pulled correspondence from her apron pocket. Look at these. Alistair accepted the letters she offered, his eyes widening as he scanned invitations from paranormal communities throughout the region. The Nightshade Collective requested demonstrations of collaborative magical techniques. The Silver Creek Coven asked about potential workshops teaching integration methods. Even the prestigious Arcanum Institute in the city inquired whether they'd consider guest lectures on harmonizing different magical approaches. They want us to teach what we've learned, Kat continued with growing excitement that made her usually controlled demeanor sparkle with enthusiasm. We could help practitioners who struggle with similar integration challenges, showing them how combining different approaches creates stronger results than either method achieves independently. The suggestion took Alistair's breath away as realization washed through him. Their partnership had evolved beyond solving individual problems to creating something genuinely valuable for the broader magical community. Their collaborative innovations represented teachable techniques rather than accidental discoveries, systematic methods that other practitioners could learn and adapt to their own circumstances. We could actually help people, he breathed, while rereading the invitations with wonder. Not just fix individual problems, but teach approaches that prevent magical isolation and failed integration attempts. Kat nodded, her characteristic precision already evident in the way she'd organized the correspondence by geographical proximity and institutional prestige. I've been documenting our techniques systematically. The frequency harmonization methods, structural culinary integration principles, even the emotional regulation approaches that help manage magical control during collaborative work. She produced a leather-bound journal from her other apron pocket, its pages filled with meticulous notes written in her elegant script. Alistair recognized diagrams he'd sketched during experimental sessions, now refined and annotated with precise measurements and reproducible procedures. He watched Kat organizing potential teaching schedules with characteristic precision, her methodical approach to expanding their collaborative work showing how completely she'd embraced the partnership that initially challenged her need for control. The woman who'd reluctantly accepted Mayor Elderberry's forced competition partnership now eagerly planned to share their collaborative innovations with magical practitioners throughout the region. Their growth together evident in every careful plan, every systematic documentation, every excited discussion of teaching possibilities. Kat's natural reserve had yielded to genuine enthusiasm about helping others discover collaborative benefits. Her perfectionist tendencies channeled toward creating comprehensive educational resources rather than maintaining rigid personal control. You've changed how I understand magic itself, Alistair admitted, while reviewing their documented techniques, his wire-rimmed glasses reflecting workshop lights as he marveled at transformation their partnership had wrought. I always approached magic as individual expression, my power, my techniques, my solutions. But working with you taught me that the strongest magic emerges from synthesis rather than isolation. Kat's amber eyes softened with affection that made his heart perform acrobatic maneuvers. You taught me that control doesn't mean rigidity, she replied quietly. That precision can accommodate spontaneity without sacrificing reliability. That sharing power amplifies rather than diminishes individual gifts. Her words carried weight of genuine revelation, acknowledgement of personal growth their partnership had facilitated. The cat shifter, whose need for perfect control had defined her entire approach to magic and life, had learned to embrace collaborative spontaneity, discovering strength in flexibility rather than finding only threat in uncertainty. The afternoon passed in comfortable collaboration as they repaired Mrs. Thornfield's tea service, their combined techniques flowing seamlessly between culinary precision and structural innovation. Kat's delicate flavor calibration provided foundation for Alistair's stabilization enchantments, while his creative problem-solving supported her methodical restoration procedures. Working together felt natural now. Automatic adjustments to each other's magical signatures, intuitive coordination of spell sequences, easy communication that required few words because shared experience provided context. Their magical partnership had developed the same fluid understanding that characterized longtime dance partners or musical collaborators. Their evening routine had become naturally intimate over months of deepening relationship. After closing their respective businesses, they gathered in Kat's immaculate apartment above the bakery for dinner and conversation, their time together flowing between professional achievements and personal connection with the easy comfort of established partnership. Tonight, Kat had prepared salmon with herb butter, one of Alistair's favorites, while he contributed experimental bread rolls enhanced with his structural preservation techniques. They ate at her small dining table, positioned before floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked Tinselcroft's evening-lit streets, magical lanterns creating warm glow throughout the town. The Arcanum Institute invitation is particularly exciting, Kat observed while reviewing correspondence they've discussed earlier. Their reputation means that successful workshops there would establish credibility throughout the entire magical academic community. Alistair nodded while mentally cataloging teaching materials they'd need to prepare. We could demonstrate practical applications using everyday magical challenges, household enchantment repairs, culinary magic integration, collaborative problem-solving exercises. Exactly. Kat's enthusiasm made her amber eyes gleam golden green in the lamplight. Showing practitioners that collaborative techniques apply to common situations rather than requiring exotic circumstances or rare abilities. Their conversation continued through dinner and into comfortable evening hours, professional planning interwoven with personal moments, shared laughter over remembered mishaps, gentle teasing about persistent quirks, comfortable silences that spoke of deep mutual understanding. The future stretched before them, filled with exciting possibilities, as other communities expressed interest in learning their collaborative methods. Their partnership had grown from desperate necessity into valuable expertise that could benefit magical practitioners throughout the paranormal world. Watching Kat's animated gestures while she described potential curriculum structures, Alistair felt profound gratitude for the journey that had brought them from reluctant competition partners to collaborative innovators planning to teach their techniques throughout the region. We should start with smaller venues, Kat suggested while making notes in her planning journal. Local magical communities where we can refine our teaching approaches before accepting the Arcanum Institute invitation. Agreed. Alistair leaned forward to review her preliminary schedule, his shoulder brushing against hers in the natural physical proximity their relationship had developed. The Silver Creek Coven would be perfect first workshop, small enough for detailed individual attention, but diverse enough to test whether our techniques work across different magical traditions. Kat's gentle touch against his hand while they planned their first teaching workshop created warmth that had nothing to do with magical resonance. Her fingers threaded through his with easy familiarity, their physical connection as naturally harmonious as their professional collaboration. Both relationships deepening through shared purpose and mutual support. The professional partnership that had taught them collaborative innovation's power, and the romantic connection that had grown from working together toward common goals while learning to trust vulnerability with each other. I'm glad Mayor Elderberry forced us together, Kat admitted quietly, her characteristic reserve yielding to honest emotional expression. I would never have chosen to partner with someone whose approach challenged everything I believed about magical control. But that forced collaboration became the best thing that ever happened to me. Professionally and personally, Alistair's throat tightened with emotion as he recognized the significance of her admission. Kat didn't offer vulnerable revelations casually. Her naturally guarded nature protected emotional honesty carefully. That she chose to share such fundamental acknowledgement demonstrated the depth of trust their relationship had built. Same, he managed while squeezing her hand gently. I came to Tinselcroft hoping to find community acceptance despite my chaotic magic. Instead, I found partnership that taught me how to channel chaos into creation, collaboration that showed me my imperfections could complement someone else's precision. You gave me belonging I'd never experienced. Her amber eyes shimmered with unshed tears, emotional response breaking through her usual controlled composure. She leaned forward to rest her forehead against his, their breath mingling in intimate proximity while the world narrowed to shared connection. "We gave each other belonging," she whispered. "Neither of us whole independently, but creating something beautiful together through our different approaches." Standing in their connected workspaces, surrounded by evidence of successful collaboration, while planning to share their innovations with other communities, Alistair felt secure in their partnership and excited about future possibilities. Their relationship, both personal and professional, had created something beautiful and valuable that would continue growing together. The gingerbread cathedral they'd built for the Jubilee had long since been dismantled and consumed, but the architectural principles they'd developed through that collaboration now shaped everything they created. Precision and innovation, structure and spontaneity, control and chaos, harmonizing into synthesis, stronger than either element alone. Their future stretched before them, filled with teaching opportunities, continued collaborative innovation, and deepening personal connection. Whatever challenges emerged, they'd face them together. His creative chaos guided by her methodical precision, her rigid control softened by his spontaneous warmth. Perfect partnership built from imperfect individuals, creating magic more powerful than either could achieve independently. Chapter 24. Category. Morning sunlight streamed through the kneaded cat's pristine windows, illuminating a space that had evolved dramatically while maintaining its essential character. Kat surveyed the expanded bakery with satisfaction, her temperature-controlled display cases now sharing the workshop area with magical demonstration equipment, while visiting practitioners from 3 different paranormal communities prepared for their first collaborative techniques workshop. The transformation had required significant planning. Alistair's adjoining workshop now connected through a wide archway that allowed seamless movement between spaces while preserving each area's distinct character. Her bakery retained its cream and copper elegance, every surface gleaming with meticulous care, while his workspace next door embraced organized functionality that would have amazed anyone who'd witnessed his chaotic early attempts at magical repair. Demonstration tables occupied the bakery's center, arranged with characteristic precision to allow optimal viewing angles from every position. Each station featured carefully selected equipment that illustrated specific collaborative principles. Her temperature-controlled vessels paired with his resonance amplifiers, her precise measuring implements beside his adaptive spell components. The setup embodied productive flexibility rather than rigid control, her cat shifter perfectionism having evolved to embrace the controlled chaos necessary for demonstrating how precision and innovation enhanced each other. She'd learned through months of partnership with Alistair that maintaining high standards didn't require inflexibility. Excellence could accommodate spontaneity when properly channeled. Arranging teaching materials with methodical care, Kat verified that each demonstration station contained correct supplies in logical sequence. Her amber eyes brightened with confidence as she prepared to articulate techniques that she and Alistair had developed intuitively through collaborative experimentation, their practical success now requiring translation into teachable principles. Creating curriculum had challenged different skills than executing magical techniques. Understanding how their partnership worked proved easier than explaining why it worked. The intuitive harmony they'd achieved through practice needed deconstruction into component elements before others could learn similar integration. Temperature calibration crystals at Station 3, she murmured while checking her detailed preparation checklist. Resonance amplification matrices at Station 5, emergency stabilization components at every location. The visiting practitioners represented considerable investment. They'd traveled from Silver Creek Coven, Mistwood Sanctuary, and Thornhaven Academy, all seeking to learn how opposing magical approaches could create synergy rather than conflict. Their eager attendance validated the broader value of collaborative innovation beyond Tinselcroft's unique community. Some participants specialized in herbalism, others in enchantment or healing arts, creating diversity that would test whether their techniques worked across different magical disciplines rather than remaining limited to baking-specific applications. Alistair emerged from his workshop carrying demonstration components, his sandy brown hair only slightly disheveled despite early morning preparation. His emergency spell component satchel hung from his shoulder with systematic organization that would have amazed his chaotic former self. Supplies sorted by application rather than randomly stuffed, protective separators preventing unwanted magical interaction, everything accessible through logical arrangement. Their partnership had stabilized both their abilities. His chaos had gained structure without losing creative spontaneity, while her precision had developed flexibility without sacrificing excellence. Each enhanced the other, rather than requiring compromise. Collaborative improvement, rather than mutual limitation. Everything ready? He set his components on the main demonstration table, with careful placement that showed how completely he'd internalized her organizational principles. Almost. Kat adjusted the final teaching station's arrangement, ensuring perfect parallel alignment. I want to verify the resonance dampeners before participants arrive. Your innovations tend to create more feedback than anticipated. Remember when you thought my chaos would ruin your precision? Alistair's crooked smile carried fond amusement rather than defensive hurt. Their shared laughter reflected how completely they'd integrated their different approaches into harmonious collaboration that strengthened rather than threatened their individual excellences. The question acknowledged their difficult beginning while celebrating how far they'd traveled together, from reluctant competition partners to collaborative teachers preparing to share their innovations. I remember thinking you'd destroy my display cases permanently. Kat walked to his side, her hand finding his with natural ease. Now I can't imagine working without your creative adaptations enhancing my precision. His fingers threaded through hers, their physical connection as comfortable as their professional partnership. And I couldn't control my magic properly until your methodical techniques taught me to channel chaos into creation, rather than just creating random explosions. The bakery's magical atmosphere hummed with their combined resonance, her warm amber harmonizing with his electric blue-white, creating synthesis that neither produced independently. The temperature-controlled display cases maintained perfect climate while simultaneously amplifying the demonstration equipment's magical signature. Precision and innovation working together seamlessly. Visitors began arriving shortly before the workshop's scheduled start, their expressions showing mixture of professional interest and personal curiosity. Most had heard about the Gingerbread Jubilee victory and Beatrice Wyndham's glowing review, but seeing the actual workspace where collaborative techniques had developed added tangible reality to theoretical concepts. Welcome to the Needed Cat. Kat greeted them with professional warmth that had become easier through months of teaching preparation. Please select whichever demonstration station appeals to your particular magical discipline. We've arranged equipment to accommodate various specializations. The practitioners spread throughout the space with eager attention, examining the carefully prepared stations while exchanging quiet observations about the setup's elegant functionality. Their diverse backgrounds ensured they'd test collaborative principles across different applications, rather than simply replicating baking-specific techniques. A Silver Creek herbalist examined the temperature calibration crystals with obvious fascination. These maintain multiple climate zones simultaneously? Correct. Kat moved to demonstrate the equipment's capabilities. My original design maintained single temperature consistency, perfect for standard baking applications, but limited for complex work requiring varied conditions. Then Kat learned to incorporate my adaptive resonance matrices, Alistair added while activating the complementary components. Now the system accommodates multiple requirements without losing precision in any individual zone. The combined demonstration showed how precision provided foundation while innovation added versatility. Her original magical signature, creating stable base temperature, his adaptive enhancements allowing controlled variation within that stability. Neither approach worked as well independently, but together they achieved what had seemed impossible. Kat began the formal workshop by demonstrating foundational principles, her teaching style having evolved to accommodate different learning approaches while maintaining high standards that defined her professional identity. Some participants responded best to theoretical explanation, others to practical demonstration, and successful teaching required addressing both preferences. Collaborative magic requires understanding your own approach before integrating someone else's techniques, she explained, while demonstrating her precision-based temperature control. I spent years perfecting methods that eliminated variation, every pastry emerging identically perfect through rigid, magical consistency. Her demonstration showed the temperature-controlled display cases maintaining exact specifications, her amber-toned magic creating conditions that never fluctuated. The result was undeniably excellent, professional quality that any bakery would envy. But that rigidity prevented adaptation, Alistair continued, while showing his contrasting approach. My early attempts at magical repair created chaos because I couldn't maintain consistent parameters, every spell producing different results depending on my emotional state and environmental factors. His blue-white magic sparked and shifted unpredictably, creating flashy effects that looked impressive but lacked reliable control. Several participants nodded with recognition. They'd experienced similar instability when attempting innovative techniques. Neither approach alone achieves optimal results. Kat resumed the demonstration. My precision created reliability without versatility, while Alistair's innovation produced creativity without dependable outcomes. But together, Alistair activated his resonance matrices while Kat maintained her temperature control. Their combined magic created something neither achieved independently. Her precision stabilized his innovation, while his creativity enhanced her rigidity, producing effects that were both reliably consistent and adaptively versatile. The temperature-controlled display cases now maintained multiple climate zones with perfect accuracy, while adjusting automatically to changing requirements. The participants' amazement mirrored Kat's initial surprise that sharing control could amplify rather than diminish magical abilities. She watched their breakthrough moments with pride, the herbalist discovering how precision measurement enhanced intuitive plant magic, the enchanter finding how structured methodology supported creative spell adaptation. How do you prevent one approach from overwhelming the other? Asked a Thornhaven healer, whose own magic combined diagnostic precision with innovative treatment methods. Doesn't the stronger personality dominate collaborative work? Excellent question that addressed core challenges rather than surface techniques. Kat appreciated practitioners who engaged critically rather than accepting concepts uncritically. That's precisely what happened initially, she admitted with characteristic honesty. I tried to force Alistair to conform to my methods rather than genuinely collaborating, which created resistance instead of synthesis. And I attempted to prove my innovations superior, rather than recognizing how Kat's precision could enhance my work, Alistair added. We competed instead of collaborated. Successful partnership requires mutual respect rather than dominance, Kat continued. Understanding that different approaches offer complementary value instead of threatening your individual excellence. The morning session progressed through increasingly complex demonstrations, each building on foundational principles while addressing specific applications relevant to participants' magical disciplines. The herbalist learned to combine measurement precision with intuitive plant communication. The enchanter discovered how structured methodology supported creative spell adaptation. The healer found ways to integrate diagnostic accuracy with innovative treatment approaches. Kat moved between stations offering guidance, her methodical problem-solving helping practitioners identify where their collaborative attempts faltered. Some struggled with control issues, meant to maintain too much individual dominance instead of genuine sharing. Others had difficulty establishing sufficient structure, their combined chaos creating instability rather than enhanced creativity. Your precision provides excellent foundation, she told the enchanter while examining his collaborative spell structure. But you're suppressing your partner's innovative contributions rather than allowing them to enhance your base framework. The afternoon session focused specifically on troubleshooting collaborative challenges, practical applications of theoretical principles they demonstrated earlier. Kat's methodical approach identified systematic problems, while Alistair's creative adaptations suggested unconventional solutions, their combined guidance helping practitioners navigate integration difficulties with patience, learn through their own journey toward partnership harmony. We failed repeatedly before achieving reliable collaboration, Alistair reassured a frustrated pair whose combined magic kept creating unstable feedback. The gingerbread jubilee forced us to work through problems under extreme pressure. You're learning in much safer circumstances. His emergency spell component satchel proved invaluable for emergency stabilization when collaborative experiments went unexpectedly wrong. The organized supplies allowed quick response to magical mishaps, his improved control preventing minor accidents from becoming major disasters. Your satchel organization has improved dramatically, Kat observed, while he retrieved specific components with practiced efficiency. Learned from the best. His crooked smile carried genuine appreciation rather than teasing deflection. Turns out, systematic organization prevents chaos rather than limiting creativity. Their easy banter demonstrated the comfortable partnership that participants had traveled to learn. Professional collaboration and personal affection supporting each other without competition or conflict. The visitors watched their interaction as carefully as their magical demonstrations, understanding that successful collaborative techniques required relationship dynamics beyond pure technical skill. By late afternoon, every participant had achieved at least preliminary collaborative success. The herbalist and her partner created growing conditions that combined measurement precision with intuitive plant communication. The enchanter integrated structured methodology with creative spell adaptation. The healer developed diagnostic approaches that balanced accuracy with innovative treatment methods. Their breakthrough moments validated months of curriculum development, proving that collaborative techniques could transfer across different magical disciplines and personality combinations, rather than remaining unique to Kat and Alistair's specific partnership. This changes everything about how I approach magical practice, the Silver Creek herbalist admitted while packing her demonstration materials. I've always worked independently, assuming that collaboration would dilute my individual abilities. But combining approaches creates something more powerful than either practitioner achieves alone. Exactly. Kat felt deep satisfaction hearing her own journey articulated by someone else's fresh perspective. I resisted collaboration for years, believing that sharing control threatened excellence. Learning to trust partnership has made both my magic and my life infinitely richer. The participants departed with new collaborative skills and detailed reference materials, their enthusiastic feedback already suggesting strong word-of-mouth interest for future workshops. Several requested information about advanced training sessions, while the Thornhaven Academy representative formally invited them to present collaborative techniques at their summer symposium. Evening found Kat and Alistair reviewing workshop feedback while planning future teaching opportunities, their conversation flowing naturally between professional development and personal connection as they built their shared future through continued collaboration and community contribution. The Academy Symposium would reach significant audience, Alistair noted while reading the formal invitation. But accepting commits us to developing advanced curriculum beyond today's foundational workshop. We should accept. Kat's confidence came from genuine assessment rather than optimistic assumption. Today proved our techniques transfer successfully across different magical disciplines. Advanced curriculum would address specialized applications and complex integration challenges. Their planning discussion continued through comfortable evening hours in the transformed bakery, professional strategy interwoven with personal moments, Shared laughter over workshop mishaps, gentle teasing about persistent teaching quirks, comfortable silences that spoke of deep mutual understanding. The temperature-controlled display cases hummed quietly while maintaining overnight climate for tomorrow's baking schedule, their magical signature harmonizing with residual resonance from the day's demonstrations. The space embodied successful integration of different purposes, working bakery maintaining its essential character while accommodating expanded teaching mission. I'm grateful Mayor Elderberry forced our partnership, Kat admitted, while reviewing participant feedback forms. I would never have chosen collaborative work independently, too threatening to my need for control. But that forced cooperation became the foundation for everything we've built together. Alistair's hand found hers across the planning table, his touch conveying affection that had grown from professional respect into deep romantic commitment. Same. I came to Tinselcroft hoping to find community acceptance despite chaotic magic. Instead, I found partnership that taught me how chaos and precision create something more beautiful together than either achieves alone. Their romantic relationship had achieved the same perfect balance as their magical collaboration. Personal intimacy and professional partnership supporting each other without competition or conflict. The love that had grown between them enhanced every aspect of their shared life. Professional work benefiting from emotional trust. Personal connections strengthened through collaborative achievement. We should celebrate tonight's success properly, Alistair suggested with his crooked smile carrying playful intention. Successful first workshop deserves reporting beyond reviewing feedback forms. Agreed. Kat's amber eyes brightened with matching warmth. But first, I need to verify tomorrow's preparation schedule and confirm ingredient deliveries. Of course you do. His gentle laughter held no criticism, just fond acceptance of her methodical nature. I'll organize workshop equipment storage while you complete your checklist. Their easy coordination demonstrated how completely they'd learned each other's working styles. His spontaneity balanced by respect for her organizational needs, her precision accommodating his creative timing. Neither forced the other to conform, but both adapted naturally to create harmonious partnership. Standing together in their transformed bakery as evening deepened into night, Kat felt fulfilled and eager for continued growth together. The visiting practitioners had departed with new collaborative skills that would ripple through their own magical communities, spreading techniques that she and Alistair had developed through months of patient experimentation. Learning to embrace controlled chaos had made both her magic and her life infinitely richer, while maintaining the excellence that would always define their shared work. Her cat shifter perfectionism no longer demanded rigid control. It had evolved into flexible precision that could accommodate spontaneity without sacrificing quality. The future stretched before them, filled with teaching opportunities and continued collaborative innovation. Whatever challenges emerged, they'd face them together, his creative chaos guided by her methodical precision, her rigid control softened by his spontaneous warmth. Perfect partnership built from imperfect individuals, creating magic more powerful than either could achieve independently.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.